welcome to the Best Scary Stories of the Week, Volume 1. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 600 likes on this one. I think if everyone took just a quick second, we could do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this every single day. But yeah, I thought this would be a good series to start, just a compilation of all of the stories from the past week. I think it'd be fun to start it off with my personal favorite from the week, and then after that, everything will be random. We are starting things off with, first, let me tell you about dating a witch. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Her name was Alice, and no, I'm not being rude about her. She really was a witch, like an enchantress, a sorceress, a magicianette, spells and stuff, dancing naked under the moon, or at least so I liked to imagine. If I'd known beforehand, I might have been more hesitant to get involved with her. I know people say stuff like, my mother warned me about girls like you, but well, my mother had warned me, as had any number of fairy tales for that matter. You don't date witches. But Alice was cute. We talked on a dating app and quickly arranged to meet in person. Sitting there in that coffee shop, I really wasn't thinking straight. I wish I could say she'd enchanted me somehow, but if I was spellbound, it was only by her big brown eyes, and the way she smiled at me as we sipped with 2 straws from a cream macchiato. Did I fall in love with her? I don't know. But I liked her, and though it had come as a shock when she casually mentioned the witch thing, slipping it in neatly between a discussion of our hobbies and what I did for work, I was already committed to seeing her again. What did it matter anyway? I wasn't small-minded. Witches were just people. Sort of. Sure, no one really knew where they'd come from, and they seemed to be a phenomena completely exclusive to our neck of the woods. At the very least, I've never heard of the real deal anywhere else. And whenever I bring the topic up to outsiders, they look at me like I'm crazy. So you have to understand. While it may seem strange to you, to us it was almost normal. Things were very good at first. She was so sweet you wouldn't believe it. She told me she'd been lonely for a long time and that most people avoided her. Oh, everyone were polite, of course, but in every interaction there was this barrier preventing the development of real intimacy. Scared of her, I suppose. I prided myself on being better than that. No, really. It put a swagger in my step, and of course, my intentions were purely noble. After all, was I not graciously extending my kindness to her, rescuing her from a life of solitude? Had nothing to do with her shapely hips either. I was just being good. So, we were dating. Before long, we were going steady. It was always her who kept pushing us to take things further, but I didn't mind being pushed too much. She had a pleasant way of doing it. We even went on vacation together, renting a small cabin out by a lake some distance east of town. It was her way of telling me she loved me. Little underwhelming as a declaration. Well, remember how I said witches were only a local thing? Or at least so far as I knew about? That's because they couldn't go anywhere else. Leaving was painful to them, and if they traveled too far, it killed them. As it was, the cabin was right on the edge of whatever invisible line marked the boundary of her existence. By the end of the 3rd day, she was running a fever, and by the start of the 4th, she was unwilling to leave her bed. Though she insisted on staying out the week, wanting to get full use of the new fishing rod she'd bought me. I drove us home that same night, scared of how pale and listless she had become. She perked up almost immediately as we turned our noses westward, and by the time I swung into her driveway, I thought she was back to normal. I crashed at her place that night, and as we went to bed, I realized that no, normal was not the word. She was better. A whole lot of newfound energy to be worked off. I won't go into details, but I'm sure you can imagine. I began to spend more time at her place after that. I still kept my own apartment for convenience's sake, even though she was dropping hints now about maybe finding something together. It made perfect sense to shack up, the economics of it, but I liked the freedom that came with separate dwellings. Tying yourself down too tightly too soon seemed like a waste of being young, especially when it was probably gonna happen later in life anyway. It was Saturday morning, I recall, and I'd spent the night there as I usually did. I got up pretty early while she was still in bed, figuring I'd leave and have breakfast at a diner in town. Things had been a little tense the previous evening. Alice had been unusually quiet, sitting very silently beside me as we relaxed together on the couch. Later, when I'd reached for her in the bed, she turned away and complained of a headache. That time of the month, I supposed. I pulled my clothes on and quietly tiptoed down the stairs. In the hallway, I stopped. I stared. The door was gone. I blinked, but it did nothing to improve the situation. The door remained entirely absent. Only a smooth section of wall stood in its place. "Alice?" I called. Came her sleepy reply. Babe, where's the door gone?" "The what?" "The door, honey. I can't find the door." "Oh, that." She was coming out of the bedroom now, tying on a flannel robe. I took it away. She went into the kitchen, leaving me standing there, nonplussed. After a while, I followed her like a lost puppy. "But, I said, I need the door." "Do you?" she said, pouring orange juice into a glass. "Yes, Alice, I gotta go." She exhaled mildly, but with obvious displeasure. Carefully, she occupied herself with the task of making breakfast so as not to have to look at me. I saw her shake her head slightly and smile a very tight smile while working. She was also clearly only preparing one portion. "Alice," I said and reached out to grab her arm. "This isn't—" "Don't touch me like that," she snapped. My hand jerked away from her. I had no control over it whatsoever. It simply moved on its own accord. Wincing, I rubbed at it with my other hand as it throbbed with a lingering sensation of pins and needles. The hell? She wasn't supposed to use her magic on me. Well, not like this, anyhow. There were rules, weren't there? Alice seemed perfectly calm again, and was busying herself with setting the table. One plate, one glass, one set of knives and forks. "Why don't you sit down?" she said. "I'm not hungry," I muttered. My hand still stung. "That's right," she said, and began buttering a piece of toast. "It's not for you." Not knowing what else to do, and starting to feel a little lightheaded, I sat down and watched as she neatly and quietly had her breakfast. Neither of us spoke until, having finished her last forkful of scrambled eggs, she delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Well," she finally said, "and what were you thinking of doing today?" "Nothing. I just want to go home. Look, Alice, I don't know what this is, but stop it, okay? You can't keep me here." "I suppose you'll be leaving then." I looked back over my shoulder. The door was still gone. "Alice?" "So," she continued, ignoring me, "you were going home. Straight home? You were not, for instance, stopping by Becky Greenfield's house on the way?" She said this in a conversational tone, like she was asking me whether I thought it would rain, but her eyes were hard as flint, and I felt a sudden, sick lurch in my stomach. I don't, I said, then had to clear my throat. What do you mean? Her expression darkened further as she got up from the table and began walking away. What do I mean? She said. I don't know. Why don't you think really hard about it while you clean the dishes? I tried to follow her out of the room. Look, I was saying, I can explain. But as I tried to pass through the doorway, I banged nose first into what felt like a brick wall. I rebounded, and it was all I could do to keep from falling on my butt. Through the door, I could see Alice seating herself on the couch. She glanced at me, mouthed the word clean, then turned on the TV. I thought it was strange how the picture moved as normal, but there was no sound. At first I figured she had muted it for some reason. Then I realized whatever barrier had blocked my passage must also keep any noise from passing through. That put an end to my plan of loudly calling her several types of which was probably for the best. With no other option, I reluctantly began scrubbing the dishes clean. The situation was undeniably dire, but in a way, this enforced servitude was actually working to my advantage. I desperately needed some time to think and get my story straight. Okay, I see you raising your brow here. Full disclosure, I had maybe not been exactly as faithful to Alice as I ideally should have. There'd been one or two minor indiscretions along the way, one of which was called Becky Greenfield. I hastened to add that she meant nothing to me. It was a drunken fling, over and done with the third time it happened. I certainly had no intention of ever seeing her again. Now, this was true, but maybe still a little more information than what Alice strictly needed to know. I had no idea of how exactly she'd found out as much as she already had, and how much that really was. We'd had a few talks about magic, and I knew there was no such things as enchanted mirrors or scrying pools. Magic was a force of the mind, she'd explained. It lived in people's heads. I'd been a little disappointed at the time. What? I'd said. Like it's not even real? People just think it is? Sure, she'd said. Just make believe. Then she had snapped her fingers, and suddenly there'd been the sensation of feathers tickling me in all my worst spots. As I collapsed in a heap of giggles, she'd smiled and added, "But when it feels real, what's the difference?" She'd maintained the spell for another heartbeat before snapping her fingers again and letting me breathlessly get back on my feet. At first I was angry with her, but she had laughingly drawn me towards the bed. "Don't be mad," she'd whispered as she pulled me down on top of her. "I bet I can make you feel really good, too." I certainly had no doubts left that magic was more than a mere illusion. It was our minds that defined our reality, and as long as I thought I couldn't leave the kitchen, my body would act accordingly, and if I thought the door was gone, I would be unable to make any use of it, even if I actually stood there touching the handle. Are you now about to call me a prize-winning fool? Are you about to point out that if all of this was the case, then yeah, of course she'd know what I'd been up to? That, hey buddy, get a clue. Because obviously she was reading your mind. Wrong. She can't do that. It's the one thing everyone knows about witches. Look, think for a second, huh? With all the dirty little secrets floating around a small town, can you imagine what would happen if people thought their minds were being spied on? There'd be pitchforks and torches handed out on Main Street. The ensuing mob would have made what happened to those poor girls in Salem look like a day in the park. So no, Mind reading was out. But somehow she had learned something, and now I was stuck in it. It didn't take me long to finish watching up, but I thought perhaps I might have just imagined a sketch out of a rudimentary defense. As I dried and put away the final piece of cutlery, I felt the lessening of some pressure behind me. The noise of the TV became suddenly audible. Here went nothing. I slowly walked into the living room, trying to put on my most disarming smile. "Alice," I said, "look, you know I'm crazy about you. It's you and me, right?" I sat down next to her, tried to put my arm around her. She shrugged me off. "Come on," I wheedled. "Becky? No way. I talked to her a couple of times, that's all. Sure, she came up to me at Flanagan's when she'd had a couple of drinks. She tried to kiss me and I pushed her away. Told her it wasn't happening. End of story. Look at me." She did turn towards me then. Her eyes were wet, and yeah, I felt guilty. But I also thought, "Jackie, my boy, now you've got her." "You swear?" she asked. "There was nothing else?" "Yeah," I said. "Course not. You're my itchy witchy girl. What do I need with anyone else?" She reached out to caress my face. I prepared myself for the sweet forgiveness that was to come. "You stupid," she said affectionately. "You're still lying to me." A sound like a gong reverberated in my mind as my head exploded with pain. It was like someone had cracked my dome with a frying pan. I slid off the couch, moaning, scrambling backward on the floor to get away from her. She'd lost it. For the first time, I started to think she might actually seriously hurt me. "Stop it," I shouted. "You're crazy. You don't even know." "I saw you," she shrieked back. She was standing now, face twisted with fury. Around her, the room was growing dim, as if she was somehow drinking in the light. "She got in your truck." "So what?" I shouted. "I can't give her a ride." "I went to her house." She spat each word like a bullet. "She told me. I threatened to turn her into a toad if she didn't." As if I could. As if there'd be any point. There's nothing worse I could do than leave her as she is, and yet, you screwed her anyway. An old... Becky was only 35. I thought. But Alice was working herself up to something. A haze of darkness had begun covering her skin, was pulsating in time to her words. She came forwards, driving me backwards to where the door was not. "I should kill you," she raged. "I should burn you. I should make you eat your..." She might do it. She really might do it. Desperate now, still on the floor, I groped blindly behind me with one hand. It seized upon something. With all the strength that was in me, I hurled the object at her like a tomahawk. The green ankle boot struck her on the forehead with a little thud. "Ow," she said. She sat down on the couch. The shadows dissipated. Her and the room both went back to normal. For a moment we looked at each other in silence. Then she burst into tears. "I loved you," she sobbed. "I loved you." I tried to say something, but she cut me off. "Go," she cried. "Just go." Behind me, the door was once more where it used to be. It was a sorry scene, all right, but I figured I'd better do as she said before she changed her mind. Slipping my jacket on, I was halfway out the door when she called out to me. "Jack?" I turned. She said something else. I couldn't make out the words, but they struck me like a spray of ice water, seemed to seep in my skin, into my head, nestling somewhere deep in the back of my brain. I ran. I left town the same day, setting myself up in a hotel the next town over. The one good thing was, at least I knew she couldn't come after me. Everything sort of worked out after that. I'd been commuting to work anyway, so relocating actually put me closer to my job, and I was able to call someone to get the rest of my stuff from my apartment. Then I got a new place. here in this town. So yeah, that's how I ended up here. Don't date witches, I guess. What's that? You think maybe there's some other lesson here? Like maybe don't cheat on your girlfriend? Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. You think I've been telling you this because I like going over it? It's all because of those last few words she spoke to me. They were a spell. Every time I think about asking someone out now, I have to tell them this story first. I can't help it. So, now that you know, what do you say? Pick you up at 8? I still remember the first time she came in. I was tired. It had been a long shift. I'd chosen to start serving at this particular establishment because it had a reputation of being slow. Had is the operative word here. At one point in time, I could assemble a drink and have a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sit at the bar and look down wistfully, spouting off his regrets about a wasted life. I would get to listen. It was background noise. Therapeutic. Honest background noise in a world full of characters and BS. But, lo and behold, this particular haunt I picked started becoming all the rage for young people. Who needs them, right? All full of life, vigor, and energy. Smiles and excitement about the future. Wanting to party, wanting to flirt, wearing layer upon layer of forced personas. "Hey, Chief," says the guy, curling 2 fingers while dressed up in clothes Daddy bought. "We, want a round for this whole group, yeah?" He says, forcing his voice down 2 octaves while doing his best imitation of an alpha male. Just off a bender of binge-watching hours of charisma on command videos. I'd want to say, but wouldn't. And of course, the people surrounding this man, all wearing masks of their own. Fake cheers, fake gratitude, and pretty girls penny-pinching through college more than happy to get a free drink off this guy before getting the F out of Dodge, and... God, I was sick of it. But... as is the case with life, the places I did want to be were out of range. Unattainable. The dive bars filled with the seedy, miserable, philosophical crowd I craved were just too far away from the crappy apartment I lived in to justify working at. An honest environment would have cost me too much in gas prices, unfortunately. Enough that my non-existent paycheck would have gone towards breaking even at absolute best. She came in while I was making a rum and coke for someone. A double. I wasn't one to project favorable feelings onto a stranger. I was thrown to find, as I saw her enter the bar, that I didn't immediately hate her. She looked like an absolute stranger to the establishment, yet I got no sense that she saw herself as above it. It felt like she was a human being, someone who needed to be here for some reason but was unequipped for it. Like she felt silly. Like she found the music to be too loud, too overwhelming. I watched her take awkward steps through the chaos of the floor, ever so slowly weaving past people unable to move because they lacked spatial awareness, and because she couldn't muster up the words, "excuse me," for some reason. She was too kind, too polite. And then she was right in front of me. She looked up instinctively, as if expecting a menu, and then down at the counter, as if expecting a QR code, and then she just sort of shuffled closer, with an energy like she was afraid of interrupting something even though I was looking right at her, doing literally nothing else, fully prepared to take her order. "So, I don't drink." "You don't drink?" I repeated back, deadpan. Not really. I'm bad with, knowing what to get. Well, let's keep it simple, I guess. Did you want a beer? More partial to a cocktail, maybe? Oh, cocktail. I love cocktails. So you do drink. I drink, but not in a fancy or informed way. Usually I get what the other person's drinking, but the other person isn't here yet, so I guess I'll get whatever tastes the most like juice. I failed to suppress a laugh. Hearing those words from a fully grown adult was something else. Oh, I'm sorry, she said. Are you gonna look down on me for not being all bougie about my drinks? I guess what I meant to say was, I want something happy, aged 24 years, from Ireland, with a bit of a kick, maybe a sour. You are melding so many unrelated things together right now. It is crazy. Actually, I'm just a trailblazer, and completely ahead of my time. And then a look in her eyes as if she was beaming the words, yes, I'm aware I'm a dork, right at me. And I am absolutely positively not an uninformed loser. I finished making her a pina colada and handed it to her. I hope you enjoy your drink, ma'am. A sweet, appreciative curl of her lips as she tapped her card, then turned to leave. She was back to the hurricane of people swirling across the room. I watched her body take on an awkward pantomime performance of, how the F do I find a table through the sea of mayhem? My eyes stayed with her for longer than I'd like to admit, and then I realized I was smiling. And it wasn't as a courtesy or a lie or a way to make someone think I was listening while I was off in maladaptive daydream land. She sat at an elevated rustic corner table by an antique mirror, the one closest to the bathrooms, a table that could seat a lot of people but only had her. The other person joined her eventually. I caught them talking at odd intervals as I fell back into my miserable shift at my miserable job, fielding the same two respective questions from doe-eyed 20-year-olds. What's it like being a bartender? And did you always want to get into this line of work? No, I wanted to say to both questions. My eyes would continually drift over to that corner table as the hours ticked away. I felt a pang of jealousy as I saw her hold the hand of the man seated across from her, a man who looked like he was having a rough go of it, wistful at times, borderline miserable at others, and occasionally tinged with nostalgia. He was all emotion. And she was consoling him, it seemed, hearing his heart story. We closed in on midnight, and the two of them were still there. She wasn't saying much of anything, but he was certainly saying all of everything by the looks of it. Her eyes remained steadfast on him, nodding as she took in his every word. It was early in my late shift, Tuesday night. Things were slow, but not too slow. It was ideal. Quiet. I could focus on the white noise of murmured, tired conversations. The clinking of glasses. It was like a meditation tape. My equivalent of the soothing sounds of the ocean. I had time to make my drinks with love. Not so much love, but focus. That's the word. A man arrived at the counter. He looked familiar. It took a second for me to place him. The gentleman from the other night. The one who sat across from the bashful woman who caught my eye. The one that got to hold her hand. He, on that particular night anyways, was a basket of complex emotions. Now, however, there was a certain calmness to him, a groundedness. He looked peaceful, like his head was finally above water. Hey, what can I fix you up with? You have my permission to surprise me, he said humbly. I snickered. If this was her boyfriend, or husband, He certainly had an interesting rhythm to his moods. I grabbed a glass and a muddler and started preparing an old-fashioned for him. As I did, in betrayal to my usual approach to customer service, I asked him a non-logical question. "And how's your day?" He took a genuine beat to collect his thoughts. Eyes raised diagonally at the ceiling, a thoughtful twist at the right corner of his mouth, and a contemplative, repetitive nod as if the words were playing in his head like a metronome. Then, "You ever just feel grateful?" he said. "Grateful that everything's finally come together? It all makes sense now, and it's all gonna be alright?" Cannot say I know the feeling, but envious for sure. Guess I'm quite the lucky man. Oh, you are. Based on his reaction, I don't think the reference landed on him. It seemed like he had a wonderful woman in his life, hence, lucky. He instead seemed to take the message in a much more vague, almost cosmic way. I do have to tell you though, quite sincerely, that it ain't all luck. He shot me a knowing look. You gotta really put yourself out there. You have to be open, emotionally naked. Those are the things it takes to find your home, your people. Don't think I'll be there anytime soon, good sir. I gave him the drink, and he made his way back to that same corner table. For the few remaining times that night that he accidentally slipped into my eyeline, as I was loitering on the clock, he was the perfect picture of contentment. Another busy night in my self-inflicted holding pattern of a career. Some people say that bartenders are modern-day philosophers. Those people are stupid. It's a customer service gig like any other. Only difference here is you give people alcohol to leave you alone. But it never, ever works. This night was particularly stressful. We were down a person. I hated when we were down a person. When we were down a person, my boss would yell, and then I would wonder why I didn't just finish college. And so the domino effect of self-loathing would go. There were too many people, asking for too many drinks. I almost didn't even notice she was there. She'd brought a new person this time, arms linked. Girlfriend's out for an evening. She approached the bar yet again, sheepish as before. Interestingly, the girl she was with seemed like her polar opposite. She looked decisive, focused, fake, a paper tiger. That was my assessment. "Hey," said the one I was more sympathetic to. With a couple of verbal stumbles after the "hey," wait, shoot. Did I never actually get your name the last time we talked? "Brian," I said. "Which means I never gave you my name either." "Nope," I said, cutting off what felt like it was going to be a self-effacing apology. She extended her hand. "I'm Monica, and I'm sorry. I'm usually better about that. That meaning polite enough to ask someone's name." I returned her greeting. She gave me one of the firmest handshakes I'd ever received. "Okay, so we know each other's names now, which is good. This," she said, motioning to the friend beside her, "is Sabrina. And Sabrina," she gestured back to me, "this is Brian." "Okay, great, good. Now that we're all friends, Brian, I'd love it if you could make the same drink you made me last time. If you remember what it was." "You mean the one where you asked me to make you juice?" The barb only brought a cheeky laugh from her. "Yes, the very same." I watched them from behind the counter later. They were at that same distant table. Of course they were. I wanted to judge them. I really, really did. The shift had been a headache, and fancying myself as better than the unwashed masses was exactly what the doctor was ordering. I wanted so badly to assume that Sabrina was the shallow friend to Monica, A person who actually seemed somewhat kind, somewhat genuine. But as Monica held Sabrina's hand over the table, looking at her as if she was the only person that existed in our wretched cosmos, and Sabrina in turn spoke openly as she cycled through ugly laughs, ugly crying, ugly reminiscing, emotional whiplash that I couldn't quite keep up with. All I saw was a person shedding any semblance of a front, peeling off layers of emotional makeup, becoming completely raw to the person they were in front of, laying it all out there, frankly, for Monica to receive with quiet nods and gentle affirmations. Their conversation went on for hours. Their drinks, the pina coladas I made, were still in front of them, chipped away at with only the lightest of sips over the course of their conversation. Glasses half full, or half empty, I guess, depending on how you look at things. 3 weeks passed before I saw Monica again. The thought of her would cross my mind every now and then. The strange want to actually talk to her. With how much my life was dimmed by forced, transactional conversations, it was a foreign feeling. Finally, on a night where I arrived late for work, I saw her, seated in the corner, a barely touched drink in front of her, hand gently resting on the man beside her as he poured his heart out to her. Completely different guy from the last guy. And at this point I was convinced. As I watched the man emote as if he'd just come from a Breen Brown TED Talk, that she was some sort of modern, new age therapist. 55-minute sessions. What about 3 to 5 hours at a bar? That'll really help us curb your existential dread. Her imaginary words, not mine. I caught some conflicting feelings in myself as I looked on. Despite how awkward she could be, there was some sort of bizarre charisma or allure there. The charisma of someone being completely themselves. It made me nervous, though it was hard to put a finger on why. Nevertheless, the hours passed. Work was work, and as I finished exhausting my reservoirs of nods and smiles in exchange for compliments, platitudes, and the occasional openly rude customer, my eyes flitted over to her table, to Monica saying goodbye to her new client, or friend, or lover, whoever he was. A long hug, then a very deep glance into the stranger's eyes. An intense glance, a loving glance. And then they parted. So maybe scratch therapist. Or alternatively, a very, very new age therapist. Curse you, pangs of jealousy. I'm 35 now. I should be beyond feelings at this point. She approached the bar. Hey, I said. Brian, she said, leaning her elbow onto the bar with an animated, almost full-body exhale. How are you? Would it be uncool of me to say I'm tired? Why would that be uncool? Because you're a bartender. So, tired probably describes your entire evening. Oh, well, I mean, if I were off the clock, then I'd say absolutely you're being uncool, you jerk, but since I'm working, no, not at all. Do you have any traumatic stories you wanted to share? War memories? Tales about the one that got away? War stories for days, she said with a soft chuckle. Then an even softer, no. And then a more serious, hey. Hi, I said again. You're probably wondering what I'm doing at the corner of the bar, right? Yeah, I am actually. I'm helping people. Are you a therapist? She smiled. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I think I'm a bit confused. She picked her words carefully. I find people who are like me, people who maybe feel like they don't belong, outsiders, folks who are tired of pretending that they're okay living in an uncaring world, and I connect with them, and I build friendships with them, meaningful connections. How do you know that someone's an outsider? A pause, and then it's all in the eyes. She told me that I was welcome to sit with her on one of my days off. We would go to another pub if I didn't want to spend my off hours where I worked. Strange as the proposition was, I went for it. At this point, I'd sussed her out as being a truthful, open, and vulnerable person. Someone who seemed, at times, confused about it all. Confused in an endearing way. A way that felt different, special. A way that made me want to know more. On a night we both agreed upon, I met her at a different joint on the other side of town. I sat across from her, curiously skeptical about how all of this would go. And then hours passed, and within them, I opened up truly. It's sort of hard not to spill it all when someone gives you their absolutely undivided attention, with perfect eye contact and affirmations pulled out of the book of Mr. Rogers. She sat there statuesque as I whittled off details about my childhood, my confusion about life, feelings of aimlessness, shame at how judgmental I could be, and everything more. All of my misplaced anger, my vitriol. There were no real horror stories in my past, it turns out, nor any major present-day ailments that were bringing me misery. Putting up walls and scrutinizing strangers were just my coping mechanisms for being over-socialized and in my head about it all. At the end of the night, she gave me that same look of endearment she gave to the other man, as a sort of peace, a camaraderie came over me. "You're all right," she said, hand gently cradling my cheek. "It's the world that's stealing your joy from you." It seemed as if the words held more weight for her than they did me, but I nonetheless obliged, with a sort of silent agreement, an internal nod. I felt warm about it all. She gave me the tightest hug imaginable before leaving, and whispered in my ear as she did, "I know a way things can be better. If you're interested, find me again." I hadn't seen her at the bar for quite some time, and I have to admit, it made me antsy. It was hard to have someone Mary Poppins waltz their way into your life, be utterly emotionally naked with no reservations, allow you to do the same, and then disappear right after teasing some cosmic secret about the answer to all of life's problems. During the period of lack, I found myself softening in my role as liquid therapist a bit. People's idiosyncrasies, their faking it personas, their buried miseries, posturing, need to party, flirt, fight, mentions of beta, sigma, alpha, omega, ability to lie to themselves, desire to run away from themselves, from everything. Actually, I understood it. I sympathized with it. We're all just trying. I mean, I was still a judgmental POS 85% of the time, but hey, that remaining 15%, we can call that an improvement. I was at the tail end of the kind of slow shift that made you curse yourself for ever hating the busy ones. I closed up shop, and there she was, in the doorway as I was leaving. I didn't have it in me to pretend I wasn't enthused to see her. Instead, I ran up to her and hugged her. "I missed you," I said with the delivery of a nerd at prom. "I hope you've been well," she said, returning the embrace. It felt nice. "You said things could be better. I want to know how," I said. She smiled, her lips and eyes lighting up. "Of course. Let me show you. Do you want to come over?" It's funny. There's a certain connotation that comes with being invited to a sort of stranger's place at closing time. Yet I was absolutely sure Monica's head and intentions were in a completely different space from the rest of the waking and drinking world. We sat on her sofa together. She gave me a tender look. I made something to help explain everything you're feeling. I hope it'll be helpful. I exhaled slowly, then nodded. She got up and popped a shabby, plain white DVD, marked with Sharpie scribbles, into the player. She returned to the couch as the video started on her TV. Over a black screen, an odd, disquieting melody played that I believe was intended to be comforting, soft synthesizers and strange notes. Then, a narration. We are not our bodies. Instinctively, we all know this. It was Monica's voice, speaking over footage of the cosmos, galaxies, and stars. We look closely at this world as the delicate, sensitive souls that we are, and we can tell we don't belong here. Footage from Earth, empty woods, empty parks, empty cities. Our three-dimensional forms holding our souls down. And then a slideshow of images that resembled pages from a high school biology textbook. A diagram of the human body with a line pointing to the chest saying soul. Lines coming from the arms, the head, the legs, eyes, ears, all labeled as not soul. And if we stay here long enough, our soul will wither away and die. Another textbook-style diagram, but of a decomposing body this time. Even if we appear healthy. Footage of the ocean now. It looked like an amateur video, taken by someone actually wading in the middle of the sea. We don't know who brought us here or why, and we don't need to know. The camera panned up from the water and angled sharply to the night sky, facing the glowing moon. We just need to go home now. And then a new image. Over the backdrop of a sea of stars, a pitch black door on the left side of the screen. On the right, the same high school textbook diagram of the human body, standing upright this time, an arrow pointing to the door. Her narration was gone now. Text appeared on screen. Step 1, decide to exit. Step 2, find like-minded friends. Step 3, pick the method that brings you the greatest sense of internal comfort. Step 4, exit stage left. Step 5, when you're done, don't go into the light. And then her voice returned. Let's go together now. She held my hand gently as the video concluded. I felt disturbed. I felt unsafe. I tore my gaze from the TV and turned to her. Her eyes were serene, peaceful, calm, welcoming. It's okay now, Brian. You're okay. I'm here with you now. Monica, what exactly did you mean with that video? I detached my hand from hers and rose from the sofa. She stood up as well. You know what it means. You know it every time you look out aimlessly from behind the counter. I backed away. I'm gonna need you to say it explicitly. She traced my steps. We're departing tomorrow. We'll be leaving from the bar. You're welcome to join us at the table. I reached the door. I have to go, I said, reaching behind me to feel for the doorknob. One last good look at her. She wasn't perturbed, sad, offended, confused, or anything. Softly she said, I'll be seeing you, Brian. I turned and left. I worked the evening shift the next day. I was dead in the eyes, exhausted, not judging a soul, just breathing, just relishing the intake of stale bar air. When she arrived, she went straight to the corner table. Slowly, others poured in. Some of them I recognized as patrons who had shown up at the bar before. Folks I was unaware were ever associated with Monica. They sat with her, eyes trained on her. Soon after, her girlfriend from before, Sabrina, pulled up a seat as well. The 2 other men I'd seen her with on different nights took their spots too. New faces appeared next, one unfamiliar to me. By the end, there were 12 at the table. From my distant vantage point, their conversation seemed muted, soft, hopeful, but with a discordant dash of somberness. It was hard to focus on my job, to focus on the customers coming up to me. I'd look over to the corner. I'd catch more gentle speaking, the sharing of thoughts, sentiments, words that looked as though they were coming out as whispers. I wanted to be a fly on the wall. I also wanted to be as far away as humanly possible. Was there something I could say here? Something that a good Samaritan was supposed to be doing right now? Over the following 45 minutes, give or take, their words stopped. They closed their eyes together in a lengthy, silent moment. It didn't quite seem like a meditation or a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Eventually, they all opened their eyes around the same time, and then they turned in unison and looked at me, with wide smiles. Their eyes were filled with what seemed like a very disturbing form of love, an image pressed to my memory forever. Monica alone got up and walked through the crowd, purposeful this time. Once again, she was in front of me, on the other side of the counter. "You can still join us," she said. "Where are you going?" I asked. "You wouldn't believe this, 'cause it's gonna sound real silly, but there's actually a special spot in the middle of the ocean, one that leads all the way up to the stars." She gave me a knowing smile. "We thought it might be a good idea to check it out together," she said. She held her hand out for me. "If you want to come." I wasn't sure what it was. Loyalty, a sense of camaraderie, a fear of letting her down, but as much as I was repulsed and terrified by her, I still had to fight the urge to give her my hand. Eventually, she gleaned my decision through my inaction and retracted her invite. "Thank you for talking to me and spending so much meaningful time with me, Brian." She returned to the table. The others rose. They left behind anything they'd brought with them. Then all 12 of them linked arms like they were about to go on a pub crawl together, and left. Their bodies were found in the ocean a week later. Each of them had worn a weighted metal belt to help them sink. The cops told me that half of the corpses were found in close proximity to each other. The other half were scattered about. I had to assume that the group found clustered together were the ones successfully able to keep their arms linked the entire time. I had the chance to see the photos of the deceased during the identification process. I did my best to provide the authorities with details on the faces I recognized. Times I'd seen them at the bar, rare occasions where I'd spoken with them. My tiny, insignificant crumbs of information were thankfully counterbalanced by insights provided by some of the regulars who'd known them better. It didn't take long to piece together the identities of the recently departed, not just who they were, but their full histories, careers, families, friends, aspirations, anecdotes, blanks filled in. All except for Monica. As it turns out, if she did have a history, it certainly wasn't one with much depth. She had no known family, no friends aside from the one she left with on her final night, of course. No information on when she'd actually moved to the area, or where she'd come from. I was the only one who seemed to know anything about her. As if that wasn't uncomfortable enough of a revelation, the cops decided to keep the hits coming. They must have been in an oversharing mood. They let me know that this recent death event wasn't quite as unique as I might have imagined. In fact, instances of groups walking into the water together, weights worn, arms linked, had been documented as a recurring phenomena over the last half-century or so in our quiet town. The folk tales and horror stories about events like this had, of course, existed for far longer in our little slice of the country. The sorts of folk tales I could have imagined a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sharing with me on a night where I was tuning him out as comforting background noise while making a drink. I took one last good look at Monica's photo before I wrapped up with the authorities. Out of all the images, hers was the one that looked the most tranquil, the most at peace. I'll be seeing you, Brian. Months had passed. The incident had left me with a sinking, but mostly ignorable feeling. Routine had thankfully proven to be a formidable distraction. I was behind the counter, same as always, in a moment of time where I was unoccupied, no immediate task in front of me, nor some lingering item of work that I'd forgotten to do. I looked out at the bar scene, not a miserable look this time, nor an aimless one either, just a look. Out amongst the crowd of youngsters, characters, and fakes, not mutually exclusive titles, mind you, nor titles I used in a derogatory fashion anymore. I saw someone enter the bar, a new face, unfamiliar, one that had a distinct sort of energy to them. They weren't an imposter like all the others. They looked like they felt silly, like they didn't belong here, but didn't see themselves as above it all. In the past, I would have found this person to be almost charming. Now they were just a person. They took awkward steps through the bar floor. They were over-polite, and then they were right in front of me. "A pina colada, please," she said. I suppressed my laugh. Her eyes lit up with a glint of confusion. "What?" she asked playfully. "Nah, it's just... sorry, just a little uncanny. Kind of a throwback there. You, reminded me of someone just now. But that's... anyways. Pina colada coming right up." I went to work when I heard her response. All I could do was continue making her drink, operating off of muscle memory alone. "I have to admit I'm a bit disappointed you didn't join us last time, Brian." I mechanically continued the process of blending the drink. "Don't remember telling you my name." "I hope you understand that there is still a lot I need to do here," she said. "Like-minded friends to find, meaningful connections to make, departures to schedule," she said. My throat caught. The ritual of making a drink for a customer was the only bit of normalcy I had left in this exchange. I tried to cling to it. I tried to drag it out as long as possible, but I had to speak. "Monica?" I finally said, more breath than voice. But when I studied her features, she didn't resemble Monica at all, and I can only assume she knew as much. "You can call me Elizabeth this time," she said. "And don't worry, I never, ever want to rush you." And then that same knowing, disarming look. "You can join me when you're ready." I struggled to find the finishing touches on the cocktail when I heard my boss's voice. "Brian, what are you doing?" I turned to look at him confused. "What? What are you doing?" he repeated. "Making a drink?" I looked ahead and there was no one at the bar. "A drink," I finished. "For yourself?" "Thought about it. I guess, yeah." He gave me a concerned look, the kind of look that asks you to say more and share what might be going on. But I changed the subject. It was probably best to keep things surface level from now on. No need to go deep. When I received the news about my mother's worsening health, I had to make a quick decision to return home. My savings allowed me to buy a ticket for a cruise ship, which, although not a large luxury vessel, was sufficient for a swift journey towards my hometown. The ship was fairly compact. It didn't stand out among other cruise liners, but it had everything necessary for passengers. In winter, when I received the urgent news, the weather was harsh. The city where I lived was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the temperature had dropped below 0. Gray, heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the wind was blowing strongly, creating a sense of winter chaos. The streets were slippery, and every step outside required caution. I lived in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, which I had been renting for several years. I had actually moved out from my mother's place a few years ago. When I turned 18, I needed more independence. The apartment was modest but comfortable, a single room with a kitchenette and a small bathroom. It was my own place, but I had always remained close to my mother in my heart, and her illness now suddenly drew me back to the family home. After packing the essentials, I got into a taxi that struggled through the slippery streets in the harsh winter conditions. When I arrived at the port, the large cruise ship, although not extraordinary or particularly elegant, looked solid enough to ensure a safe journey. Its outdated appearance and somewhat neglected details contrasted with the elegance one might expect from larger vessels. The ship, while unimpressive, provided basic comfort. The duration of the cruise was crucial in this case, considering my mother's health. The cruise was set to last 3 hours. The weather at sea was as cold as on land. The wind picked up and the waves, although not dangerous, were unsettling enough to fuel my fears. When the ship finally stopped, passengers began to gather at the entrance, preparing to board. I felt both excited and worried, but what was to follow exceeded my worst fears. 2 crew members stood on the deck by the entrance. They had wide smiles stretched from ear to ear, which were simultaneously unnatural and unsettling. The smiles were too wide, too motionless to be genuine. They seemed almost grotesque in their excessive expressiveness. Their faces were illuminated by the artificial lighting of the ship. I saw their eyes were cold and inscrutable, looking at us with some mysterious, disturbing interest. Every movement of their hands, every gesture was too fluid, as if they were mechanisms in a perfectly tuned machine. Upon boarding the ship, my unease did not diminish, although the atmosphere around me was still filled with winter's dark elegance. The ship, though not a massive cruiser like those used for longer voyages, had its own charm. The interior of the ship was filled with warm, yet artificial light, which contrasted with the cold, black-gray sky outside the windows. Approaching the main entrance, I noticed that the interior of the ship was spacious, with elegantly furnished areas designed to provide comfort for passengers. Shiny marble floors and gilded details along the walls added a luxurious touch to the place, though somewhat outdated. The corridors were wide, with bright, pastel wallpapers and large windows allowing views of the sea, which was now filled with heavy, gray clouds. The crew members, who had earlier welcomed us on board with those unnaturally wide smiles, were now strolling down the corridors, their faces still radiating unsettling joy. With each step, I passed another crew member, and their wide smiles seemed even more pronounced as their gaze passed over me. Every step, every interaction with them was like walking on a tightrope, where every minor change could lead to unpredictable consequences. As I walked through the deck, I noticed that the interior of the ship was designed with great attention to detail. In the main hall there were elegant sofas and armchairs surrounding round tables. On the walls hung paintings depicting maritime landscapes, which, in the winter light, looked less welcoming than usual. Passing by the bar and restaurant, I noticed elegant but slightly rusty furniture. The overall tone was subdued but warm in shades of brown and gold, giving the interior a classic, though somewhat old-fashioned look. Even here, the crew members' faces bore those unnatural smiles that seemed to be part of some choreographed performance. Something was very wrong. Finally, I reached my cabin, located on one of the lower decks. The cabin door opened with a soft click, and I stepped inside, feeling a bit of my tension ease. The cabin was small but cozy, decorated in a simple yet elegant style. The walls were in warm beige tones, and the furniture, including a bed with an elegant spread, a desk, and a wardrobe, was neatly crafted, though visibly used. Through the cabin window I could see the sea, which now looked even more gray and turbulent, with waves crashing against the ship's hull. As I began to unpack, I felt my anxiety and tension coalescing into a sharp, penetrating unease. I started by taking out the essentials, a few pairs of warm clothes necessary for the winter weather, and documents. I placed them in the wardrobe, trying to keep things organized. On the desk, which was near the window, I set up a few personal items: family photos, a small notebook, and a few books to pass the time during the 3-hour cruise. After spending a few minutes on the bed, trying to gather my thoughts and acclimate to the strange atmosphere of the ship, I suddenly heard a knock on the cabin door. I pressed the button to open the door and saw one of the crew members standing at the threshold. Unlike the others, there was no unnatural smile on his face. The man was dressed in an elegant uniform that perfectly matched the classic look of the ship, a navy blue jacket with golden buttons and a white shirt. Unlike the others, he did not have that unnatural smile on his face. He was holding a neatly folded sheet of paper, tied with a ribbon. "Good day, sir," he said, his voice warm but devoid of emotion. "I was informed that you did not receive the list of rules. It is important that you familiarize yourself with these rules to ensure your safety during the journey." I took the sheet from his hands. I unfolded the paper, revealing that it was carefully written in elegant script, suggesting attention to detail. At the top was date and time, and below in several points were rules that seemed as precisely formulated as they were disturbing. Here is what was on the list. Rule 1. Never make eye contact with the captain. If you break this rule, follow Rule 5. Rule 2. If you hear a soft scratching in your cabin, do not move, do not make any sound, and eventually, the scratching will stop. However, if the scratching intensifies instead, leave the cabin as quickly as possible and do not return to it for the rest of the voyage. It lives in the walls. Rule 3. Do not draw attention to yourself from the crew. Rule 4. When you leave your cabin, know that you are safe until you go down to the engine room. No one goes there because they are afraid of it. No one descends. In 1989, there was a macabre incident there. A woman named Mia was burned alive, leaving behind only a charred skeleton. So remember, you might notice a woman with long black hair at first. She will look normal, but after a moment, you don't want to know what happens next. Which is why no one goes down there. They are afraid of her. If you see her, find a hiding place as quickly as possible. It might not be too late. Rule 5. If you make eye contact with the captain, your only option is to jump into the icy sea. That's the only way I managed to survive. Although the list was written in a formal style, Each of these recommendations seemed unnaturally detailed and somewhat exaggerated. The point about avoiding eye contact with the captain in particular made me uneasy. Combined with the strange smiles of the crew, everything began to fit into a disturbing puzzle. As soon as I finished reviewing the list, I noticed that the man had vanished, as if he had disappeared into thin air. I heard no footsteps in the corridor. He had simply vanished. I didn't know what to think about it, so I decided to check the cabin again and make sure everything was in order. After a moment of contemplation about what I had witnessed and read, I felt I needed to stay alert and not be deceived by appearances. My thoughts returned to my mother's condition and how important it was, despite all these oddities, to focus on the purpose of my journey. I decided to leave the cabin to ask one of the crew members about the duration of the cruise. I still had the disturbing rules on my mind, but now the most important thing was to find out how much longer I would have to spend on this ship. Hoping it would be a short period, I headed towards the main corridor. When I reached the corridor, I noticed that the crew was still moving along it, with those unsettling, unnatural smiles on their faces. I stopped one of the employees, a young woman in an elegant uniform. Her smile, though wide, was somewhat more subtle than some of the other crew members. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound calm. "I wanted to ask how much longer this cruise will last." The woman looked at me, her smile unchanged, but her eyes were cold and inscrutable. "The cruise will last approximately 3 more hours. She answered with a voice that sounded like a metallic melody, somewhat monotone but polite. "Unless there are any unforeseen circumstances." I felt something was definitely wrong. If we had 3 more hours left and at least 30 minutes had passed since departure, it meant that the cruise was not as short as it should have been. This caused me deep anxiety. Were we actually traveling longer than expected? Worried, I slowly turned and returned to the cabin. I set a timer on my phone and waited another 30 minutes. When the phone screen showed 30 minutes had passed, I decided to ask again. I left the cabin and headed towards the main corridor, where I noticed the same young woman in the uniform that I had met earlier. I stopped her, trying to sound calm despite my growing concern. "Excuse me," I said, "but I have a question about the duration of the cruise. It seems to me that we have been sailing for at least 60 minutes. Has the initial duration of the cruise changed?" The woman looked at me with the same unchanging smile. "No, everything is going according to plan," she answered calmly. "The initial cruise duration is correct, and the remaining time is 3 hours. Please do not worry. Everything is proceeding according to schedule." My concerns began to turn into panic when I heard the crew member's response, which failed to reassure me. Time seemed distorted, and each further assurance that everything was fine only deepened my anxiety. Without thinking, I approached one of the passengers who happened to be nearby and asked him how much longer the cruise would last. "Excuse me, how much longer will this cruise last?" I asked, trying to sound as factual as possible despite my growing tension. The passenger looked at me confused and then at his watch. His face took on an expression of distress as he replied, "Another 3 hours. Why are you asking?" As I tried to process his response, a crew member appeared from the side. His face, still widely smiling, now seemed less friendly. He approached me and said in a cold, controlled tone, "Please calm down. If you continue to cause a disturbance, we will be forced to call the captain." I remembered the rules. I had broken Rule 3. They knew. I felt my heart beat faster, but I knew I couldn't afford to panic further. I calmed down as much as I could, though thoughts of what might happen if the captain was indeed called only deepened my unease. I slowly returned to my cabin, trying to process all the information I had gathered. I analyzed the rules I received and concluded that the best solution would be to spend the rest of the voyage in my cabin. The rules indicated that in case of doubt, it was best to avoid contact with the surroundings and stay in a safe place. I felt that staying in the cabin, away from the strange and unsettling events on deck, would be the safest option. I began to calm down and think about how to use this time, trying to find peace in isolation. However, after about 20 minutes of silence, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible scratching coming from the walls. I felt my heart begin to race. Rule 2. I stood still, trying to ignore the growing sound, but the scratching started to intensify. What began as a quiet murmur turned into more pronounced and increasingly disturbing noises that seemed to be getting closer. At that moment, fear took full control over me. The rules that had previously seemed merely strange now became a reality that I could not ignore. Panic grew as the sound became more intense. I could no longer endure. Without thinking, I ran out of the cabin, feeling my heart pounding wildly. I left the closed door behind and ran down the corridor. As I fled the cabin, I felt the panic subside as I moved away from the scratching sounds. In the corridor, I noticed that the staff's demeanor had changed. Their faces had become rigid and inscrutable, though they still wore smiles. But this time they were wider and longer. Each crew member's eyes tracked my every move, as if they were waiting for something to happen. As I walked down the corridor, I felt their gaze, which seemed to literally burn. I felt growing tension as I noticed 2 staff members had started following me. Their presence was initially discreet, almost unnoticeable. They kept a proper distance, not getting too close, but close enough to give the impression that they were right behind me. No matter how fast I walked, each of their movements, every step, was almost synchronous with my own. I felt their gazes piercing my back, and their silence became increasingly unsettling. Although they tried to keep their distance, they were getting closer with each step. Eventually, I couldn't bear the pressure anymore and started running. At the same moment, they did too. "Please stop," one of them shouted. But I didn't listen. Running blindly was my only hope. As I ran down the corridor, I noticed that the passengers completely ignored me. Their ignorance was terrifying. They acted as if I weren't there. As they closed in, I made a risky decision, which seemed to be the only possible solution in this situation. I descended to the engine room. I felt that this place, though unpleasant, might offer me temporary shelter. I quickly ran down the stairs to the lowest deck, where the engine room was located. When I arrived, I noticed that the staff did not follow me further. They clearly feared this place. The engine room was a vast, dark space full of noises and heat. Old rusty pipes and steel elements formed a labyrinth, containing huge engines, whirring pumps, and powerful generators. The air was heavy with the smell of oil and exhaust fumes. The light was dim, barely illuminating the room and casting long, unsettling shadows on the walls. Pipes and wires, tangled like snakes, ran along the walls and ceilings, and droplets of oil dripped from several places onto the floor. Every step I took echoed in this empty industrial space. I stopped by one of the engines, trying to calm my breath and process what was happening. As I hid behind a large engine in the engine room, trying to control my panic, I suddenly saw something that completely shocked me. In one of the darker corners of the room stood a figure, a woman staring at me with a strange, unnatural smile on her face. She was a few meters away, and her presence in this place seemed completely out of place. Her face was pale, and the smile, although it might have seemed polite at first glance, quickly transformed into something far more terrifying. As I watched her, her form began to deform. In some places, her charred bones were visible, and her skin took on a pale, grayish, rocky appearance, as if stretched over too large a skeleton. Everything happened in slow motion, yet too quickly for me to react. Her body began to contort grotesquely, as if it were not bound by any physical constraints, and I heard the sounds of cracking bones. Her hands, which had previously been elegantly placed by her sides, now took on irregular claw-like shapes, stretching in a terrifying way. And her face, oh my god, her face was full of horrifying details. Her pale skin, once soft and human, was now grotesquely distorted, as if it had been burned in a catastrophic fire. The remnants of her formerly normal face were covered in brown and black scars that resembled cracked, ashy crust. The smile that once might have seemed polite now stretched unnaturally wide. Her gaping mouth revealed teeth that looked too long and sharp, as if they were the remnants of a former smile. Deep black scars pulsated around her lips, enhancing her terrifying grimace. The eyes were the worst nightmare. Their original color and shape were completely distorted. Where normal eyes once were, now they were large black voids filled with a strange, glowing light. Cracks extended around her eyes as if the skin had been burned, creating irregular, horrifying edges. Frozen in terror, I watched as her form transformed into this monstrosity. I heard her scream as she finally began to move, a shriek that cut through the silence of the engine room, echoing off the steel walls and amplified by the sound of the machines. With the last of my sanity, I decided to hide in one of the narrow service cabinets nearby. These small rooms were used for storing tools and spare parts. I slipped into one of these cabinets in terror, trying to close the door silently. Inside there was complete darkness, and the air was heavy with the smell of oil and rust. I could barely move, but tried to make no noise. I heard the horrifying scream of that thing outside the cabinet. Her scream echoed off the metal surfaces. Through the small gaps in the cabinet doors, I saw flickering lights and shadows moving through the engine room. The woman moved with terrifying speed, her figure shifting from place to place, sometimes disappearing into the shadows only to reappear elsewhere instantly. Each of her movements was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. As her horrifying scream grew closer, my heart beat faster. I felt cold sweat running down my body, and adrenaline had me almost completely frozen in fear. I knew I had to stay hidden in this cramped shelter as long as possible, hoping that she wouldn't notice me and that I would survive this nightmare. I didn't know how much time had passed while I crouched in that narrow service cabinet. Time seemed to move slowly, and the sounds around me were both terrifying and overwhelming. The woman's screams didn't stop, and her rapid, unpredictable movements only heightened my fear. Every sound, every crack sent shivers down my spine as I tried to stay calm, though my body was numb from cold and terror. Eventually exhaustion, stress, and fear took their toll. I fainted. The last thing I remember was the sight of the woman slowly approaching my hiding place. When I regained consciousness, the engine room was silent. With trepidation, I opened the cabinet door and cautiously peered outside. The space was now deserted and quiet, as if the terrifying spectacle had come to an end. The engine room, though still filled with the sounds of machinery, was calmer, and the horrifying presence had vanished. I slowly exited the cabinet, trying to make no noise. As I left the engine room, my legs were stiff and trembling, but I tried to stay calm and move quickly. Every step felt laborious, but I needed to get out, find a safe place, and assess what to do next. With a mix of relief and terror, I finally managed to leave the engine room. As I was leaving, I swear I saw her. She was hanging from the ceiling in an unnatural position, just above my cabinet. Her terrifying figure was suspended in the air in a way that seemed utterly impossible. Her distorted face was staring directly at me, and her huge black eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness, tracking my every move. A cold shiver ran through my body, and every hair on me stood on end. I couldn't tear my gaze away from her horrifying stare, which expressed something more than ordinary fear, something deeply terrifying, almost supernatural. I felt my heart race faster, and the sense of panic grew as I tried to find a way to escape. With dread and terror, I left the engine room, still feeling her terrifying presence lingering above me, accompanying me with every step. With anxiety and determination, I sneaked to the top of the ship, searching for shelter and desperately trying to find a way to escape. I reached the deck where the lifeboats were located. My heart was pounding wildly, and my hands shook with fear, but I knew I had to act quickly. I approached one of the lifeboats, trying to quietly open its hatch and prepare it for launch. Every sound seemed loud and revealing, and I tried to be as silent as possible to avoid drawing attention. However, just when I hoped I might escape, I noticed that the ship's crew was approaching me. Their faces were unreadable, but their demeanor was resolute and determined. I quickly realized that their expressions were cold and filled with unease, and their smiles, which had seemed strange before, were now entirely absent. I had nowhere to run. They had surrounded me. As the crew approached, I noticed that one of them stood out from the rest. He was an extraordinarily tall man, about 3 meters tall. His presence was imposing, almost overwhelming. He was dressed in a suit that differed from the other crew uniforms. It was dark gray and elegant, with a subtle, shiny sheen that drew attention. His presence was unsettling. His formal and elegant stance emanated something decisive and authoritative. That was when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I looked at his face. The only thing I noticed before I realized who he was his cold, piercing eyes staring directly at me. Then it dawned on me. He was the captain. I had broken Rule 1. I knew what that meant. There was no option but to follow Rule 5. I decided on a desperate measure. I jumped into the icy sea, hoping that this leap would be my only chance for survival. The water's temperature was brutal, almost immediately shocking my body. The cold pierced through my bones, and the freezing water seemed impenetrable. Every movement in the water was painful, and the agony was almost unbearable. The water was colder than anything I had ever felt, draining all my energy. I struggled to stay afloat, fighting against the powerful waves that battered my body. The cold wind howled, and the darkness of the night made it hard to gauge how far I was from the ship. Every second spent in that water felt like an eternity, and hope for rescue dwindled with each passing moment. With cold dread, I watched as the ship slowly disappeared from view. Its massive silhouette, which had moments ago dominated the horizon, began to shrink and vanish into the darkness. The deck lights, which had given me hope, were now just faint points in the darkness, gradually fading from sight. As the ship grew more distant and its outline less distinct, I felt overwhelming isolation. When it finally disappeared completely from the horizon, I was alone on the icy sea, surrounded only by the cold black water. I eventually gave up, seeing no chance of survival. Due to hypothermia, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was no longer in the icy sea. Instead, I lay in a hospital bed surrounded by white walls and sterile light. My body was wrapped in a warm blanket, and various medical devices monitored my vital signs. For a moment, I felt lost and disoriented, unable to understand how I had ended up in this place. Soon after I regained full consciousness, a nurse entered the room, surprised by my awakening. She told me that I had been found by a container ship passing through that area of the sea, heading toward the town where I had started my voyage. Their crew had spotted me drifting in the water unconscious and had immediately carried out a rescue operation. Thanks to their swift action and professionalism, I managed to survive. Several days passed before I was finally able to leave the hospital. When the doctors deemed me stable enough to leave the facility, I couldn't wait to return to normal life. Unfortunately, as soon as I left the hospital, another devastating piece of news awaited me. My mother had died. I learned that her health had deteriorated drastically while I was at sea. Due to my sudden disappearance and inability to contact her, she had no one to support her in that critical moment. Her death was a shock to me. The only reason I had taken the voyage was the hope of seeing her in time and providing her with support. The sense of guilt and sorrow was overwhelming. Although I was glad to have survived, the realization that my mother had passed away while I was fighting for my life was an unimaginable burden. After returning from the hospital and discovering that I had inherited the family home and a modest fortune, I hoped that returning to my roots would bring me peace and solace. My father was dead, and I had no siblings. Despite not inheriting a vast fortune, the house, which was part of my heritage, became a symbol of the past and a place where I could find refuge. I decided to return to the family home, believing that within its walls I would find a sense of belonging and safety. I bought a plane ticket for a very small portion of the inherited money to get me there, and said goodbye to the remnants of my previous life. As I boarded the plane, my anxieties were significantly less overwhelming than before. However, as I passed through the gates and entered the aircraft, I began to question whether the cabin crew always had such unnaturally wide smiles. Before any of you flood the comments calling me a scam artist or a crook, I'll start off by saying that I hate my job. In all my years growing up, being a scam caller was not the career I aspired to be in, and was the only job offered to me after being turned down by multiple supermarkets and warehouse positions. If I'm being honest, I wasn't very good at my job. I often tried to convince people to not purchase what I was selling. I was luckily paid by the hour, rather than per sale I made, and so many of my calls would be filled with phrases such as, "Are you sure? I'll let you think on it for a couple of minutes," and sometimes simply hanging up the phone if the payment they suggested overstepped my boundaries and filled me with unimaginable guilt. That was all until the call I made today. It started off simple enough. A generic, dreary morning to the 8-hour shift with sprinkled nothingness, small talk, and stale donuts. The first number on my handout sheets was an old lady who I managed to sell a couple penny stocks to for $50. My heart ached to hear the shaky, "Okay," when I asked her to confirm she wanted to purchase. But in situations like this, I force myself to imagine my victims in another light. One where I play more of a Robin Hood role, stealing money from the abusive and greedy, and giving to the penny-pinching hands of my lower-class boss. No one enjoyed their job here, not even the manager, but we had to put food on the table one way or another. The second call I made was to a younger gentleman, who hung up abruptly when I opened with the line, "We are acting on the recent car crash you have fallen victim to." Smart kid, I thought. The third number, the number that made me quit my job and face the struggles of unemployment. I keyed the number into the telephone, not paying attention enough to memorize it, seeing no value in doing so. I held the phone up to my ear, the spiraling cable rocking back and forth, patting my arm while I waited tentatively for the ringing to stop. After the fourth tone, the hum was abruptly severed before a distant clattering could be heard in the background. and the exhausted voice of a man answered. Hello? Hello, sir. I'm calling today in response to the recent CCTV footage you were captured in. May we have... No, that's impossible. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong number. I assure you, sir, that you have been captured on CCTV. It would assist both ourselves and you that you cooperate to the best of your ability throughout the duration of this call. The man remained silent for a while, his breathing creating a static crackle before something in the distance clattered again. It sounded faintly metallic, the same sort of sound as if you were to drop a steel pipe onto concrete or drop your keys in a tunnel. Sir? Yeah, I'm still here. Sir, I'd like to remind you that this call is urgent and could result in detriments to your life. Well, I wouldn't have done it if you didn't force me to. I'm sorry, sir, but I need you to take this seriously. We have contacted a lawyer on your behalf and require a sum of $100 for early payment. What do I need a lawyer for? You told me this would be off the records. I'm sorry, sir, but the authorities will not overlook the CCTV footage. The man scoffed, sending a wave of static crackling down the line that pierced my ears before an ensemble of echoing footsteps broke the silence as the man began to heave. Do you know how hard it is being alone? I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think that... It's soul-destroying. You said it yourself. You said that I wouldn't be alone again. This was followed by silence before I heard a loud slam of what I can only describe as sounding like a submarine door or a bunker. Sir, I think you're getting me... Oh no, you've been calling me. I don't know how, but you're always there. I don't even answer the phone, not alone does it ring. But whenever I pick up the phone for anything, you're there. I felt as if I were close to making a sell. I thought that changing tactics would ignite something in him more cooperative. Yes, I have, sir. Everything I said is true, but that doesn't expel the fact that you have been caught on CCTV, and we need to do something about it. But there weren't any cameras at her house. The hairs on my arms and neck stuck up on end. Okay, sir. What is your name? With that, we can compare it with the records provided to us by the police and determine whether you were involved. Is this a test? Sir, I assure you this isn't a test. You said I didn't have one. Have what? A name. You said I would be granted one after. After what, sir? Everything. You said that way I wouldn't get lost, that I wouldn't be alone, and that you would find me. I mean, you found me. You found me. I did as you said, and you found me. What's my name? Please, I must know. Sir, I don't Wait, what? What are you talking about? Then why did you tell me to do it? Why? The clattering became louder now, the man's footsteps increasing in speed, breaking into a sprint of heavy repeated steps, until another slam was heard, possibly created by his own impact. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Sir? Are you... She won't quit rattling. You told me she wouldn't mind. You said I was saving her. Sir, whatever it is you're about to do, please contact the police immediately. This will do no good for the case already stacked against you. Wait, she's trying to say something. A sound of tearing fabric crackled down the line, followed by a cacophony of mumbled groans before a gasp broke the tension so loud it was as if the man had resuscitated her back to life. The woman coughed loudly for a few seconds before starting to heave. The woman's breathless voice began to be heard in the background. What's happening? Who are you? I don't know. He won't tell me. Sir, release the woman immediately. I can't. You said that it must be done. Sir, I repeat, do not do anything to the girl. This is not a test. How do I know? You said that before. You've said that hundreds of times, and when I believe you, you punish me. You make me alone again. Sir, there must be another way. You said it was either her or the red shoe house. You made me choose. The woman's older, so I... Let me go, you psychopath. Shut up. My body jerked in revolt at the sound. A meaty thud. The spray of blood and skin flying through the air, infecting my imagination. It was like a geyser. A quick burst of something that sounded wet and dense, crackling into static, masking screams and cries for a brief second that I could barely hear in the background. The sounds that followed have plagued my ears for hours, deafening the world around me into tone-deaf ramblings. The thuds continued in static bursts down the line. I even think the man started to use the phone itself as the blood-curdling screams of the woman became progressively louder and quieter in quick succession of one another. The rattling of chains ramping up into incomprehensible thrashes of noise that drowned out all other sounds until they progressively became quieter and quieter until finally ceasing altogether. My hands were drenched in sweat, the receiver slick with a steady trickle down to my desk starting to form. My mouth agape and sapped of moisture, I remained frozen in suspended terror for what was about to follow. The man grunted with each thud. It must have lasted 10 minutes before the man stopped breathlessly trying to speak. It's done. I couldn't respond. My eyes bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. There is a fourth response to the flight or fight response, and I have achieved it. Fight, flight, freeze, and deafen. A steady ring formed in my ears, growing in intensity, desperately grasping at anything left of my sanity and self-perceived morality. Wait, she's not ready yet. This was the test all along. You tried to convince me otherwise, but you thought I forgot, didn't you? I assure you I haven't. She will be joining you soon and awaiting my arrival. The sound of metallic whirring deafened the receiver, which peaked in retort to the ear-piercing sound before the call gave out. I've since quit my job and reported the incident to the police along with the number on the sheet, but with no recorded evidence of the call that took place. Police are hesitant to enforce a full-blown investigation. My boss was taken aback, hurling words of abuse and disapproval my way. But it didn't faze me as I had grown numb to sound. My body is numbed further, still after finding my daughter's red shoes in the window of our living room, and our Ring camera capturing a hooded figure staring out the house for a few minutes before abruptly leaving. I fear my family's lives are at stake. Chances are, you've been to hell at least once in your life, and never even realized it. With surprising frequency, some people find themselves stumbling along the very furthest peripheries of hell, if only briefly, from sheer bad luck. They fall into glitches in reality, the places where some confluence of natural forces, both known and unknown, named and unnameable, summated in some incalculable way such that something fundamental just broke. Like an earthquake along the fault lines of the universe, tearing open a sinkhole beneath your feet. I've heard so many stories, but all share a single commonality. You will find yourself suddenly alone. Maybe you were walking home at night only to find the neighborhood was so much quieter than it should be, and the lights were all out and there was no blaring of TV sets or barking of dogs, and the shadows seemed starker, and the air heavy and thick, and you tried to pretend you didn't feel that primal tingling in your spine even as you felt your feet start to propel you forward faster and faster without your commanding them. until at last you were safe at home and wondering why you were ever worried. Or perhaps you were a child, emerging from a bathroom to find the shopping mall suddenly emptied out, everything abandoned, quiet and still in a way it should never be, even your mommy having vanished into the ether, and for the first time in your life, you knew what it felt like to be truly alone. And you hid away in the bathroom stall and bawled your little eyes out for what felt like hours, until suddenly you heard your mommy knocking impatiently on the door, and all was well again. It's not a big deal, really. Our instincts do a good job of warning us when we've entered a place that should not exist. It is one of the oldest terrors, one that we can trace through our evolutionary inheritance all the way back to our Precambrian ancestors, same as the fear of drowning. After you were through it, you probably just laughed it off and dismissed it as a case of the willies. But some people get unlucky. Sometimes it sticks to you and doesn't let you go. Some people say that it's trying to teach you a lesson. I doubt the real explanation is anything so benevolent. All we know is, for some reason or another, some people remain long enough to discover the second rule of hell. Stay too long and you'll find that, suddenly, you aren't so alone anymore. I found my way into hell while heading west along the Lincoln Highway through Nebraska, somewhere between Kearney and North Platte. It was the perfect place for it, in retrospect. The sort of road where you can't tell the difference between 1 mile and the next, where everything melds together into one blurry green and brown malaise of cornfields and power lines and old farmhouses. And you wonder if you'll ever live to see the end, or if it just goes on and on forever. I was riding shotgun in a beat-up red pickup truck, indiscernible from any of the thousands of pickup trucks I'd ridden in before it. It used to be all big rigs, but they don't let on hitchhikers anymore. Insurance reasons. To my right was a busted rearview mirror, and to my left was an older man with a thick accent and skin wrinkled beyond his years by the sun, sniffing on earth-like powder he hazily scooped from a 1.2 ounce can labeled Copenhagen smokeless tobacco. "Sorry about your brother, kid. Real sorry," he said, nodding to my little cardboard sign reading Denver for brother's funeral. "Thank you," I said sadly. His passing, well, let's say it was not unexpected. He's at peace now. That's what matters. That's a good way of looking at it. Still sure don't seem like you were expecting it. Haven't seen a hitcher out here in, well, it's been a long time. Can't drive and couldn't afford to fly. I know what you're going to say about it being dangerous and all, but really, what do you mean you can't drive? He looked at me sideways. Just the subject made me shudder. I just can't. I can't do it. Well, I'm guessing you've got a head on your shoulders and a brain between your ears, right? Then what's the issue? It ain't rocket science. My lip quibbled, as if grappling with the temptation to tell him the truth, but I just couldn't. I couldn't tell him about that crisp December night. The night I remember every time there's a chill in the air. The night me and my boyfriend were soaring down that Pennsylvania back road, and we were laughing and chatting and singing to keep ourselves awake through the night. How were we supposed to know what was about to happen? We hadn't seen another soul in hours. It was just us two in the road. I glanced at him for only a moment as he was telling some story, but then I saw his face go pale and his hand raised to point, and I looked just in time to see a black blur on the road, one that was coming fast. So fast. I slammed the brakes. Maybe if I hadn't, the man would have gone right over the vehicle and lived with a few scrapes, but I did, and instead he was jerked forward off the hood of my car and my front wheels crunched over his body with a wet kerchunk. We stopped there, and the only sound was the gentle rumbling of the engine, the breath of a machine, unthinking, unfeeling, with no notion of what it had just done. And all the while, in the stillness, I imagined the man popping back up, smiling and laughing, and revealing that everything was all okay. My brain recreated this fantasy 1,000,000 times in those few seconds, as if by fantasizing hard enough I could make it real. The reality remained. Things weren't all okay. They never would be. The weight of my tires had wrung the man's neck and caved in part of his skull. My boyfriend stood in front of the body, blocking it, begging me not to look. I pushed him out of the way. I need to see it. I need to. It was a madman's statement, a non sequitur, but said with that sort of finality that silenced all possible argument. And I stood over the body, staring stoically, dispassionately, like I wanted to study every inch of the man I'd killed, as if by searching over the pores of his skin and fractured skull and cloudy eyes, I could find some sort of truth hidden there. Why answer to the question pounding in my aching skull like the beating of a heart? Why? But there was nothing there. No truth of any significance, just skin and blood and bits of bone. Drinking, man, I lied. I got caught drinking too many times. They took my license. He whistled. You? Such a nice young man? Who would have thunk? Well, I hope you learned a good lesson there, bud, he said and spat out the window. You know, I wish I could blame the kids these days, but honestly, things were just as bad in the 70s. Worse, maybe. Everybody was driving around drunk as a skunk back then. Still, you're lucky you didn't kill anybody. Funnily enough, that fake confession wasn't what ended up making him ditch me on the side of the road. That part came when I stupidly let slip that I hadn't voted for the same guy he did. I was out on my ears again, but I figured I couldn't be too far from Gothenburg now, and my gut was roaring for a BLT, so I started to walk. God, I should have been paying more attention. I should have noticed the signs of civilization fading away, the railroad and farmhouses and industrial complexes of corrugated steel being gradually replaced by views of old abandoned sheds and the crumbling concrete skeletons of buildings, until even that was gone, leaving only endless fields of corn on either side of me. I should have listened to that terrible feeling in my chest. Maybe if I had, I could have turned around, walked out of hell, instead of plunging myself deeper and deeper. What I wouldn't have done for some shade. I forgot my hat in his truck, and the sun's heat soaked into my head until my skull felt like a pressure cooker, boiling my brains. I could see the heat radiating off the road like someone was turning up a thermostat. Where were all the cars? Used to be one would pass every minute, providing at least a moment of hope. Now I couldn't hear the roar of them in the distance, nor could I hear the hummingbirds, nor the Mormon crickets. My walking slowed, became drowsy, almost a waddle. Hours must have passed, but the sun hadn't moved an inch, looming directly in the center of the sky above. Even my addled mind had realized that I couldn't make it anywhere by marching forward, but it was also too late to turn back. I'd never make it. Part of me wanted to flee the road, dash into the corn where there'd be shade and maybe a refuge. But deep down I knew there were no farms out there, no towns. Those fields stretched on forever and ever, and if I entered them, I'd never find my way back to the road. I was ready to collapse, my knees bent and shook with every step I took, ready to give out from under me. I imagined the turkey vultures picking my corpse apart on the side of the road, and then there, far down the road, a flash of color. I thought it was a mirage at first, but the pickup truck slowly came into focus, like a spot of clarity cutting even through the blur of my vision. I tried to call out, but my throat was too dry, and only a rasping groan emerged. It was all I could do to wave my arms in the air like I was mad. It was going fast, and I feared it might just leave me to die. But just as it passed me, the driver slammed on the brakes with a hideous squeal, leaving tire tracks in the pavement. I was gasping as I limped to the car, throwing open the door and snatching a plastic water bottle from the middle console, swallowing it in 2 or 3 gulps without a word. It felt like the water wasn't just rolling down my throat, but coursing through my entire body like a wave, flowing under my skin and making my hair stand on edge as energy and vitality returned to me. I felt like a corpse had been brought back to life. Thank God, thank God, I whispered. I think I was going mad. I thought I was going to die out there. The man behind the wheel was the polar opposite of my typical driver. He wore a 3-piece suit and a 5 o'clock shadow, and some old-fashioned hat which hid his eyes in its shade. He didn't even bother to look at me, just waited for me to climb in before smoothly proceeding with his drive. "Don't worry," he said in a smooth, easy tone. "Everything is going to be okay." I prattled on as we drove, recounting what had happened. It was pure stream of consciousness gibberish, for I was just excited to be able to talk again, marveling at the sound of my own voice. He sat silent and motionless all the while, hands at 10 and 2, eyes on the road. At least, until he suddenly cut in. "It's been too long since we had a good storm. Today would be a perfect day for rain." I paused, a bit taken aback by his interruption and the non sequitur, but then smiled politely. "Yeah, I had no idea it got so hot up here in Nevada, and at this time of year, it was like an oven out there." Where is he taking me? The thought flashed across my mind, unbidden. I looked out over those endless, rolling cornfields for any hint of a landmark. Nothing at all. My eyes drifted down to the hood, seeing the truck's scraped red paint job, and finding it oddly familiar. They flicked then to the middle console, and there it was, that 1.2 ounce can labeled Copenhagen smokeless tobacco. That terrible, constricting feeling in my chest was slowly returning. I gazed at the rearview mirror to find the glass had been busted, but through the twist of mangled glass, I could almost swear the boilerplate disclaimer at the bottom read, "It is getting closer." His voice opened up again from the driver's seat. "It's been too long since we've had a good storm. Today would be a perfect day for rain." A shudder ran up my spine. He'd spoken those words with the exact same cadence, rhythm, tone. It was like somebody playing back a recording, or some NPC of the universe repeating the same voice lines, trying to execute broken and fragmented code. As if on cue, we both turned slowly to face each other, and I was met by the reflection of my own face twice over. He had no eyes, only round little mirrors lodged into his sockets, foggy and gray, but just clear enough for me to see myself. Things, I realized, were happening to the me that existed in the reflection of those mirrors. They were so small and blurry, it was hard to even tell what. In most cases, all I could see was a haze of red. I realized that those mirrors seemed to be showing me every way I could possibly die here, every way the driver could kill me, every way I could kill myself. Sometimes other things I didn't even recognize appeared in the vehicle to do the job. "Don't worry," his voice played again. "Everything is going to be okay." The car was moving faster and faster now, until those endless cornfields were indecipherable blurs on either side of us. But he wasn't stepping on the gas, nor was there a roaring of the engine. It was more like friction itself had been dispelled, and the truck was free to accelerate on and on forever. Still, I almost considered jumping out, but then the mirrors in his eyes showed a reflection of me doing so, and then being shredded into chunks of meat by the asphalt, like it was warning me. The man seemed to be falling into a seizure now, twitching and convulsing in his seat. I thought he was grinning at me, but really the muscles in his face were just pulling back, skin stretched painfully taut over his features. I watched the volume knob on the radio turn up of its own accord, but instead of emanating from the speakers, the sound rumbled from the man's throat in a fit of static. Hitchhiker, found, butchered, a long Lincoln highway. He spoke in disparate voices, as if his words were being spliced together from across multiple channels. Pieces were found scattered 4 miles along roadside. What could I do but scream and beg? If only I could run or fight back, there would be some catharsis in it, at least some illusion that I had any power over my own fate. But we were just driving so fast, faster than any man-made object has ever traveled. Once more the temperature was soaring, baking my brain and my skull. The sky seemed to be fading to a lifeless gray, before beginning to flicker with visceral shades of orange and yellow. The sun remained its vigil directly above us. Unforgiving, unrelenting. The stalks of corn were dying and shriveling in the fields, turning ashy and gray. I swear the very metal frame of the truck seemed to be melting, shedding droplets on the road like ice cream left out in the sun. There, out there, at the very end of the road, an unfathomable distance away, and yet closing the gap with such horrific speed, it seemed there would be only seconds before it was upon us. The towering silhouette of a thing with 7 hands and 7 crowns. All were singing in a dread harmony, a blasphemous mockery of the concept of music. Yet their voices carried those untold millions of miles on a infernal wind which boiled the frame of the truck. The driver was staring right at me now. Those mirror eyes were bulging halfway out of his sockets, each now reflecting the view from inside a car, headlights illuminating a drive down a dark forest road late at night, and his mouth was opened wide, so wide, and all of those countless voices from across every channel had united into a unified, ritualistic chant. It is getting closer. It is getting closer. I no longer feared the certain death that would result from a crash at these speeds. I only feared what would happen to me if I allowed myself to be delivered to that creature. I started by trying the door, but no earthly force could ever open it or break its window. I then turned my mad flailing upon the driver, punching, strangling, trying to slam his head against the steering wheel. His grip on the wheel never tottered even for an instant. He made no effort to stop me, even as I uselessly attempted to pry out those glassy eyes. I was halfway in the driver's seat now, blinded by tears throughout the mad struggle, making a mad scramble into his seat, and slammed my foot down on the brake. In a moment, I was far away from the chaos. I passed through the windshield with such speed that I felt nothing of it, and my momentum alone seemed to carry me on for miles. Everything went dark. For a moment, with horror, I thought that was what death was, an endless void of black, an infinite sensory deprivation chamber. But then my eyes adjusted and I saw the silhouettes of trees above, and the cool pavement below. And directly above me sat the moon, full and eerie. I tried to stand but found that my body would not obey. I think I managed to twitch a finger a little bit, but can't be sure. I tried to scream for help, but only emitted a low rumble in my chest, audible only to my own ears. Speaking of, they were the last faculty to return to me. Faintly, as if through a fog, I could hear crickets chirping in the forest and the low rumble of a car engine idling. And then, was that the sound of my boyfriend? I could hear him crying by the crack of his voice as he begged something, but I could only make out the words, "Don't look," and then footsteps crunching shattered glass on the pavement as someone approached. I looked up at him, and just the sight of his face drew another rumble from my chest as I tried to scream and sob and beg for God. It was me. His breath fogged from the wintry Pennsylvania air. I watched the other me's eyes as I passed through every stage of grief and moments. I knew exactly how he felt. After all, I remembered it like it was yesterday. I remembered, too, what I must have looked like right then. My back broken, my skull caved in on one side. I could draw out every little detail from memory. And worse, I could feel what my victim had felt in this moment. His grief at a life he'd never lived. I felt the weight of all the one days he harbored in the back of his mind without knowing. One day they'll finally give me that promotion. One day I'll settle down with someone I love and have a kid. Name them Lily or Elijah. One day I'll save up enough to bring them to Kyoto to see the Gion Matsuri. And one by one, slowly, inextricably, I felt those one days turn into nevers. I knew I looked like a corpse already. Maybe I should by all rights be dead by natural law, but something kept me alive, long enough to hear the frantic conversation me and my boyfriend were having. Every word I was forced to remember was like a dagger to my heart. I'd do anything to take them back. And then I was kept alive, even as they dragged me through the forest, even as every movement felt like white-hot needles being driven into my fractured spine. I was alive to listen to them digging. I was alive to be tossed into the pit, to feel the dirt piled on top of me bit by bit, to feel the weight of it upon me, to be trapped in the womb of the earth, down in the dark with the worms. I was suffocating down there, and knew this choking desperation would be my eternal punishment, to inhabit the body of my own victim, forever and ever. I made peace with that fact. I deserved every moment of it, and at that very instant, light. It was the feeling of ice-cold water upon my sunburnt face that finally woke me. I sat up, coughing and sputtering, to hear the murmuring of a crowd all around me. "He's alive," a bearded old man shouted. A mass of hands rushed to stabilize me, prevent me from fainting again as I lurched dizzily. I blinked, confused, blinded by the light. I looked down at my hands as if to just confirm I was myself again. "Good merciful Christ, kid. You were passed out right on the side of the road." I looked drowsily around. A few people had parked their cars on the shoulder, rushing to investigate the body on the side of the road. Surely they expected a murder. Maybe that would bring some excitement to this dreary bit of country, but instead they concluded they found some young, stupid city boy who'd just about keeled over from heat exhaustion. "Trying to hitchhike in this heat wave?" One man huffed, shaking his head. "You must have lost your mind." "Don't worry," a much kinder woman said, rubbing my back as she helped me choke down water. "Everything is going to be okay." It took me a few minutes to get my bearings, but eventually, I started to believe them. Surely I'd just passed out from the heat and had a weird dream. My head was still sore and pounding after all. I politely declined an ambulance once I was back on my own feet, although a couple people offered me a ride to the next town, afraid I'd get myself killed otherwise. Relieved and more than a little embarrassed, I was immediately ready to put this all behind me, to forget about this strange journey I'd been sent on by my own subconscious. And then a car passed on the road that had previously been empty just a moment before. A classic hearse. And there, behind the wheel, the man with the mirror eyes. His nice suit unblemished, his features refined. He flashed me a knowing grin in that instant as I watched him pass, teeth all shiny and white. He even reached up and tipped his hat to me, as if he'd done me a service. Or maybe he was trying to warn me not to forget what I'd just been through, the lesson I'd learned on that long road through hell. And then he was past me, and all I could do was watch his car be reduced to a black speck in the far distance, seemingly swallowed by the blazing white of the setting sun. When I was in 4th grade, I met this kid called James. He was a little weird, quiet more than anything, but once I got to know him, he seemed like a chill dude. The thing that stood out to me the most was how good he was at voice impersonations. A little too good, in fact. I would have mistaken his voice acting for the person he was imitating if it wasn't for the fact that it came out of his mouth. However, there was one incident that made me want to stay away from this kid. Typing this out 15 years later, it still sends shivers down my spine. I still don't have an explanation for it, and quite frankly, I'd rather not have one. It was the summer before Christmas break, December 12th in my school. As usual, we would go out to have snowball fights and go downhill with a sled. You know, normal kid stuff. As I was collecting snow, I got a call from a distance. "Hey, Thomas, time to go home. Let's go." It sounded exactly like my mom, but when I turned around, I saw James, giggling while hiding behind a mountain of snow. That was strange. I could have sworn that voice came from at least 30 feet away, but looking at James, he was definitely no farther than 6 feet. "Geez, I thought you were my mom for a sec," I said, pouting. James burst out laughing. "Got you again. You're so easy to trick sometimes." Shut up. I was a little mad at how good his impersonations were, but then again, it was funny to troll other people with it, especially the teachers. More time passed by, and eventually the teacher actually did call us over to let us know that my mom was picking us up. Our plan was to have a sleepover before Christmas break began. My mom picked us up in her car and drove us home. We were left alone with a babysitter for the night, since she had to go work on her afternoon job plus her night shift. She was a single mother juggling 3 jobs, so it isn't necessarily easy for her. James and I were in the playroom for a while before nighttime came. Bedtime was coming up, but knowing James, he was gonna find a way to stay up and perform some of his shenanigans. Our babysitter, Jackie, walked in and tucked us into bed, both mattresses on the floor, before turning off the lights and shutting the door. It was silent for a good few minutes before James' intrusive thoughts got the better of him. "Psst, Thomas," he whispered. "You up?" I turned around to face him. "Yeah, what's up?" Even though it was dark, I could sense James' devious grin. Clearly he thought of some crazy idea. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Wanna play a game?" His voice caught me off guard. He perfectly impersonated the voice of my crush at the time, Hannah. Again, I could have mistaken it for her, if it wasn't for the fact that I could see James' face right in front of me. "Why would you use her voice on me like that?" I slapped his shoulder. He had his face buried in his pillows, holding his laughter. James' voice went back to normal. "Let's play Find and Listen," he proposed. For context, Find and Listen was a game James made up when we first met. I don't know if he had that idea before, but I'd rather not know. The game was that you would stand in the middle of a dark hallway and see what your eyes would start making up to scare the crap out of you. It was a really weird game, I know, but we were kids and James was, well, James, so I went along with it with my naive mind. "You should go first," said James, grinning. "I'll buy you a pack of Oreos if you do." "Fine," I replied, getting up. Tiptoeing, I peeked under the door to see if Jackie was still awake. To our amusement, all the lights to the house were turned off and I couldn't hear the TV, so I slowly creaked the door open. The coast was clear. Taking a deep breath, I stood in the middle of the hallway in silence, staring into darkness. It was silent for the first few minutes. Even James, who would usually already be laughing his butt off, was completely quiet. Besides the dark walls getting bigger and smaller as I looked around, nothing abnormal happened at first. The first weird thing came soon after. Slight breathing was being heard from far away. It wasn't any breathing I recognized, though. Eventually the sound went from breathing to a subtle groan. A very, very deep groan. I started feeling pressure on my chest as if someone's entire weight was slamming against it. My breath shortened, body shaking. Whatever I was feeling, I certainly didn't think that I was safe at that very moment. As time went on, my heartbeat increased by the minute until, eventually, I could feel it in my throat. James, are you still there? I'm scared." I whimpered, my body shaking even more in discomfort. He didn't respond, but I knew he was there because I saw his silhouette still laying down on the bed, sitting crisscrossed. I then felt something brush my shoulder. Jolting, I turned around to see nothing but the other side of the dark hallway. James?" I said, trying to hold the lump of tears in my throat. Again, no response. No matter where I was turning around, I could feel a massive presence behind me, a pressure that I never felt before. I closed my eyes and curled into a ball. However, the pressure only got worse. "James, can the game end now?" I asked, a tear forming in my eye. This time I did get a response, but it wasn't James' voice. It was soft, a girl's voice. It had a slight echo to it. "I thought you were having fun," it said. "James, seriously stop," I said a bit louder. The pressure from behind me switched to right in front of me. I could feel something right in front of me, staring at me with an intense glare. Hot breath simmered across my cheeks. It smelt bad, horrific even. "Come on, why don't we play together?" asked the same female voice again. A gentle hand ran its fingers across my shoulder. I tensed up my whole body, holding my breath. Even though I was used to James' impersonations, this presence felt different, paranormal. The voice then went from a gentle female voice to a deep, threatening growl. "It's okay," it said. Suddenly, I began feeling lightheaded. My consciousness began leaving me. It was a strange feeling I can't yet comprehend, even after so many years. The best way I could describe it is when you start seeing stars and feeling lightheaded after getting up too fast, combined with my head getting pulled upwards. I gasped and opened my eyes, and there it was. A dark figure with piercing red eyes and sharp teeth grinning right at me, its face longer than a console table. I let out a blood-curdling scream, tears running down my face. Almost instantly, the lights to the hallway turned on and Jackie, my babysitter, ran up to me, asking if I was okay in a panic. I was paralyzed, petrified. My eyes were widened, body still shaking. tears still dripping down my cheek. Next to Jackie was James, his face looking just as terrified. However, something about him felt off. His eyes were glowing a little more than usual. Not too much, but in a weird way, as if the glow was residue, slowly diminishing into nothing. Although barely noticeable, I could see it. James' glare was too familiar to me. But if that was the case, then what did I see? Why did it look so different to the James I knew? I couldn't sleep that night. I insisted that the lights in the house stayed on until my mom came to pick me up. I slept next to her that night, and James was sent home early. He didn't come back after Christmas break. No one knows why James' family decided to leave without saying a single word after that. Not only did he leave the school, but the city. Strangely enough, no one has heard from him since. 15 years later, I still can't explain what happened that night. Like James' eyes glowing, his overly perfect voice impersonations, his strange personality, the eerie games that he liked to play. But one thing's for sure, I'd rather not have an answer to any of it. I've always loved the quiet of libraries, the way the air seemed to hum with a subdued reverence, how the dusty scent of old books wrapped around me like a comforting embrace. I used to hang out at my grandma's house when she was still alive and kicking. The place was a bit dusty, though Nana did try her best at dusting, and the old wooden furniture made the air smell ancient, as it should. Surely, you know how the scent of your grandparents' house is, right? It was why I took the job at the city's oldest library. I grew up in that kind of rustic environment. I thought it would be the perfect place to escape, to lose myself in the endless stacks of long-forgotten stories. But I never imagined I would stumble upon one of my own. It started with a simple accident. I was restocking the history section when my foot caught on something. Looking down, I saw the corner of an old, leather-bound book peeking out from beneath a shelf. It was strange. This particular shelf was bolted to the floor, leaving no room for anything to slip underneath. Curious, I knelt and pulled the book free, the spine creaking with age. The title was embossed in gold, though the letters were faded and nearly illegible. It took a moment for me to decipher them. The Library of Echoes. I had never seen or heard of it before, which was odd given how well I knew the books that should be in this particular shelf. I turned it over, searching for a barcode or any sign. It belonged to our library. There was none. Someone might have accidentally put this back, I thought to myself. Thus, I reported this for our manager to look into via our library system. Finished filing out the report, my curiosity got the better of me. A book as old as it looked will definitely contain some sort of vintage novel that would intrigue a geeky bookworm such as me. I giddily took the book to the back room, where I could examine it without interruption. The pages were brittle, yellowed with age, but the text was clear, crisp even, as though the ink had just dried. As I read the first few lines, a strange sensation came over me. The words were familiar, unsettlingly so. The book described a librarian, alone in a vast, ancient library, discovering a hidden book that seemed to have been waiting for them. My hands began to tremble as I continued reading, realizing that the book was describing me, right down to the smallest details of my day. The chair I was sitting in, the coffee I had spilled earlier in the break room, even the way my heart was beginning to race as I read further. I should have stopped, but I couldn't. The story continued, recounting how the librarian, overwhelmed by the impossible nature of the book, would return to the shelves in search of more, how they would find a hidden door, one they had never noticed before, leading to a forgotten section of the library, a place that shouldn't exist. I shut the book. Well, that was weird. I thought to myself after a good yawn, the kind of yawn that shuts you out from the world for a few seconds. As I'm the only person in this library on a Sunday and had a filling lunch earlier, I decided to take a nap. I made sure to look like I was reading a book, a skill I developed in middle school. I remember falling asleep quickly. In the dream, I felt sudden terror as I saw myself in the middle of the same library. I don't remember standing up and walking away from my desk. Driven by a mix of fear and compulsion, I walked through the labyrinth of shelves until I saw it. The small, narrow door at the end of an aisle I knew had been empty, just waiting to be found as said in the book. The wood was ancient, the paint peeling, yet it called to me, pulling me forward with an irresistible force. I grasped the cold brass handle and pushed it open. The air beyond was different, colder, heavier, thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something I couldn't quite place. The room was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, shifting shadows across the walls. Shelves lined the room, filled with more books, each one seemingly older than the last. I picked up the first book that caught my eye. It was thick, bound in cracked leather, and as I opened it, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The words were in a language I couldn't understand, the letters twisting and contorting on the page as if they were alive. Then suddenly the book's cover became as hot as the sun. I screamed in pain as I dropped the book, my charred hands shaking uncontrollably. But it was too late. The door behind me slammed shut, the echo reverberating through the room like a gunshot. I was trapped. Panic set in, but my body refused to move, held in place by some unseen force. The books on the shelves began to hum, a low guttural sound that resonated deep within my bones. I realized that the room itself was alive. The books were its organs, the shelves its bones, and I was its prey. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it rested another book, identical to the one I had first found. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me toward it as the humming grew louder, more insistent. I didn't want to open it, but my hands betrayed me, reaching out to touch the worn cover. The moment my fingers brushed the leather, the humming stopped. Silence fell over the room like a shroud. I opened the book. It was blank. I flipped through the pages, each one as empty as the last, until I reached the very end. There, in spidery handwriting, was a single sentence. "You are the last echo." I felt a sharp pain in my chest as if something had torn loose inside me. The room began to spin, the shadows closing in, pressing against me until I could barely breathe, and then as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. I was standing in the main hall of the library, the hidden door nowhere to be seen. The book was gone, vanished from my hands, but I wasn't alone. People were moving through the aisles, but they didn't see me. I tried to speak, to call out, but no sound came. It was as if I didn't exist. I rushed to the nearest patron, waving my hands in front of their face, but they walked right through me as if I were a ghost. In a way, I suppose I was. As I stood there, helpless, I heard it, the humming. It was faint at first, barely audible over the sounds of the library, but it grew louder, clearer, until I could make out the words, "You are the last echo." The truth hit me with a cold, sinking dread. I wasn't just in the library. I was part of it now. Another echo in its endless, twisting holes. My story, my life had been absorbed, just like all the others who had come before me, and the library would continue to grow, to feed on the souls of those who wandered too far into its depths. I tried to leave, to escape, but no matter how far I ran, how many doors I opened, I always ended up back in that same room, with its flickering light and endless shelves. The books, now filled with my words, my thoughts, mocked me from their places on the shelves, and every time I opened one, I found the same sentence staring back at me. You are the last echo. The moment I was about to read those exact words for the last time, a voice read it for me. It didn't sound human at all. It sounded like it was read in an infinitely large room, resonating every word. It was deafening. I felt my eardrums disintegrate. I could feel blood gush out of my ears down to my neck. This was the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. Might even be the worst thing a human could feel before dying. I would never wish this excruciating pain upon no one. Before I could feel the thick crimson blood drip down my chest, I woke up. I woke up with a start, my heart racing as the oppressive darkness of the library faded away. I was still in the chair, surrounded by stacks of old dusty books, my drool pooling in one area of my desk, the late afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. I let out a shaky sigh, relieved that it had all just been a daydream, a twisted product of my overactive imagination. I glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that only a few minutes had passed since I had dozed off. I chuckled nervously at myself, rubbing my temples to dispel the lingering unease. The Library of Echoes wasn't real. It couldn't be. Just a product of my mind blending the musty atmosphere and this ancient building with the unsettling stories I'd been cataloging all day. But as I stood up to leave, something caught my eye. A book that I didn't remember pulling from the shelf sat open on the desk in front of me. The pages were filled with names, hundreds of them, written in an elegant, flowing script. I skimmed the list, my eyes widening as I saw the last name written at the bottom. It was mine. My breath hitched and I quickly slammed the book shut. My hands trembling, I forced a mocking laugh, trying to convince myself it was just another part of the dream that had bled into reality. Screw you, library. Screw you. I muttered as I laughed, trying to make light of the situation. But as I turned to leave the library, the shadows seemed to grow longer, the air colder, and I swear I heard faint whispers echoing through the aisles. You are the last echo. I hurried out, my footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the empty space. As I reached the door, I glanced back one last time. Everything seemed normal. Just an old library filled with dusty books. But as I stopped outside into the fading daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something that had followed me out of the dream and into the waking world. And when I looked at the windows, I could have sworn I saw a faint reflection of someone, or something, standing where I had just been. I don't know if I'm crazy or if there's something genuinely wrong with me, but I need to write this down. Maybe putting it into words will help. Maybe it'll prove that I'm not losing my mind. It started about 2 weeks ago. Just little things at first. I'd misplace my keys and find them in strange places, like inside the fridge or the bathroom sink. I chalked it up to being tired. Work's been stressful lately, and I've been putting in long hours. But then other things started happening, and I can't ignore it anymore. One morning, I woke up and everything felt off. It's hard to explain, but it was like the world was tilted just slightly, like everything around me was wrong in some subtle, horrifying way. My room felt different, like it wasn't really my room, even though nothing had changed. I had this overwhelming feeling that something was watching me. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling stayed with me all day. The next few days, things only got worse. I'd hear faint whispers in the middle of the night, just on the edge of hearing, like they were coming from inside the walls. They didn't make any sense, just a low, unintelligible murmur that made my skin crawl. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't help. If anything, it made it worse. Shadows seemed to move just outside my vision, flickering and darting around whenever I wasn't looking directly at them. And then, the dreams started. In my dreams, I'd be walking around through my house, but it wasn't really my house. It was a twisted version of it, dark and distorted. The walls would stretch out like they were breathing, and the floors would buckle under my feet. I'd try to find a way out, but every door led me deeper into the nightmare. There was always this awful feeling of dread, like something terrible was just around the corner waiting for me. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, but relieved to be back in the real world. At least, I used to be. Now I'm not so sure which world is the nightmare. 2 days ago, I noticed something strange in my reflection. It wasn't anything obvious, just a small detail that I almost missed. My reflection smiled at me when I wasn't smiling. It was so subtle that I thought I'd imagined it, but it happened again and again. Now I can't look at mirrors without feeling nauseous. I tried covering them up, but I swear I can feel my reflection staring at me from behind the fabric, grinning that horrible, wrong smile. Yesterday I found something that pushed me over the edge. I was getting ready for bed when I noticed a small notebook on my nightstand. I don't remember buying it, and it wasn't there before. I flipped through the pages, and they were all filled with writing in my handwriting, but I don't remember writing any of it. The notes were disturbing. They described things I've never done, places I've never been, and conversations I've never had. But the most terrifying part is that they described events that hadn't happened yet, but later that day, they did. It was like the notebook was predicting my future, and it was never anything good. For example, one entry said, "You'll cut your hand on a broken glass." I didn't think much of it until I accidentally knocked a glass off the counter and sliced my palm open while cleaning up the pieces. Another entry said, "Your friend Emily will call with bad news." An hour later, Emily called me to tell me her cat had died unexpectedly. Now I'm terrified to read the rest of the notebook, but I can't stop. I need to know what's going to happen next, even if it's awful, and it always is. Last night I had the worst dream yet. I was in that twisted version of my house again, only this time I wasn't alone. There was something else there with me. I didn't see it, but I could feel it, this overwhelming presence like a weight on my chest. It whispered to me, and I understood it this time. It said, "I'm coming for you." I woke up screaming, and that's when I noticed the notebook on my bed. It wasn't on the nightstand anymore, and there was a new entry that I hadn't written. "It's not a dream." I don't know what to do. I'm terrified to go to sleep, but I can't stay awake forever. The whispers are getting louder, and my reflection has stopped mimicking me altogether. It just stares at me with that awful grin, like it knows something I don't. I feel like I'm losing my grip on reality. The world doesn't feel real anymore. Every sound, every shadow, every little thing feels wrong, like it's all part of some sick game that I'm trapped in. I've tried reaching out to friends, but they don't understand. They think I'm just stressed out, that I need a break. But I know that's not it. Something's really wrong and it feels awful. And now I'm scared that whatever's happening to me isn't going to stop until it's too late. I've started hearing footsteps in my house at night. They're soft, almost imperceptible, but I know they're there. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, and then I heard them stop outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, waiting for whatever it was to come inside, but it never did. When I finally gathered the courage to check, there was no one there, but I could still feel that presence, that awful, suffocating weight. Today I found another entry in the notebook. It wasn't there when I went to bed, but when I woke up, it was waiting for me. It's inside the house. I don't know what to do anymore. I feel like I'm being watched constantly, like there's something just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. I've checked every lock, every window, but nothing seems to keep it out. It's like it's already inside, just biding its time. And now as I'm writing this, I can hear it again. The footsteps. They're louder this time, more deliberate. They're coming down the hall, getting closer and closer. My heart is pounding and my hands are shaking so badly that it's hard to type. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this. I don't know if anyone will even read this. The footsteps have stopped outside my door again. I can hear breathing now. Low, raspy breaths like something is struggling to draw air. I'm too scared to look, too scared to move. I know it's out there waiting for me to open the door. There's another entry in the notebook. It's here. I don't know what it wants, but I can feel it. It's right on the other side of the door and it's waiting for me. I can't hide forever. I know that, but I'm so scared. I don't want to see what's out there. I don't want to know what's been watching me all this time. I can hear the doorknob turning now. It's slow, deliberate, like it knows I'm too terrified to stop it. The door is creaking open and I can feel the cold air seeping into the room. I'm sorry. I have to go. I have to. If you're reading this, I'm probably gone by now, but I need to warn you. I don't know what's happening, but it's real. It's real and it won't stop. Not until it has what it wants. I thought I could hide, but it found me. It always finds you. And it's not just in the nightmares. It's everywhere. I can't fight it anymore, but maybe you can. Maybe if you're reading this, you can find a way to stop it before it's too late. But whatever you do, don't trust your reflection. Don't listen to the whispers. And whatever you do, don't open the door. It's waiting for you too. "8 a.m. It's said that the average person will walk past 36 murderers in their lifetime. 36 people who have taken the final breaths of victims who led a typical, everyday life like mine. The scariest part is, they can look like you, or me. Amongst a large crowd of people, they go undetected. camouflage like a predator until the perfect opportunity comes to strike. These opportunities can be at any given moment, at any given day. That's what makes them so terrifying. These were the thoughts I was having while I was reading a news article yesterday in a cafe downtown. With every word my eyes passed over, the more my heart sank. Jessica Talbot, 35, soon to be married, dead in her home after being stabbed 27 times in the chest and abdomen. Truly despicable. The intruder snuck into the house in the middle of the night yesterday and murdered a soon-to-be-married woman in cold blood. Police said there were no leads at this time, but they were doing everything they can to find her killer. Yeah, right, I scoffed. They never do anything until it's too late. Call me cynical, but the cries of help from Minnie either go unanswered or brushed aside. Her fiancé Christian, in addition to family and friends, claimed that Jessica had reported numerous times a stalking behavior and harassment from an unknown number, yet nothing was ever uncovered. The sentence confirmed my earlier sentiment, making my heart heavy for the numerous people who tried to do something. Why is it so hard to just listen? Listen to these people and do the right thing. My eyes drifted to the picture beneath the article. It revealed an absolutely beautiful woman with straight blonde hair. Her smile was infectious, and her emerald green eyes twinkled with a bright happiness. This woman would never see her wedding day. I couldn't begin to imagine what everyone close to her was feeling. I shook my head in disgust as I reached out in front of me to take a sip of my iced coffee. Its refreshing taste taking the bitterness of the bile that formed in my throat. Murder, rape, pedophiles, robberies. It's always the worst of humanity that makes the front pages. The good things in life don't rile people up or make anybody any money. I decided to take a mental break and put my phone away in my pocket, shoving the negative thoughts that clouded my mind to the side. My mind had been so overwhelmed. I had completely drowned out what was going on around me. The cafe was filled with people sitting, moving around, or shuffling in through the door. Lo-fi music played over the speakers that was loud enough to hear, but not loud enough to drown out everything else. The chatter, the clacking of keyboards, the barista taking orders. It would be considered sensory overload to some, but to me, it was comforting. I liked being in public and seeing the daily interactions that comprised of people's days. Maybe it's because my life isn't that special, so I can live vicariously through others. Maybe it's because I'm a little weird. I'm not sure, but either way, I just like to people watch. Ironically enough, though, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. If you're in public long enough, you will get that feeling eventually. However, something was different about this. It felt like someone's eyes were glued to me and dissecting me like I were a science class frog. My eyes darted around the cafe as I wondered what was making me feel so uneasy. I saw nothing but couples chatting, people on business, talking on their phones or working on their laptops. But there was one person my eyes stumbled on that was different. He was sitting in the corner, his beady little eyes fixated directly on me. My gut pinpointed that this was the guy responsible for making me feel this way. The man's eyes were a shark's, dark, devoid of any emotion, and were seemingly watching my every movement as his hands hovered over the keys to his laptop. A part of me wanted to go over and confront him and tell him to knock it off. But what if he wasn't looking at me? What if he was looking through me? He seemed to be pondering something, but what I didn't have the faintest idea, nor did I want to really know. We locked eyes for a moment that felt like an eternity before he returned to whatever it was that was on his laptop, his eyes now hidden behind the computer screen, and his curly red hair. I chalked it up to the man being lost in thought, and I just so happened to be in his line of sight. It's happened to me before, so I couldn't necessarily fault him for that. Yet, I couldn't completely shrug off the feeling that something was seriously off about him. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and decided to do some more reading. I had to leave in an hour, but thankfully, I was only right down the street from where I was employed. In other words, I had quite a bit of time on my hands to kill. I'm not sure how much time had passed before I felt that unnerving gaze fall upon me again. Out of my peripheral, I could see the figure of the man peeking out from his computer screen at me. I didn't want to give the man the satisfaction of knowing how uncomfortable I was sitting there. I felt like a deer caught in the scope of a hunter's rifle. Any sudden movement and I was done for. I gulped nervously and reached out to grip the iced coffee on the table. The condensation dripped down my hand, the cup sweating like I was internally. Try to act normal. I kept repeating in my head like a mantra as I hyperfixated on the illuminated screen of my phone. Eventually he withdrew and went back to his laptop, his eyes once again hidden from view. I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't feel like I was being suffocated by a boa constrictor. This might have been how Perseus felt when he was avoiding the eyes of Medusa. I joked darkly to myself, still processing the weird scenario I was in. Perhaps I was overreacting, but there was something off, something I couldn't quite exactly put my finger on. My focus on my phone never left until it was eventually time to leave. I got up to throw my empty cup away and push my seat in when I noticed something strange. Amidst the constant traffic of people coming and leaving the cafe, I noticed the man who was staring at me was no longer here. However, his laptop was. It was closed and looked as though it had remained undisturbed for a while. How it didn't get snatched up, I'm not sure, but I assumed its owner would return for it soon. Perhaps the man had gone to the bathroom. No, that couldn't be possible. My seat was mere feet from the bathroom. I would have noticed if he walked right past me, especially with those eyes that he had. Maybe he had stepped outside for a smoke. I looked outside and gazed upon the people who walked the sidewalk. His face was not amongst them. Had he really just up and left his laptop here? My heart thudded like a heavy drum as I walked towards where the man had sat earlier and grabbed the laptop. It was cold, like it had been off for an extended period of time. Maybe it hadn't even been turned on. Did he come in here just to watch people? To watch me? I'm not someone who was easily scared, but this was definitely freaking me out. I began walking towards the front counter to ask if the people working could return the laptop to the man, but stopped. There are so many people who walk through those doors. How are they going to remember some random guy? Maybe I could take it and return it when I come back here the next day. I scolded myself for entertaining the idea of taking someone's personal property. That was downright wrong. What more could I do, though? Besides, it wasn't stealing. It was making sure it was safe to be returned. I debated for a while on what to do, but that's when I went with my gut and decided to take the laptop. I would return to the cafe tomorrow morning and return it to the man if he was here. With my decision having been made, I walked out the door, laptop in hand, towards my job. Hopefully the mind-numbing bedroom could make me feel something other than fear. 6 p.m. By the time I got home from work, I was mentally exhausted. The monotony of work had nearly bored me to death. The only keeping me awake was the mystery of what the laptop I had taken contained. I had debated all day on whether or not I should look into the laptop's contents, and I had decided that I would. It's not an invasion of privacy if I'm looking for the person who left their property behind. That's the thought I used to rationalize what I was going to do tonight. I had placed the laptop on the desk in my room and made myself something to eat. When I returned, I opened the laptop and pressed the power button. I munched on my food as I anxiously anticipated the computer turning on. What was I going to find on there? Everyone has skeletons in their closet, but what kind of skeletons lurked on the laptop? After several moments of waiting, the screen lit up before me with just a basic wallpaper of large sunflowers. I clicked on the pad and was immediately allowed access to the home screen. The fact there wasn't a passcode screen was very strange to me. Who doesn't lock their computer? Everyone these days has a lock on their devices. Even weirder was the fact that despite all the searching I did by going through various files, downloads, or documents, I wasn't able to find a thing in regard to the person's identity. It was like the computer was wiped clean. Why would that be, though? I continued to search around, clicking on anything and everything that could potentially give me insight on the man who was observing me in the cafe. I was so wrapped up in my investigation and bewilderment that I was startled when I heard a knock at my door. Who could be at my door? I got up and walked to my front door and opened it. Nothing. No one was there. I looked to the left and to the right, but there was not a single person in sight. Maybe I was mishearing things. It might have been coming from the neighbor's apartment. It could have been someone who realized they had the wrong house. Who knows? I closed the door and brushed it off as I walked back towards my room and sat myself before the laptop once more. I began to painstakingly comb through the files in the hopes of finding anything. Just as I was about to chalk this whole thing up as a massive waste of time due to my fruitless results, I stumbled across a single Word document that was titled August 5th, 2024. Is this a journal entry? I began reading, and what I found made my blood run ice cold. 7:45 p.m. She's in the kitchen cooking dinner. I couldn't smell what it was exactly, but I knew it had to be intoxicating. It couldn't nearly be as intoxicating as her. Ever since I saw her face a couple weeks ago, I couldn't get her out of my head. She was the woman for me. She was mine. She just didn't know it. Tonight I was going to show her she was mine. What the hell was this? I continued reading. 11:20 p.m. I snuck in through the window in her bathroom. I know she keeps it unlocked. I've used it to get inside and snatch some collectibles if you catch my drift. Tonight, though, I was going for the ultimate trophy. Her. Jessica. I was going to confess my love for her. Jessica. Why did that name sound so familiar? Her husband was out of town on business, so I had her all to myself. I crawled in and made my way through the darkness to her. She lay in bed so beautiful, so still. I caressed her hair and longed for that smile to be mine. The guy that she was in love with was not who she needed to be with. She needed me, someone who was obsessed with her and would treat her right. I would have treated her right had she not woken up and screamed at me and called me all these nasty names. I thought the world of her, but she didn't think of me as nothing other than a creep. That's why I stabbed her, over and over and over again. I loved her, but I wasn't going to be disrespected. The only way we can be close now is when our spirits meet again. See you again someday, Jessica. I felt shivers up my spine as I finished reading. It was last updated at 8:46 a.m. this morning, around the time that I noticed the man had disappeared. I closed the laptop and took a deep breath, trying to calm my frantically beating heart. I had realized why this all seemed so familiar. Jessica, the stabbings. It all made sense. It was the murder I had read about this morning on the news. It was written from the perspective of the killer. The man in the cafe who was watching me was the same man that killed Jessica Talbot. My head spun as the pieces of the puzzle had been put together. Surely there was an explanation for this. But what? Maybe the person was just writing a story in the perspective of the killer. That would explain it. Might be a little tasteless, but it's still an explanation nonetheless. The names and the details of the crime, though, that would have to be one hell of an eerie coincidence. I berated myself for having this desire to go looking for this person as I had stumbled upon something truly unsettling. I slammed the laptop shut, turned off the lights, and got into bed. I continued to try and rationalize what I read and comfort my anxious brain as I tossed and turned in bed, hoping to fall asleep sooner rather than later. No matter what I did, I couldn't really keep those awful realizations out of my head. I had taken a laptop that had belonged to a killer. I had evidence that I couldn't go to anyone with. It would be self-incriminating. Everyone would either not believe me or think that I did it. Was the whole thing a trap? Was this all a ploy to set me up and make me look like I did this? The paranoid thoughts ran rampant in my head like a bull in a china shop until somehow my body became numb to my thoughts. I eventually felt my eyelids grow heavy with an incredible weight and close, fear subsiding long enough for me to fall asleep into a much-needed slumber. 6 a.m. I woke up the next morning in excruciating pain. I cried out as it felt like my ribs were stabbing my organs. My body felt like it were on fire, and my mouth had the taste of iron like I had been choking on my own blood. I tried to move, but it felt so sluggish and broken. Every movement felt like I was stuck in slow motion. How did I get these injuries? Did I get into some kind of fight or something? I searched deep into the pitch black well of my thoughts, hoping that I could recover a memory that would offer any sort of explanation. Unfortunately for me, my mind went blank. I didn't remember anything other than I had gone to bed. I frantically recapped the previous night's events over and over, desperately hoping that something would stand out. Every time I remembered closing my eyes, though, it was nothing but darkness. What was happening to me? Why couldn't I remember anything? I struggled to sit up, but I managed to fight through the pain and look down at the foot of my bed. That's where I noticed the laptop resting on top of my feet. It definitely wasn't there when I went to bed last night. How the hell did it get there? Before I could even begin to dwell on how the laptop could have gotten there, I heard the familiar sound of my phone vibrating. Was someone calling me? I checked the phone and saw that it was a number I didn't recognize. Maybe it had answers. I answered the phone. Who is this? What's going on? I heard nothing but the sound of heavy breathing. It sounded like someone who had just finished running a marathon. Hello? Is anybody there? The heavy panting continued before a voice finally spoke up. I know who you are. The line went dead. I put my phone down and felt the blood drain from my face. Who was that? What was this all about? My phone buzzed and I saw the notification that the number that had just called me sent 12 picture messages. The sound of my heart pounding was deafening as I opened my phone and gazed upon the pictures. I recoiled in horror, as they were all of a man with his arms and legs duct taped to a chair in a dark room. His eyes were wide in horror in the first picture as he stared directly at the camera, almost as if he were staring directly at me. The next picture saw him hunched over in pain, his mouth open as he screamed in agony from the pain that was inflicted to him. The third picture showed his mouth was duct taped shut. Bloodstains soaked his shirt and covered his face. The abuse had escalated, and by the looks of the other photos, it would only continue to do so. The rest of the photos showed various displays of violence acted out on the man who was completely restrained and had nowhere to run. Acts of violence I can't even begin to describe, nor would I want to. It was truly the definitions of repulsive, abhorrent, and deplorable. It was like a car crash. I just couldn't look away. I found myself morbidly transfixed on the photos, studying them for anything that could provide any leads on who took them. That's when I grabbed the laptop and opened it. The documents I had looked at yesterday was still there, but there was a new one that had been created. August 6th, 2024. Yesterday's date. My heart plummeted. I read through the document and made a horrific realization. The knock at my door last night, my injuries, the phone call, the pictures, this new document, they were all connected. It all made sense. He had found me. I was the man in the pictures. The guy from the cafe had found where I lived and had taken me. I was going to be his next victim if I didn't leave this alone. That is why I'm typing this all out. I need to know what to do. What can I do? Who can I talk to? I'm so scared. Strange mumbling wafted from the figure crouched by my feet. Suddenly completely alert and awake, I froze. The ice in my veins crept up my throat, stifling a scream. My eyes darted from the figure to where my husband should be. All I saw was our bedsheet. My gaze slid from the empty space by my side to the muttering figure. My blood warmed and my muscles relaxed. The figure was my husband. I opened my mouth to call out to him, but something stopped me. It was the discomforting way his head was tilted, or the odd slouch of his shoulders. Maybe the bizarre incantation he was reciting, but I knew something wasn't right. A tense calmness settled over me. That's the way I get whenever I'm in real danger. Like the time I was in a diving accident, or when I found myself on a highway with cars racing towards me. I stared at my husband as he chanted. He reached out a finger and wiped something on the bottom of my right foot. I had to clamp my whole body down to not react to the shock of the sudden cold, vicious liquid that he wiped on my foot. He was drawing something with it. I must have twitched a tiny bit because he looked up. My eyelids flew shut and I prayed that he didn't see them close. Nothing happened for a few minutes and his chanting never stopped. Then I felt the same cold liquid on my left foot. I kept my expression blank, as if soundly asleep. I didn't dare open my eyes for a long time after. He must have chanted for another half an hour. The whole time, I kept absolutely still, except for a few slight shifts which I thought would mimic the natural movements of sleep. I felt him settle down back by my side after the chanting stopped. I could see the light flare up on his phone screen through my eyelids. Hear him tap on his phone, typing something. Then he was still, and after a while, his snore started up. I didn't sleep a wink. By the time his alarm rang, my urge to pee was overwhelming. I pretended to stare at the sound of his alarm, and forced a sleepy smile when he planted a kiss on my forehead. He took forever to get ready. I ached to move, to open my eyes, to see what he had drawn on the soles of my feet. I needed to research the sounds of the chant that I had memorized, try to figure out what language that was and what he was saying. More than anything else, I really needed to pee. The moment his keys turned in the lock, I sprang up from bed. I made sure to still be quiet, though, in case he was listening at the door. I'm glad to say, I made it to the loo. Next thing I did was to check the bottoms of my feet. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that he had not drawn pentagrams. He had drawn a spiral swoop with a slash through it. Some other details I couldn't make out. It clicked in my head then. The annoying dirt I'd washed off my feet the past few weeks. Every few days, I'd step into the shower and see puddles of rusty brown ooze from my feet into the water collected in the shower area. I'd rub my feet vigorously on the rough floor surface, but still have to scrub the remnant dirt away with my hands. I thought my shoes had stained my feet, but none of them bore the reddish-brown tint of the dirt on my feet. I thought I'd stepped on some nonsense while in the house, but wasn't able to locate it. Not that I tried that hard. Life is busy and some dirt on my feet wasn't a priority. Now I knew what it was. It was a strange symbol, drawn in that brick red liquid. Icy pinpricks enveloped my back and neck. My husband had been doing that to me for the past few weeks, sitting up at night, chanting, painting this odd stuff on my feet. It could be that he read up on some odd protection spell perhaps, wanted to keep me safe but didn't want me to judge him for believing in such stuff. I nodded to myself, trying to force that belief into my core. But I knew it wasn't true. There was nothing benevolent about what I had witnessed. My gut knew it. I researched that symbol for a long time, but the closest I came to finding was something about a purification symbol. Even then, I wasn't sure it was the same symbol. Those on my feet were messily drawn in the dark. Maybe it didn't even resemble what my husband intended it to be. I planted a camera in my bedroom after that. I went straight to the shops, got the smallest, most subtle model I could find, and slipped it into my skincare shelf that faced the bed. I figured he wouldn't look in that mess of creams, sprays, and knickknacks. I know I could have simply asked him what was up, but I didn't. Couldn't. Something about bringing it up to him felt fundamentally wrong. Every instinct I had was to shove it under the carpet, hide my knowledge, pretend everything was fine. I think it's that he's been different lately. Not in ways that anyone else might have noticed, but I know this man inside out. He's an amazing, kind, and funny man. Warm, conscientious, and always willing to see the best in others. That type of man. I can't articulate just what it was that changed. He still treats me well, acts interested in our conversations, cuddles me to sleep and kisses me goodbye every morning. But there's something within him that's changed. When he smiles, laughs, and shows interest, there's something behind his eyes, like he's watching me, observing my reactions, taking notes, making plans. I can almost see the wheels turning in his head in every action he does with me. I know this could all be paranoia, but he also said something really odd. We haven't been intimate in a few weeks, and when I asked if things were fine, he said, and I quote, "Just want to keep you pure." I remember the exact words and the tone he said it in, because all my flabbers were gasted. He had never in our years together said anything about purity. We both found it alarming and predatory whenever men comment on things like purity. So his words came completely out of left field. He must have seen the gasted flabbers on my face then, for he immediately backpedaled, tried to laugh it off, said it was a joke, just to push my buttons. But I don't think he was joking. I thought I was going crazy, or that it was the stress getting to him, changing him, but I honestly felt like the husband I knew was somewhere I couldn't reach, that he wasn't the man I loved anymore. It was a really good imitation, but it wasn't him. I kept telling myself I was thinking too much, that my intuition was way off. But now I know something really is wrong. The next time he did that odd ritual was 2 days later, after I had the camera installed. I didn't need the camera though. I was wide awake. My sleep at night has been almost non-existent. I snatch quick naps throughout the day when I'm not around him, like at the office toilet, during lunch, on the bus back. He had just painted that cold liquid on my right foot when I pulled my foot back, pretending to be repositioning myself in sleep. The cold droplets dripped down my foot, and he cursed, breaking the chant. Then he went back to chanting, more feverishly than before. I cracked my eyelids open for the merest fraction. Every muscle in my body froze. My husband's head was lifted this time, and I caught a clear glimpse of his face. His eyes were rolled back, and the whites of his eyes met my gaze. His skin was a pale gray pallor, nothing like the healthy tanned skin of his. I choked down the scream and forced myself not to react. I willed the same tense calmness back, and thankfully, it glided over me in a rush. That was when he crawled up over me. My eyes were shut, as naturally as I could make them. I made my muscles tense, and counted down from 99 in my mind. That alone saved me from hitting out, from screaming my head off, from sprinting from the bed. I kept still as he crawled up until I could sense his breathing on my face. Then he peeled my right eyelid open. His fingers were cold and sticky with some liquid. I didn't know how to react. How do sleeping eyeballs behave? Do I roll my eyes back? Thankfully, or not thankfully, I didn't have to do anything before something cold dripped into my right eye. I flinched involuntarily, but immediately I made it feel like a natural reaction one would make in sleep. I let out an uncomfortable moan to sell the point. The liquid didn't burn. There was a tingling sensation in my right eye, but that was it. He seemed to buy that I was asleep, for he then peeled my left eyelid open. This time, when the drop hit my eyeball, I twisted aside roughly. I felt a sudden cold on my side and heard him hiss. Even in that quiet hiss, I could hear his rage. I realized whatever had been holding his liquid had toppled by my side. The liquid was seeping up my shirt, spreading. I groaned and flipped onto the other side as if disturbed, but still very much asleep. I could hear his panic in the flurry of his movements. He wiped off the liquid seeping from my eyes and left the room. The minute the door closed, I rubbed frantically at my eyes, trying to rub out every last drop of that liquid. I heard his footsteps and immediately dropped back into bed. He entered the room, and I stayed quiet still. Suddenly, a cold liquid poured down the side of my shirt, where he had previously spilt whatever liquid was on. He swore aloud. I sprang awake this time. There was no way I could fake sleeping through that. The lights flickered on, and I shielded my eyes, ready to bolt. "I'm so sorry, love," he said, looking mortified. There was an empty wine glass in his hand. "I couldn't sleep. I needed a drink, and I'm so sorry. I brought it to bed. That was dumb. So dumb. I wasn't thinking. I was half asleep. I'm sorry. I spilt it all over you. All over the bed." I gasped at him, speechless. I glanced down at myself and the bed. Red wine covered my shirt and the bed sheet. This was how he was going to cover it up, hide traces of his crazy. Terror seized my every cell, but my survival instincts took over. I faked being upset. "Why would you bring wine onto the bed? Everything's stained. This will take forever to wash out. My favorite Snoopy shirt." I glared at him. I saw that his cheeks were once again a healthy tanned color. They were even flushed, with seeming embarrassment. He kept apologizing, and I reacted as I would usually, as much as I could. In a few minutes I told him it was fine, just a mistake, and that if he took care of cleaning the bed and the bed sheets, all was good. I went back to sleep after changing out, or so he thought. I could hear him typing away, texting, or whatever it was after he had settled back into bed. Who was he texting? I was wide awake the whole night once again, all the way until he left in the morning. This time there was no urge to pee, just a deep pool of iciness within my chest. Once he was out of the house, I checked the camera footage. The night vision was great, so I saw everything clearly. Everything did happen as I experienced it. I wasn't crazy. The crouching by my feet, the painting of the liquid, even the part where he crawled up to drip the liquid in my eyes. But one thing was different, or new to me at least. Right before he dripped the liquid into my right eye, he looked straight at the camera. His eyes met mine through the camera lens, and the corners of his mouth crept upward. His lips parted in a replica of a smile. Then his head snapped back down, and in dropped the liquid. I swiped the footage shut. I packed my essentials then. Passport, ID, cards, cash, a few sets of clothes, basic necessities. I'm sitting here in the living room with my duffel bag. I can't bring myself to leave. I tried. I was almost out the door, but somehow I just couldn't take the step out. My feet were rooted to the ground. The love I feel for this man just surged through me. It crushed me certainly that I needed to leave. It reminded me of everything he had ever done for me. Tides of love and loss crashed over me. Whatever he has become, he is all the family I have. He is the love of my life. Or was. I don't know. I can't leave him. He needs help. Medical help. An exorcist. Whatever it is, he needs help. I can't leave him. We made vows. I have to stay. I don't know why, but I know I have to. I can't leave him. But I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I've never been this helpless before. What should I do? What can I do to bring back the man I knew? The man I love? What is he planning? This version of him? This strange person I no longer recognize? What does he want? Is it really something to do with purification? Purifying me? For what? If someone out there knows something, anything about what this could possibly be, if you have any ghost of a suggestion that could help, please, please tell me. Please. Because I really don't think I can leave. I work as an elementary school teacher. I'm a younger teacher. I know I still have a lot to learn about my profession, and I take my responsibility as a role model for our youth quite seriously. This happened a couple years ago now, and I am on the brink of insanity. I can't keep doing this. I see him everywhere now. He's the one you're scared of peering around the corner, but he never does. He's the one in the dark that looks too long, too gaunt, too tall to be a real person. You write him off as a pile of laundry lying in the dark, but he can see you looking at him. I know he can see me looking at him. About 2 years ago, I had my first kindergarten class. I was a fresh hire, and I wanted to really make an impact in the school and in these kids' lives. I had been student teaching and really didn't feel connected to my students. And at that age, connection is the difference between listening and misbehavior. On the first day, all the kids arrived and were apprehensive of each other at first. But clearly there were some who had gone to preschool together, and they started to get along better. We did a short craft where the kids painted paper plates with their names on them. We hung them from the front of the desks they had all claimed, so I could learn all their names quickly and really foster some mutual respect. I noticed that there was a little girl sitting on her own, Ava, refusing to cooperate with the group. She looked tired, her cheeks were pale, and her head was usually on her crossed arms. As the day came to an end, the kids were funneling into the hall to be picked up or shipped off in a bus. I had seen Ava's parents drop her off in a hurry that morning, so I figured I could catch her parents as she left. I asked Ava if she was okay, if I walked to her mom's car with her. She just nodded and kept her head down. It really bothered me that Ava didn't want to have the kind of connection I wanted, so when Ava's mom came to pick her up, I asked her if Ava had been feeling well. I told her that she had been a little secluded from the group and dozing off in class. The mother looked like a bird of prey. I always find myself thinking about how hollow the space between her eye and cheekbones was. She was the very image of exhausted, with her gray hair tied tight in a bun and her eyelids hanging low on her charcoal eyes. She said to me, "Oh, Ava's just being silly recently. We're at that age where they start having nightmares." I asked what she meant, but she explained that she was in quite the hurry to get home, so I walked back inside and began to gather my things. After the first day, Ava continued to be a reclusive creature, and I really started to feel bad that she wasn't able to find anyone to play with her at recess. The only time I saw her try to interact with another human was the next day when she tapped on the shoulder of the student in front of her while waiting for the restroom. I think his name was Owen, and he turned around. She whispered something to him, and Ava started to cry. The boy had a look of somber confusion. It looked unnatural for a child of that age to look so skeptical of his surroundings, at himself. I sat Ava down and asked her about what happened, and she just cried. After about 15 inconsolable minutes, she started to sniffle and look at me as if she had just been torn in half. She didn't even need to say anything for all the hair on my body to stand on end. She asked me, "Do you dream about the man with the long fingers?" I don't really know how the rest of that school day went. I was pretty shaken up about the whole situation. When I got into my car, I remember checking the back seat more than once after hearing odd noises. There was never anyone there. The next day, Ava was gone. I gave her mom a call, but the line must have been busy. I tried 5 times before giving up. As I looked around the room, everyone seemed on edge about something. I think they could feel my apprehension, all their curious eyes watching me. I looked to Owen, his head on his desk, the last one to have seen Ava. As irrational as it was, I asked him if he knew where Ava could be. As he picked his head up off his crossed arms, he looked at me with eyes too old for his body. The circle under his eyes were dark and his eyelids drooped low. I stepped back and everyone jumped. I had forgotten how much these kids watched my every move. I was scaring them, their curious eyes turning to slight confusion and fear. I pulled Owen into the hall. I asked him what the matter was, and he told me. He just won't leave me alone. I asked him which of his friends it was. I know firsthand how nasty kids can be. He looked at me and told me, "No, the man in the clothes, with the big fingers," he said. "He won't stop looking at me. I can see his fingers." After that, I led him back to the room. I don't even really remember what BS I told him. The day ended too quickly and I got into my car to go home. I buckled my seatbelt and put the key in the ignition, but as I turned it, I heard an exhale. Not my own, but an exhale. As the car came to life, I processed the sound, like lungs emptied through nostrils. I looked in my mirror to the back seat, but it was empty. I know he was there. I didn't see him, but I know I brought him home with me that day. When I walked through the door of my house that day, the shadows were deeper than I knew them to be. The light seemed dimmer, and the dark seemed to gather in corners like pools of ink. I felt so watched. I saw the world the same way a scared kid would. Kicked my shoes off and sat on the couch, realizing that I was a lot more bothered about the whole thing than I had realized. I called my fiancé. He was busy, and our conversation was rushed. He told me he was sleeping at a close friend's and that he had to go. The brief respite from my own childlike fear had ended quickly, and his disinterest in me made the day somehow more messed up. As the sun set and I was getting ready to go to bed, I went around the house turning off all the lights. The big empty house creaking in the dark. I walked down the hall from the living room to our bedroom. As I passed the bathroom door, I saw him for the first time. He was squatting, his legs pulled up to his chest. His skin was tight and covered in boils. In the dark, it looked like he was a putrid blue-brown color. His arms crossed over his knees, and his hands tucked in behind them. He watched me move past the corridor, smiling a subtle smile. I saw this out of my periphery, but it was clear. I doubled back, and he was replaced with our overfilled hamper sitting in the dark. I flicked on the light and investigated. The room was certainly empty, and as I turned off the light on the way out, I saw in the mirror a dark gray-brown hand wrapped around the shower curtain. I turned the light back on, and it was gone. At this point, I had convinced myself that I was seeing things. Maybe I was tired and a little scared without my usual companionship in the house. I laid down to sleep with the TV on the Food Network. I always found it easier to sleep with the TV on, and so I fell asleep listening to Chopped. When I woke up, the clock said 2 a.m., and I turned around onto my other side to go back to sleep. My fiance's pile of dirty laundry was taking up more space than usual, and I felt that childlike fear crawling down my spine. My eyes traced the familiar shape in the pile, his college t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and finally I found myself tracing a shape that wasn't at all familiar. 2 hands stuck out from the laundry, and from inside the pile I swear I saw 2 beady yellow eyes. Not glowing eyes, dark eyes, glossy eyes. I stared, paralyzed in fear. I didn't dare move. I stared hard, hoping that if I looked hard enough, that the relaxed hands sticking out of the pile would disappear as apparitions of my overactive imagination. I stared until the clock read 3 a.m. The hands stayed and the eyes began to rise. It took hours. It was 4 a.m. when I could start making out his grotesque skin in the barely present light from the TV. He was raising his head and I could see him clearly. I could see his too long face every time the screen showed a particularly bright scene. I could feel him watching me the whole time. At 5, I knew the sun would rise soon, but my eyes were locked on the fingers that had begun to twitch. At this, I jumped, but just slightly, still trying to feign sleep. The crooked, slight smirk that his too long mouth was twisted into became a wicked, beaming smile as the whole head cocked in a twitch and fell back into the laundry in an instant. The hands pulled themselves into the pile slowly and eventually disappeared. I had had enough. I quickly grabbed the baseball bat that I keep behind the headboard, and in the slowly rising sun, hit the pile of laundry harder than I've ever hit anything in my entire life. Laundry scattered around the room, and he was nowhere. That was 2 years ago. I never saw Ava and Owen again after that. They told me that Ava choked on something in her sleep, and Owen fell out of bed. BS. I think he just didn't like a tattletale. He watches me every night now. It used to only be when I was alone, but now he knows I won't tell anyone, so he pushed the limit. Last night his hand was wrapped around my bedpost. I woke up to him wrapping the other hand around my ankle. I screamed and jumped and pulled my legs to me, and my fiancé woke up. The hands were gone, but the 2 long marks around my ankles are still there today. I'm scared to tell him about the man with the long fingers. I'm scared what he'd do if I said anything. He touched me last night so that I would break. He's tired of me. I'm about to tell my fiancé this whole story. I am terrified of what the long fingers will feel like on my skin. His hands were so rough. When I first moved into my apartment, the landlord told me a strange thing. Always check that the room is the right one before entering. Sage advice from a master of the obvious, you might say. Truth be told, I hadn't really been paying much attention up to that point. My landlord was the type of woman that put no effort in sounding happy to meet you, and whatever Eastern European accent she had certainly didn't make it any easier to understand. I probably should have asked a few more questions, but signing a lease wasn't a process I wanted to prolong any longer than I had to. Besides, it's not like I really needed an explanation. My early childhood diet didn't consist exclusively of paint chips after all. For how cheap the rent was, I wasn't about to worry over a bad joke. The place was one of those oddities of design that seemed to suck the fun out of everything anyway. Nothing but a series of copy and paste apartments stacked on top of each other for 13 laborious floors. Each one was practically identical, right down to the way the front door stuck when it rained. Not a single window among them. They even came furnished with a full set of drab appliances and furniture, devoid of any particular style or taste. It's like living in a filing cabinet, sterile and lacking a life of its own. You'd think we all lived in alphabetical order and referred to each other by apartment numbers. My accountant would love this place. As dull as the accommodations were, it didn't take much more than a month for things to get interesting. They were little things at first, mostly just noises, nothing particularly sinister, but they did a great job of keeping me up at night. One night I'd hear unintelligible whispers coming from my neighbor's bathroom that lasted for hours. The next I'd swear I heard a far-off wolf-like howl from the floor above, despite a rigidly enforced no pets policy. Once I even caught the unmistakable sound of crashing waves on sandy beach from an apartment on the 6th floor. Occasionally I would hear the noises coming from rooms in my own apartment. However, nothing would be out of place when I checked. I may have forgotten to mention that I live alone. It took a bit longer for anything really strange to happen though. It was 4 months into my stay when the sound of clinking glass and slamming cabinets woke me. It came from the kitchen and I knew it had to be an intruder. I quietly slipped out of bed and grabbed the aluminum baseball bats I kept next to the door to remind me how I really should get more exercise. I must have looked absolutely ridiculous tiptoeing down my carpeted hallway to the kitchen with how much noise the intruder was making. When I reached the doorway to my kitchen, I chanced to peek inside. Sure enough, I saw a dark figure furiously rooting through my kitchen cabinets. Tightening my grip on the baseball bat, I flipped on the light switch. Lucky thing I did, too. Otherwise, I might have beaten an innocent old woman to death. My midnight intruder started at the sight of me, her wrinkled face twisting into a mixture of fright and confusion. The unassuming, dirty dressing gown and fluffy pink slippers she wore seemed an odd choice for a burglar. I recognized the woman. She was the old lady who lived 2 doors down from me. I'd even helped her with her groceries that very evening. After managing to calm the poor woman down and assuring her that she was not in fact in her own flat, my elderly neighbor apologized profusely. She'd woken up in the middle of the night craving a cup, she explained, and must have gotten lost in the dark, unlit building. How she managed to slip into my apartment without either of us noticing was beyond me. She must suffer from dementia because she was absolutely convinced that she would still be in her own. I don't think she understood just how close she came to a baseball bat to the head, and I wasn't in the mood to explain it to her. I tried to be as polite and understanding as I could, as I escorted her back to her apartment, but something was bothering me. Something about the whole affair made the little hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't until I locked my front door behind me that I realized what it was. Before going to bed, I remember quite clearly locking the door from the inside. I racked my brain all night, but I just couldn't explain how the old woman could have wandered into my apartment without opening my front door. Having no one else to ask, I decided to bring the subject up to my next door neighbor the next day. Cornering him in the hallway that evening, I had trouble broaching the subject. When I'd finally stammered out my story, however, he seemed rather unsurprised by the whole ordeal. Apparently, this sort of thing happened all the time, not just to the old lady down the hall either. Almost everyone in the building had a similar tale. It was the doors, he said. They didn't always lead to the same place. Sometimes you would be facing a door that led to your bathroom, only for it to lead to your bedroom instead. It could even lead to a completely different apartment on a completely different floor. Once he heard that someone's closet door had once opened to the alley on the north side of the building. It was a pretty crazy thing to think your door could lead anywhere in the building without notice, but my neighbor seemed to believe that the phenomena stretched farther than that. To get around this little nuisance, he suggested I do what the other tenants do. The generally accepted method was to make 2 marks on either side of each doorway in the apartment with a marker. That way you could tell if the room you were about to enter was the right one at a glance. If the 2 marks didn't match up, you were staring at a doorway to the unknown. At least, that was the idea. The old lady must have forgotten to check when she stepped into my kitchen, or at least not seen it in the dark. My neighbor seemed rather annoyed by the thought. He made it painfully clear that I wait for the door to go back to normal before using it. I should, under no circumstance, ever enter a room that shouldn't be there. Always check first. My neighbor experienced the anomaly himself in the past, but only as a mild annoyance. Even still, he was very adamant that I take the matter seriously. But how could I? Who in their right mind would believe a story as insane as this? Sure, it could explain how the old lady down the hall got into my apartment without using the front door, but it created all sorts of other questions. And the last thing I wanted to question were the laws of physics. Mass hysteria, it had to be. A building filled to bursting with lunatics. In the end, I found it simpler to write my neighbor off as a head case and move on with my life. However, I did as he suggested. With a red Sharpie secretly borrowed from work, I drew a line on each side of every door jamb in my apartment. It was more out of curiosity than anything else. Or maybe I was just daring the universe to prove me wrong. Either way, after a few weeks, I'd gotten into the habit of checking if both marks were there before I entered a room. I saw it as a little inside joke. When in Rome, do as the wackos do. Eventually it became a silly little ritual I would do to remind myself the world wasn't crazy. Just the guy next door. I'd been living in my apartment for a little over a year before it happened to me again. I'd gotten up in the middle of the night to grumpily use the bathroom like I'd done many times before. I was on autopilot. On my way back to bed, I lifted my tired eyes to the doorway leading to the bedroom and grinned at the now familiar red. But I hesitated. There was only one mark. Though only lit by a small lamp in the hallway, I was absolutely sure there was no red mark on the bedroom side of my door. I stood there for a while, blinking sleep from my eyes, and trying to stare at the second mark back into existence. The bedroom looked the same as I'd left it minutes before, save for the missing mark on the doorway. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Maybe I was dreaming. Or was my neighbor's story the real deal? As ridiculous as it sounded, I was sure of one thing. There had been 2 marks on my trip to the bathroom. I didn't go in right away. I wanted to, but a small part of me took what my neighbor told me seriously. First, I waved an empty hand in the doorway. Nothing particularly spooky happened. Emboldened by the knowledge that this phantom room wouldn't immediately melt my skin off, I took a tentative step inside. At first glance, nothing looked out of the ordinary. Everything was where I remember leaving it. Even my comforter was thrown aside like I'd just been sleeping under it minutes before. But then why was the mark missing from my door frame? I was certain there had to be something different about this room. In that moment, my neighbor didn't seem so crazy, and all I needed to prove it was to find what was wrong with this room. I tore open my closet and flipped my mattress in search of clues. Every drawer was emptied on the floor in my quest. I even tore the carpets up at the ends to look underneath. I looked everywhere in my madness but found nothing. Everything was where it should be. Somehow, though, I knew this was not my bedroom, and it wasn't until I turned back to the door to check if the second mark was really missing that I realized what was different about it. The room had no doors. In the mid-90s, my parents moved me from Columbus, Ohio, to a small town in West Virginia the summer before 6th grade. My dad got a teaching job at the high school there. I hated Columbus, so I was happy to go. But when we got to our new town, I was disappointed. The town wasn't small, it was tiny. There was a Tudor's Biscuit World, a bar called Old Timers, and a Dollar General. That's it. In a city school, you can sometimes hide in a crowd. In a place like this, there was no hiding, and I wanted to hide. I was born with a large port wine stain on my cheek, which made me an easy target. I mean, it's like having a bullseye right there on my face. I had no idea how gross I was until the 3rd grade. Till then, I had 2 friends, Jackie and Jen, and I didn't really think of myself as being different. I don't know why, but there's something about 3rd grade. It's when cuteness fades and meanness grows. Then in middle school, that's when kids become cruel. They know how to poison your mind, know the perfect insult that will haunt you till you're in your 40s crying on your therapist's couch. In 3rd grade, Joey said it. Gross. Was your mom on her period when you were born? I didn't know what to say, just stared in shock as my face got hot. Everyone laughed, including Jackie and Jen, and that was it. I was alone. Every year after was worse. I locked myself away when I wasn't in school. One summer, I didn't even go outside. I sat in a recliner and watched Designing Women and Ricky Lake. I got ghostly pale and wore the same Darkwing Duck sweatshirt every day, and barely brushed my hair. The dark circles under my eyes made me look like a single mother with a deadbeat husband, 3 loud kids, and a vindictive mother-in-law. I was clearly depressed, but my parents were too busy ignoring each other to notice. If I was a boy, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I could have said, "It's a battle scar, not a birthmark," and my classmates would have admired me. But as a girl, being ugly was a death sentence. I mean, you might as well die if you're ugly. You have no reason to live. At least, that's what Jen said. In this new town, I wasn't gonna be alone. Not again. I couldn't take it. I would do anything. That first summer in West Virginia, I waited outside the Dollar General while my mom shopped inside, and that's when I saw a gang of kids on bikes ride past. Like they were the Hells Angels, a girl leading the pack. I looked at them and they looked at me, looking at them. They stopped. The leader spoke. "Hey, never seen you before." I tried to play it cool, but I was trembling. "I'm Nina." "Cool, I'm Pauline. This is my gang. We don't got a name. Don't need one." Pauline had striking dark hair and pale blue eyes. I figured of course they all followed her. She was beautiful. Later I would learn she was ruthless. Had the kind of mean streak only someone with a drunk dad could have. She was tough. Had to be. She was a survivor. And that's exactly the kind of person you wanted on your side. Pauline told me all about her gang, while the others quietly nodded along. They were family. They had each other's backs. No one messed with them. They got into stuff, smashing mailboxes, stealing candy, smoking cigarettes. I wanted in. There's a hermit, lives right up there. Pauline pointed to a lone white house at the top of the hill. She wears a black veil. Steal it, and you can join. Steal it? That's right. She comes out every night and goes to the woods. Follow her. Take it. I was silent. A girl with chapped lips spoke up. I heard she wears it 'cause she lost her husband in the war. What war? No one knew. No, she murdered him. Caught him cheating with the barmaid. Chopped him up and buried him in the woods. That's what she does every night. Goes out to see him. She didn't chop him up. He saw her face and dropped dead right then and there. A red-headed boy with a gap tooth sneered. Yeah, her face is all burned up. Looks like melted taffy. Somebody threw acid on her. No, she was born ugly like that. Born ugly like that. I touched my cheek as it grew hot. I felt like everyone could see it glowing like an ember in a fire. Born ugly like that. That's what kids used to say about me. They kept talking, but I didn't hear a word. Finally, Pauline snapped her fingers. Soon as you bring it, you're in. And with that, they rode off. I never told them I didn't have a bike. That lonely white house, 2 stories tall and a saggy roof. There was something about it, something sad and dreadful. It was like looking at a freshly dug grave. I stood across the street trying to get a peek at the woman inside. Maybe I could catch a glimpse of her moving past the window. The curtains were drawn so I'd only see her shadow. Was she even real? Someone definitely lived in the house. There were well-kept roses out front. I moved on, deciding I would sneak out and come back later at night. I was gonna get that veil. There was never any joy or screaming in my house. My parents' fights were silent and frequent. All of us were on edge, all the time. If I joined this gang, I would have a good reason to stay out of the house. After my parents went to bed, I waited 20 minutes before sneaking out. The mosquitoes were eating up my legs. I shouldn't have worn shorts. I felt like I was waiting forever. Where the hell was she? I was about to leave when a figure moved in a dimly lit window upstairs. My heart just about stopped. I don't know how much longer I waited before she came out, but it felt like an eternity and way too fast. Suddenly there she was, a slim woman in all black with a veil covering her face. She looked like she was going to a funeral. I hid behind a tree and watched as she went off toward the woods. She didn't float like some kind of ghost or demon or anything like that. She was just some lady on a stroll. A full moon lit the way. I stayed a good distance behind, being sure to move in silence. I did that at home so it wasn't too hard. Finally, she stopped near a creek. She stood there for a minute. My whole body trembled. I almost forgot to breathe. I watched as she knelt down. What was she doing? It looked like she was digging something out of the dirt. Now was my chance. While her back was turned, I would creep up behind her and rip the thing off before she knew what happened. But I didn't. She was crying. I suddenly felt sick with guilt. She cried as she pulled something out of the dirt. Finally, I saw what it was. A head. I wanted to scream but couldn't. I wanted to run but couldn't. I just stood there frozen. Was this the head of her cheating husband? Through the veil, she kissed the head on the lips. I was finally able to move, running back the other way. Before I knew it, I was back home in bed. She's always been here. Some people say the town was built around her. My dad says she's the town's curse. We stopped by the creek. I pointed out a soft patch of dirt. Pauline gave me a look. Go ahead. I didn't move. Everyone stared at me. I got the feeling they thought I made it all up. Some of them seemed like they hoped I did. A pit in my stomach grew as I thought about my horrible future. If I didn't show them a head, I'd be branded ugly and a liar. I bent down and slowly wiped dirt away, scared as hell and ready to throw up, until a head revealed itself. A man's head, made of stone. Nothing more than the head of a statue. I was a little disappointed. Part of me wanted to find a real head, something that would make them all scream and cry and regret doubting me. Pauline picked it up. Ain't even heavy. The gang decided I would get a time limit. I had to get the veil within 3 days, or I'd never be welcomed in. In fact, they'd make sure everyone knew I peed myself when I got a glimpse of the veiled woman in the window. I was quickly running out of time. The first night I couldn't sneak out. My dad went out drinking and I couldn't risk getting caught. Plus my mom stayed up all night waiting for him to get home. I was up all night too. My mind was all twisted up thinking about the veiled woman. The second night, I ended up falling asleep, too tired from the lack of sleep from the previous night. Finally, it was the third night. Somehow I lost her. 1 minute she was in front of me, the next she wasn't. I only found her again because I heard her sobbing. I watched as she cradled that statue head. It was like she was in mourning. Clearly she was unhinged, but lonely too. I pitied her, but I pitied myself more. I thought about all my bullies, my parents, and all the people who looked the other way. Suddenly I was filled with hate. I hated the veiled woman in that moment too. In one swift move, I ripped the veil off and ran away, never daring to look back. I thought I heard her hissing, but maybe that was all in my mind. Or maybe it was the wind. My heart was beating like a jackhammer. I couldn't believe I did it. There it was in my hands. It was heavier than I thought it would be, felt expensive. Silk. Carefully I folded it up in a shoebox and hid it in my closet. I didn't sleep at all that night, or the following night. A whispering crowd had formed around old-timers, held back by a police barricade. Something like this had never happened in a place like this before. There were 3 new vans. The gang was there. As I approached, I noticed Pauline was missing. I kept the veil hidden in my backpack. What's going on? They all turned to me. No one said a word. What? I asked. Finally, one whispered, Pauline's dad died. I was shocked. How? The gang gestured at the bar. There were a couple statues standing out front. I didn't understand. I said nothing. Later I learned what happened. Pauline's dad, along with a couple of his drinking buddies, left the bar at night like they had many times before. A couple minutes later, a guy came out for a smoke and found them out there. Turned to stone. He spotted a woman in black running off. The cops were called. And that was it. The town was featured on Unsolved Mysteries and the National Enquirer. Some people thought it was an elaborate prank. Some thought it was a stone version of spontaneous combustion or something like that. Some thought it must have been the veiled woman. All the statues were destroyed except Pauline's dad. I heard they kept him in the basement. I only stayed a couple more years in that town. Never joined the gang. Never told them I had the veil. Pauline got sent off to live with her aunt in North Carolina. The veiled woman was also gone. No one knows where she went. The roses out front wilted and died. Someone spray-painted warnings all over her house. This place is cursed. But the warnings didn't keep people away. Some high school kids broke in and turned it into a party house. They found some old love letters and pictures. The letters were from a man named Jack, dated 1965, from Vietnam. Turns out her husband didn't die. He made it back home. Everyone passed around his pictures. He looked a lot like that stone head buried in the woods. A handsome guy. Still no one knows what the veiled woman looks like. Her face was scratched out. But now everyone knows her name. Evelyn. My parents divorced. I went back with my mom to Columbus, finished high school there. I made a few friends, but mostly kept my head down till I graduated. Went to OSU, but dropped out my sophomore year. I couldn't stop thinking about the veiled woman. It became an obsession. I've been tracking her for a while now through stories of people turned to stone. Last I heard, there was a family of 4 found in their front yard in Wheeling, West Virginia. So, I took 2 weeks off work to find her. I want to talk to her, get some answers, know her story. I want to apologize and return her veil. I keep it in that shoebox, tucked away in the closet. I haven't told anyone why I stopped camping, mainly because I don't think they would believe me. But I have to tell someone, and this would probably be the best place to share my experience. Growing up, I was never an outside kid. Staying inside, playing video games, and watching YouTube was my escape. In my late 20s, I began to gain interest in spending more time in nature or just being outside in general. I've always been fond of camping with friends since I was young, but as an adult, spending time in the woods alone with nothing but my thoughts is one of the things I've grown to love the most. Don't get me wrong. Having no one around for miles in the middle of nowhere is definitely eerie, but I find it comforting. I can't find the words to explain. It gives me time away from my home life and time to focus on me and my well-being, clearing my mind. I don't know. I might be talking out of my butt. Anyway, I'm not typing this to describe my love for camping. Usually I stay on or near family-owned land, so I have some sort of familiarity with the area, but due to a falling out with someone I won't name, I have resorted to driving for hours into the back roads of West Virginia for places to camp out for the weekend. I know it's technically trespassing, but come on. It's an hour's drive off of any main roads, and there are no houses within miles. Okay, it's a stupid thing to do, but I was desperate to get away. Plus, after a couple years of doing this, I've yet to see another person out there. I never leave a mess behind and bring just about everything I would ever need with me, so I won't take from the land more than I have to. I did this for a while, until about 1.5 years ago. This trip started like any other. I pulled off the highway at a random point and just kept driving. Roughly 1.5 hours in, about 7:34 a.m., I pulled off onto a dirt road, passing a rotting shed and an abandoned van with no wheels. I chuckled at the eerie sight, and about 2 hours later, I pulled into a clearing to conceal my Jeep from the road. Not that anyone would be likely to drive by anyway. After packing my things into my oversized bag, I start hiking deeper into the woods. I must be in the valley, I thought as I trekked through the dense fog that settled after I had left my car, making a mental map as I progressed forward, as well as stacking small stones to mark a way back to my vehicle. In nature, you'll hear all kinds of noises, from branches falling to animals just being animals. The majority would probably be paranoid and make assumptions about any sound they heard. Although the West Virginia hillbillies I call a family believe in cryptids and the paranormal, I 100% do not. To me, the noises I hear out there might as well be an invitation to stay and enjoy the natural peace. The branches echoed through the valley as I stepped, as if there were a second set of footsteps behind me. I almost seemed delayed, stopping only seconds after I stopped moving. Although calm and enjoying the hike, I can't help but peek over my shoulders, only to see nothing. Natural paranoia, I guess. Call me crazy, but I enjoyed the slight uneasiness, the feeling of being watched, knowing that there's nothing there but that lingering thought in the back of my head that something is just out of sight, beyond the fog. After 15 minutes in, I notice a large tree with the bark scraped off, as if something dug at the tree trying to get inside or through it. As I got closer, I noticed there was a pattern to the marks, not something from the Blair Witch Project or anything like that. It was lined with scratches every 3 feet, continuing up 15 feet above the first. The cuts were deep. I'm not sure how the tree wasn't dead if it wasn't already. I brushed it off as being caused by other falling trees or animals. I mean, when I say this tree was massive, I could have stood in the middle of it and stuck out my arms. Who knows how long it has been here? Around 12:53 p.m., I found myself in a clearing between the trees. This was as good a spot as any. I set my tent under a tree, made a makeshift fire pit, and pulled a fallen log near for a seat. A few hours later, it was as comfortable as I could make it. It was where I would be staying for the next 3 days. Still bright out, I lit up a fire. At this point, the temperature was starting to drop. A thud came from the right, scaring the crap out of me. Something hit the top of my tent. A rotting stench filled my campsite within seconds. I search for the source. The smell grows as I get closer. Around the side of the tent was a half-eaten, half-dead snake. It had no head and was almost as thick as my wrist. Shaken for a moment, I started to rationalize what happened. I mumbled to myself, "Dang birds." This wasn't the first time a bird has dropped its prey near me. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, a hawk dang near dropped a rabbit on my head. Another time, a dead mouse was on my windshield only a few years prior. Regardless, it caused my heart to skip a beat. The stench of the rotting animal had become too much to bear. Grabbing the small, collapsible shovel, I scoop up the corpse and bury it a far distance away. The fog started to clear at this point, but the forest didn't grow any brighter since the sun had started to set. As I made my way back over to the barely illuminated campsite, I could have sworn I heard footsteps or something moving in the brush nearby. Stopping in my tracks, I try to listen closer. Right as I do, the noises stop. It was getting late, so I decided to call it a night. I crawled into the tent and settled inside, looking up at the roof of the tent lit up from a small fire. I could see the wet streak across it. I immediately assumed it was from the snake from earlier. After a mildly cold night of tossing and turning, I drifted to sleep, waking up to what I can only describe as tapping, clicking, knocking. I'm not really sure. It was too quiet and distant. As much as I wanted to just go back to sleep, I unzipped the tent and peered outside. The fire was pretty much out, and a chilling breeze hit my face. I squinted and tried to listen again. The noise either stopped or was too faint to hear over the rustling and swaying of the larger trees. I crawled back into my sleeping bag and inevitably passed out. The morning after, I rose to a relatively quiet and clear morning. I made breakfast, cleaned up the tent, stretched, and prepared to set off for a hike. I had pretty much forgotten about the night before, chalking it off to another animal or branches falling from some dead trees. A good 45 minutes into my walk, I came across a creek. On one side was a steep cliff edge, probably 30 to 35 feet tall, and on the other was a relatively flat patch of wood I had been hiking through. I walked along the edge of the creek for a while until something caught my eye. A football field down the creek had a dark figure that appeared to be on all fours. It looked like a bear but was too far to make out. I carried bear spray with me at all times while out there. Even then, I was still somewhat worried, seeing that I was the only one out here. I shouted loudly to try and scare it off. Something was off. The usual black bear would run off after a sec, but it didn't budge. After a minute or two and shouting once more, it seemed to turn slowly and take off from my direction extremely fast. Not wanting to stick around any longer than I had to, I made my way back to my campsite. Halfway up the creek, I heard a splash behind me. I spun around expecting to see the bear. Again, I saw nothing. 10 minutes later, another splash, this time a little closer. I stopped, turned, and did nothing. I waited to see if there was anything. At this point in the creek, the cliff face was so incredibly steep, practically going straight up. A rock slid down the side of the cliff and landed only 15 feet away. I strained my eyes, trying to see if anything knocked a rock off the edge. Again, nothing. I began to worry and speed up my walk to a jog. If it was a bear, I didn't want to be near it. An uneventful hour later, I made it back to the fire, which was completely out at this point. I lit another fire and piled on small logs. As it grew, I warmed up, as it was substantially colder than the day prior. The wind began to pick up again, causing a symphony of howling winds and rustling trees to inhabit the forest. I cooked up some supper and started thinking about my relationships and home life. Unpleasant thoughts are filling my head. To take my mind off the things I came here to get away from, I pulled out my phone, which had nearly no service, and started listening to some horror podcasts that I downloaded off YouTube. I know, horror stories in the middle of the woods, which is a great combination for me. The commentary on the stories and occasional humor cheered me up enough to take my mind off things. As the sun began to set, the wind carried a familiar stench through the campsite, causing me to gag. Eyes watering, I searched for its source. I found it. The same lifeless snake body. The same spot where it fell originally. Something had dug it up and drug it back here. I didn't know what to think, but it was too much. Just as I did the first time, I scooped it up and went burying it for the second time, this time further than the last. I dug the hole deeper and tossed the snake in. As I filled the hole, my heart stopped. A loud "ha" came from in front of me. Not a laugh or any word, but an exhale short and fast, similar to a bull's snort. My eyes jolted forward to see what could lie in front of me. Nothing. I don't know if I wanted there to be something or not. I left the bear spray at the tent. Quickly I ran to the fire, expecting something to follow, and tore the cap of the spray and waited. The howling wind slowly faded, and I stood at the edge of the fire's glow. "Are you kidding me?" A raccoon jumped out of the bushes, nearly giving me a heart attack, and ran away into the dark. I laughed at the whole situation, a bit embarrassed that the small rodent scared me, an adult man. The horror stories and the figure by the creek had me way too paranoid. I quickly calmed down and resumed eating by the fire, then settled back into the tent for the second night, trying desperately to fall asleep. I opened my eyes and found myself in my car. I was driving on the same dirt road I took to get here, passing the same shed and van. Before I pulled off the trailer, however, a tree fell suddenly onto the road. Not able to slam on the brakes fast enough, I hit the log, totaling my car. I crawl out in excruciating pain, holding my stomach with both arms. My shirt was stained with blood and my ribs were certainly broken. I started hiking into the pitch-black trees, quivering as the chilling breeze shocked me awake. I practically jumped to my knees in my tent. I grabbed my stomach as an intense pain sent shocks through my body. I noticed my tent was partially unzipped, allowing the cold wind to fill the small space. Turning on the small lantern, I examined my abdomen to determine the cause of the pain. There were no cuts, only a large bruise that was starting to form. With no explanation for the open tent or the bruise, I zip up the tent and decide to pack up and leave first thing in the morning. A long, restless night later, I got up with the sun on the third day and began clearing up. Still sore, I took my time and noticed some of my things had been moved, as if something were looking through it frantically. I sighed and picked everything up, as most of my stuff had been spread out far away from the campsite. Picking up the last bit of random packages of food and fire starters, I looked up from the ground and was met with a pair of eyes, peeking from behind a tree. At the same time, the woods went quiet, an unnatural quiet. No rustling leaves, no animals, not even my own heartbeat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even move as it stared through me. They were wide and bloodshot, and the pupils were so small they were almost unnoticeable. One of the things that shook me the most was the size. They were a good 8 feet up the tree and the size of softballs. There was no head or body I could make out. It was as if they were suspended like snails. I was broken out of the trance only by the loud, fast stomping behind me, brought back to consciousness. I bolted in the direction of my car, not stopping to breathe. I tripped over a root and landed on another, sending a sharp pain through my body. Adrenaline had already set in, and before I could get back up, a cold burst of air hit my neck, followed by the same exhale from the day before. I threw myself forward for the longest 10 minutes of my life. I have never been more relieved in my life since my old beat-up Jeep came into view. I hop in, and as I fumble with the key, a soul-shaking tap comes from the passenger window. In fear of seeing something I didn't want to, I didn't bother looking and sped out of the dirt road, nearly hitting every tree on the way. I stopped at a truck stop on the highway about 45 minutes away. Exhausted, I sat there, breathing heavily, trying to comprehend what happened. I made it home without issue. I'm sitting straight up in bed trying to explain anything. Dwelling on it would only cause my mind to wander to unlikely conclusions. I haven't been camping since then, and have tried to forget the entire thing until now. My childhood friend invited me to go camping with him on a property his family owns that's in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure what prompted me to agree to go, but I think it will be good for me. As I type this out, we're on our way to his property, and we just turned down a dirt road and past a rotting shed and an abandoned van. I had never planned on settling in a remote village, but life had a way of taking unexpected turns. After losing my job in New York and finding myself with no clear direction and no place to live in next month, I accepted an offer to manage a small inn in the picturesque village of Thornwood. It was a tempting offer, I must say. 3 times I tried negotiating for a higher rate than offered, and 3 times it got approved with no hesitation. Odd. It's like they really wanted me there. Like they really needed my expertise that's not entirely unique, to be perfectly honest. The owner seemed eager for me to work there ASAP, and even offered to pay for my flight. How can a small inn afford to pay me this much, and even pay for my flight going there? They must have really good food, and always out of rooms for the night, I thought to myself. Thornwood is a place nestled deep in the mountains. It was the kind of place that seemed to be trapped in time. Beautiful, serene, and isolated. The villagers were warm and welcoming. People there are a bit chatty though. Working the inn was fun as well, but I couldn't help but notice one peculiar tradition they had: the silent feast. It was an annual event held in the village square, and it intrigued me from the moment I arrived. The feast was a grand affair, with tables overflowing with extravagant dishes that would put any five-star restaurant to shame. But there was one strange rule: no one was allowed to speak or leave until the final dish was served. I asked the villagers about this unusual practice, but they always offered vague answers or changed the subject. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to attend the feast that year, see if it was as interesting as the villagers hyped it to be. The event was held on the first full moon of autumn, and the entire village gathered for it. The air was crisp and filled with the aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. Lanterns illuminated the square, casting an otherworldly glow over the scene. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but the sheer spectacle of the feast was mesmerizing. As the guests took their seats, the atmosphere was oddly hushed. The villagers communicated with nods and gestures, never uttering a word. I tried to engage in conversation with a few of them, but they simply smiled and pointed to their lips, indicating that speaking was not permitted. The meal began, and the dishes were as incredible as they were diverse. The food was rich and flavorful, and I found myself indulging in the feast more than I had anticipated. Despite the silence, there was a palpable sense of excitement among the diners. I assumed it was due to the anticipation of the final dish. Hours passed and the feast continued. As the night wore on, I noticed something unsettling. The villagers were not eating like usual. Their movements were slow, almost ritualistic. Their eyes flickered nervously toward the village clock tower, which seemed to be ticking louder with each passing minute. I couldn't ignore a growing sense of dread. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate why the feast was so deafeningly silent. I could hear all the chewing and food going through their throats. Disgusting. I slipped away from the table and ventured toward the back of the square, where I saw a few villagers sneaking glances around a large, ornate door hidden behind a curtain. My heart raced as I approached the door and pushed it open slightly. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. The room beyond was filled with eerie, flickering candlelight and strange symbols painted on the walls. In the center of the room was an altar covered with an intricate cloth. A large, covered dish sat upon it, and as I peered closer, I saw that the villagers were converging on this altar, their expressions a mix of fear and reverence. Just then, a high-pitched, agonized wail echoed through the room, making me jump. The villagers fell silent, their faces frozen in terror. I realized then that the final dish wasn't just a meal, it was part of a macabre ritual. The wail came from beneath the altar, and I could see the dish trembling as if something was trying to escape from it. Panicked, I stumbled back toward the feast, but as I turned around, I noticed something horrifying. The door to the village square was shut tight, and a crowd of villagers stood in front of it, blocking the exit. I tried to call out, but the rules of the feast held me in place. I could only watch in horror as the villagers' expressions turned to glee, as if the wail had confirmed their darkest fears. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the square, and the ground began to tremble. The villagers remained seated, unmoving, their eyes fixed on the final dish. The wail grew louder, more desperate, until it became an unbearable shriek, and then, as if by some dark magic, the final dish was revealed. Inside the dish was a horrifying sight. A grotesque, living creature writhing and convulsing, its eyes filled with a mixture of terror and pain. The creature looked human, but Not exactly. Like it used to be human. The way it curled up into the fetal position while unnaturally shaking its head in pain and wailing creeped me out. The villagers began chanting in unison, their voices rising in a crescendo of eerie harmony. The creature's wails grew weaker until, finally, it fell silent. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. The villagers began to eat the final dish, their faces reflecting a twisted satisfaction, face messy with blood like eating a very saucy spaghetti. It was then that I realized the true purpose of the silent feast. It was a sacrificial ritual designed to appease an ancient and malevolent entity that demanded a horrifying tribute. As the feast came to an end, the villagers finally acknowledged me, their eyes gleaming with something sinister. I knew I had to escape, but the villagers were closing in, their intentions clear. I bolted toward the door, fighting through the crowd. My heart pounded as I broke free and ran into the night, the wails of the creature still echoing in my ears. I escaped Thornwood that night, booked a flight without even going back to retrieve my stuff. The airport was a bit far from Thornwood, 1 to 2 hours in car, so I had to walk and run and then walk again just to get out of there. 2 years later in a new town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was suddenly being watched. At first it was just paranoia, the prickling sensation of unseen eyes on my back, but as the weeks passed, the signs became harder to ignore. It started with small things. I noticed shadows lingering at the edge of my vision, disappearing the moment I turned to look. Then came the strange occurrences. My phone ringing in the middle of the night with no one on the other end. Objects in my apartment subtly moved, and once, a photograph of me at the feast that I never remembered taking appeared on my kitchen counter. The final straw was when I began receiving letters with no return address, each containing 2 words from a language I don't understand. Vorax Umbra. What does that mean? I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that the villagers couldn't possibly be doing all this. Hoping, no, praying. It's all a sick joke by my landlord. But deep down I knew the truth. They would find me eventually. The most unsettling part was when I started hearing footsteps around my apartment, a steady rhythm that mirrored my own movements. I thought I was going mad until I heard them again, this time in the dead of night, echoing in the hallway outside my bedroom door. I could never catch them in the act. Every time I opened the door, the hallway was empty, yet the presence lingered, a constant reminder that Thornwood wasn't finished with me. They were patient, relentless, taking their sweet time, enjoying the hunt like predators stalking their prey from the tall grass, striking at the moment they deem fit, dictating how much time I have left. What were they waiting for? Before I meet my inevitable end, I got obsessed with details of the weird ritual they call Silent Feast, which I realized is drawing near. It's odd though why it took 2 years for them to come after me. Did they run out of sacrifices for this year's feast? Do they stalk their sacrifices like livestock? I feel like there's an invisible tag hanging around my neck, just like a cow marked for slaughter. Never in my life I got this obsessed with something. It's as if I'm compelled to unravel every sinister detail, as though knowing more will somehow change my fate. I guess this is how people who are marked for death. Here are the notes I've pieced together from old books, decade-old newspapers, and a former Thornwood resident who escaped after watching someone he loved turn into the final dish. He claimed this happened 30 years ago, but it still horrifies him. I found him on a subreddit talking about Thornwood, but people just assumed he's crazy. There's this line that stuck out to me throughout the interview. I wish I asked her to run away with me sooner. I wish I hadn't waited how she'll look after being transformed. Every creature had their own unique metamorphosis. I was young and naive back then, you see. Curiosity is a certified killer. I mean, WTF, right? Safe to say that he was a very disturbed person back then. I guess Thornwood's silent feast does that to you. Nonetheless, he gave me vital information that might help appease my obsession. Origin of the creature. The creature is a product of ancient dark magic, rooted in the village's history. Centuries ago, Thornwood was founded on a cursed land, and the villagers' ancestors made a pact with an otherworldly entity called Vorax Umbra by their ancestors before them, to ensure the prosperity and protection of their home. The entity's name, if translated to modern English, comes out to the Devourer, a fitting name. It demanded a yearly sacrifice to maintain its favor and keep the village safe from supernatural threats. To fulfill this pact, the villagers devised a ritual to create a creature that embodies their most profound fears and suffering. The ritual involves capturing an individual, often an outsider, or a resident deemed unworthy, and subjecting them to a process of dark transformation. The transformation process. 1. Sacrificial ritual. On the night of the silent feast, a chosen victim is taken to a hidden chamber beneath the village. Here they are bound and subjected to a series of dark, occult ceremonies designed to channel their life force into a physical form. 2. Summoning and binding. The villagers use ancient incantations and symbols to summon the dark energies of the Devourer. These energies are channeled into the victim, causing their flesh to twist and contort in unnatural ways. The ritual bonds the victim's suffering and essence into a single grotesque form that will become the creature. 3. Transformation. The process of transformation involves both physical and spiritual alterations. The victim's body is reshaped into the nightmarish entity seen at the feast, a being that embodies both their torment and the dark power of the Devourer. This creature is then placed into the final dish as a horrifying spectacle of the village's devotion. 4. The final dish. During the feast, the creature is revealed as the final dish, symbolizing the culmination of the ritual and the appeasement of the Devourer. Eating the creature is both an act of homage and a means to ensure the continued favor of the entity. The existence of the creature is thus a direct result of this ancient and malevolent ritual. It serves as a reminder of the village's pact and the dark forces that sustain their existence. The creature's writhing and convulsing are manifestations of the victim's last moments of suffering, forever trapped in a twisted form designed to fulfill the ritual's demands. Why villagers must stay silent at the feast. 1. Preventing the awakening of the creature, the grotesque creature, formed from the sacrificial victim, is kept in a dormant state by the silence of the feast. Any noise or disturbance could trigger its awakening or agitation. The creature's presence is tied to the dark ritual, and noise might disrupt its magical bindings or bring it to life prematurely. 2. Maintaining the ritual's integrity. Silence is crucial to maintaining the integrity of the ritual that appeases the Devourer. The ritual relies on an atmosphere of absolute calm and reverence. Noise could disrupt the mystical energies involved and nullify the effectiveness of the offering, thereby breaking the bond between the villagers and the Devourer. 3. Preventing the spread of the dark power. The feast serves as a form of dark communion between the villagers and the Devourer. If the villagers were to speak, it might spread or amplify the dark power inherent in the ritual. Silence helps contain this power and ensures it remains focused on the creature, rather than dispersing and potentially causing harm or inviting unwanted supernatural entities. 4. Ensuring the creature's concealment. The grotesque creature is a source of immense fear and revulsion. By enforcing silence, the villagers prevent the creation from being fully revealed or scrutinized. The silence acts as a form of psychological control, keeping the true nature of the creature hidden from the feast goers and ensuring that no one can speak about or describe it. 5. Enforcing a psychological bond. The requirement for silence creates a psychological atmosphere of tension and dread. It forces the attendees to focus on the feast and the ritual, rather than questioning or disrupting it. This silence reinforces the villagers' submission to the tradition and their role in maintaining the pact with the devourer. 6. Ensuring ritual compliance. Silence during the feast ensures that everyone complies with the ritual's requirements. It prevents any dissent or disobedience that might arise if people were allowed to talk or express their doubts. The fear of punishment for breaking silence, disappearance, acts as a powerful deterrent, ensuring that everyone remains compliant and adheres to the ritual. How eating the creature appeases the devourer. 1. Symbolic consumption of suffering. The ritual of consuming the grotesque creature is not merely about satisfying a physical hunger, but is deeply symbolic. The creature, formed from the torment and agony of the sacrificial victim, represents the culmination of suffering and fear. By eating it, the villagers symbolically consume the essence of the suffering, acknowledging their debt to the devourer, and demonstrating their willingness to endure and perpetuate the act. 2. Transference of power. The devourer is a being that feeds on the life force and suffering of others. The grotesque creature is imbued with dark energies and the essence of the victim's agony. By consuming the creature, the villagers transfer this accumulated power back to the devourer. This act of consumption is seen as a direct offering of energy and sustenance, satisfying the entity's hunger for despair and ensuring its continued favor. 3. Fulfillment of the pact. The original pact made with the devourer required a ritualistic sacrifice to maintain the village's prosperity and protection. Eating the grotesque creature is the final act in this ritual, completing the ceremonial cycle. It is believed that by consuming the creature, the villagers are honoring their agreement and thereby securing their safety and fortune for another year. The act of eating is seen as an act of submission and devotion, reinforcing their ongoing commitment to the entity. 4. Mystical bonding. The grotesque creature is not merely a physical manifestation, but also a vessel for dark, mystical forces. Eating it is believed to create a metaphysical bond between the villagers and the devourer. This bond is thought to strengthen the entity's connection to the village, ensuring that it remains influential and protective. The ritual consumption acts as a form of communion with the devourer, reinforcing the mystical link that ties the village to the dark forces it serves. 5. Release of the victim's essence. The victim's essence, trapped and twisted into the creature's form, is released when consumed. This release is believed to satisfy the devourer's demand for the victim's soul and suffering. The act of eating is seen as a way to giving closure to the victim's torment, allowing their essence to pass into the devourer, and thereby completing the sacrificial cycle. Edit. This will be the last thing I'll write, I'm afraid. My insomnia has ultimately consumed me. I had no sleep for 3 straight days now. I could feel my end drawing near. This suffering will be the end of me. Is this how Vorax Umbra prepares tributes? I'm the meat, my suffering, the marinade, and his followers, his patrons. Thornwood is real, people. They'll probably try to change the name, hide the truth, but I won't let them take me without a fight. I'll make sure the world knows what's lurking in that cursed town. I won't go quietly. They think they can silence me like the others? They'll have to drag me kicking and screaming, and I'll make sure everyone hears. Beware of the silent feast. I was never one to believe in the supernatural. I always relied on science and empirical data as my guides, especially in my work. I've been a nurse for about 5 years, and I've faced difficult situations, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened at St. Agnes Hospital, where I worked about 3 months ago. St. Agnes was a relic of the past, an old hospital in a forgotten part of the city where time seemed to have stopped. I didn't have many job options at the time, and had some debts to pay, so I accepted the offer to work the night shift. The pay was good, and the work seemed straightforward. I expected just a few uneventful nights, but on my first day, I realized something was wrong. First of all, as I mentioned, it was a very old hospital, originally built as a kind of sanatorium for people with a rare dermatological condition known as Eagle syndrome. It's a little-known disease that requires an adapted lifestyle, including very low exposure to light. Because of this, the hospital had an oppressive atmosphere. The hallways were long, dark, and the lights flickered constantly. The decor, too, was eerie. Wooden panels showing signs of age, and portraits of the hospital's founders and early staff that seemed straight out of a horror movie. It was almost as if their eyes followed you as you walked by. There was, of course, an absolute silence, broken only by the distant hum of some medical equipment. It felt like the building itself was alive, breathing in unison with its inhabitants. My first night was quiet, but I felt an inexplicable unease. There was something in the corridors, something I couldn't identify, but I knew it was there. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the more I tried to ignore it, the stronger that feeling became. Eventually, I distracted myself by organizing some supplies, convincing myself that it was just my mind adjusting to the night shift world. The only thing that really caught my attention was when I used the bathroom. I finished what I had to do and washed my hands, but when I went to check my reflection, there was no mirror. In the bathroom, in the corridors, in the nurses' stations, there wasn't a single mirror anywhere. I knew this was unusual, but I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I let it go. I just mentioned it to another nurse. Oh, it's to avoid scaring the patients. They don't like mirrors much, and sometimes they can reflect light from somewhere. That was enough to convince me. In the second week, I was assigned to care for a particular patient. His condition was pitiful. His appearance was extremely pale with sunken eyes. He had been rushed to the hospital without identification and was in a constant state of delirium. His eyes were glazed, and he murmured incomprehensible things, words I couldn't understand, but that caused me a deep sense of discomfort. While checking his vital signs, he suddenly became agitated, grabbing my arm with a strength I didn't expect from someone in his condition. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I felt like he was trying to tell me something important. But all that came out were incoherent whispers. He kept repeating something like "ud" or "ood," but I couldn't make it out. Before I could react, he lunged at me, biting my arm with desperate force. I felt a sharp pain, and my immediate reflex was to push him away with all my strength. He fell back onto the bed, looking exhausted, and I stood there breathing heavily, holding my now bleeding arm. The on-call doctor appeared soon after, drawn by the noise, but his reaction was strangely apathetic. He looked at the man with a mix of pity and annoyance, as if it were a minor inconvenience. "He's delirious," the doctor said distantly. "Calm him down with a sedative." I wanted to question him, to say the patient needed more than just a sedative, but something in the doctor's look made me hesitate. I did as he asked, and, after sedating the patient, retreated to the nurse's station, trying to push the incident out of my mind. That night, I couldn't sleep when I got home. The pain in my arm still throbbed, and the experience lingered in my mind, which was already a mess, but I needed to go back to work the next day. About 3 days later, the atmosphere in the hospital was even heavier. It was as if the air was charged with electricity, almost difficult to breathe. The corridors seemed even darker, and the silence deeper. I felt a constant presence, as if I were being watched, but every time I looked back, there was nothing. Just the cold, silent emptiness. During my shift, I decided to check on the patient who had bitten me the previous night. When I entered the room, I found him motionless, almost like a corpse. His skin was even paler, and his lips were stained crimson. The monitor next to the bed showed weak but present vital signs. However, what disturbed me the most was a seemingly trivial detail: the reflection on the steel tray I was holding. There was no reflection. The bed was there, the equipment was there, but the patient wasn't. Fear began to form in my stomach, rising to my throat. I tested it again, changing the tray's position, and the result was the same. My mind tried to rationalize it, but my instinct screamed that this was not natural, that I needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. I stood in shock for a few seconds, unable to process what I was seeing. Then a cold hand touched my shoulder, and I almost screamed. It was one of the veteran nurses, with a neutral expression on her face. "Is everything okay?" she asked casually. I hesitated, but eventually nodded. I didn't know what to say, or if I should say anything at all. Everything felt so surreal, as if I were trapped in a nightmare. I decided to leave the room and continue my shift, trying to distract myself with the usual tasks, but the fear persisted, gnawing at me whenever I picked up a tray. Later that night, while walking through the empty corridors, I heard voices. I followed the sound, finding a dimly lit room where a group of doctors and nurses were speaking in low voices. They had their backs to me, and I hid behind a slightly open door listening. The words I heard chilled me to the bone. They were talking about me. They discussed how he had chosen the next victim, and that I was being prepared. One of the doctors mentioned that the patient who bit me was an indicator, someone being used to test who was ready for the process. My heart raced. They were planning something for me, and it didn't seem good. Before I could leave, a dark shadow passed by the door crack, and I felt a cold presence behind me. I didn't need to look to know it was the patient, the man who had no reflection. His breathing was heavy, and he whispered my name as if he knew me intimately. Fear took over, and all I could do was run. I ran through the corridors, feeling that presence growing closer. The hospital seemed to transform as I ran. The corridors lengthened, the lights flickered, and doors that had been open now slammed shut in front of me, as if the building itself was conspiring to keep me inside. Finally, I found a supply room and locked myself in, trying to control my breathing and the pounding of my heart, which felt like it was about to explode. On the other side of the door, I could hear his breathing, feel his presence, and the sound of nails scratching the wood terrified me. "I know you're in there, sweetheart," his voice whispered, almost like a sweet lover's but laced with malice. "You don't have to be afraid. It will all be over soon." I needed to get out of there before it was too late. In a final act of desperation, I flung the door open and shoved a shelf full of glass jars, which crashed to the floor, creating a loud noise. The man, besides getting cut by the shards, seemed to shrink from the noise. I took advantage of the distraction and ran through the hospital's back exit. I didn't stop until I reached home, exhausted but alive. The next day, I resigned over the phone. I couldn't explain the reason to my superiors, just that I couldn't work there anymore. They didn't push, and I was relieved. In the following weeks, I tried to forget what happened, but I couldn't. Every time I looked at my reflection, something was different. I've slowly noticed that I'm becoming paler. Yesterday, when I tried to go out during the day, I had a heat stroke in 22 degrees Celsius heat. I fainted and was taken to the hospital, where the doctor told me I have Eagle syndrome, or, as it's known in the country of origin, Orlock syndrome. He suggested I stay at St. Agnes since it's a reference on the subject. I'm afraid of what might happen if I go there. Anyway, if any of you ever work in a hospital without mirrors, run. Hi, I'm a 32-year-old woman and a phlebotomist at a rural hospital. In case you're unfamiliar with phlebotomy, I'm someone who takes blood from patients and prepares it for various kinds of testing. Last year, I encountered an issue with a patient that I've never seen before or since. It's been hard to get off my mind, and I hope writing about it will help. I guess this is also a last-ditch effort in hoping that someone will believe me and help me understand what happened. I've worked at this hospital for 4 years. After spending the previous 4 at a nursing home, I had a bit of a rough upbringing, mixed with some drug use. Actually, part of what got me into this line of work. As I mentioned, my current hospital is deeply rural. There are about 15 miles of woods right out back. I used to spend my smoke breaks out there before all of this. I encountered this patient on the graveyard shift, also known as the overnight. I'm rarely booked on those, as phlebotomy is considered the less urgent sector of the hospital that usually doesn't require late nights. But we were lighter than usual on nurses back then. I was just sitting down when the CNO told me that we needed a draw in A145. I remember feeling annoyed as I made my way towards the back of the hospital. Whoever had done their intake had put this patient at the very end of the hall, with about 20 empty rooms between them and our other bookings that night. It was off the round structure. A145 was the only room with light under the door. I did my usual knock and announcement before walking in. This part was all captured in the hallway monitor when I checked the next day. The moment I walked in, I nearly fell backward. A man had pulled the chair from the far corner of the room, near the window, right up to the doorway. He was sitting and facing the entrance and sprung to his feet the moment I walked in. A boy was lying on the bed behind him, and I could feel a breeze coming from outside. I distinctly remember that the man had on a ball cap that read Louisville in faded letters, and big black sunglasses that contrasted his sallow, droopy skin. He was wearing a shirt that also read Louisville, and he stepped back as I stepped forward, pushing the chair behind him with a scrape. "I didn't mean to scare you," he said quickly, shaking his head back and forth. I remember just laughing in response and telling him it was fine. that I was just used to the chair being in the corner. I turned for the patient chart, tucked in the clipboard holder, and found it missing. When I turned back, the man was holding it out for me and told me that he'd just finished filling it out. I took it with a nod, scanning the details, then walking over to the boy. It had been filled in with sloppy handwriting. I don't remember all the specifics of how I interacted with the boy, but I know I must have followed my usual procedures before a draw. I smiled down at him, and he stared up at me with watery green eyes. He looked 12, the age his chart read. "Hi there, Lewis," I remember saying, glancing for his name. I asked him how he felt today. The boy looked at the man, then back at me. I heard the scrape of the chair being pulled closer to the bed behind me. "I feel fine, but my father and I want to make sure that I'm all normal, so we came to try this." At this point, the father had his hands on the foot of the bed and was leaning forward, staring from beneath the thick sunglasses. "Of course, Lewis. Well, I'm going to check that out by borrowing a little blood from you if that's alright. It really won't hurt at all." That is roughly what I responded. Suddenly the man piped up, speaking quickly and loudly so that both Lewis and I turned to him. "It won't hurt at all." The boy nodded in response and seemed to repeat it to himself. I felt myself begin to grow uneasy at the father's mannerisms as I made my way across the room to the medical cabinet. This unease was compounded by a gust from the open window, which chilled me in my scrubs. As I looked out the open window, I could see the tree line not too far away, and the branches swaying and clawing against the night sky. I remember that very distinctly. We never kept the windows open, so I moved to close it. As my hand stretched out, I could see the man standing stiffly behind me in the reflection from the glass. "Please, leave it open," he cooed. "We get very hot." I was tired, and the man was standing very close to me, so I acquiesced, turning back to the medical cabinet and opening it for my supplies. I grabbed what I needed and placed it on the sink counter, washing my hands as I routinely did and slipping on my gloves. I know that all the equipment I took was standard: butterfly needles, vacutainer, collection tubes, gauze, tourniquet, everything you'd expect. There was nothing faulty about the materials. I know that isn't what happened here. I walked up to the left side of the bed and asked Lewis to sit up nice and straight. Normally I prefer using a nice, cushiony chair, but those are a bit down the hall, and we're already comfortable in bed, is what I told him, stupidly, instead of taking him to the draw room. I remember things more vividly from here. I placed the collection tubes and needle down on the small table nearby and applied the tourniquet around his mid-bicep. He stared solemnly up at the ceiling as I began to thumb the crook of his arm for the vein. That's when I first knew something was wrong. As I stared down at the boy's arm and felt around with my fingers, I couldn't find the tracings of his veins anywhere. I pressed my thumb harder, squinting as if it would make the blue streaks appear beneath the skin. After nearly a minute, I started to feel confused. I smiled up at the boy whose eyes held the same watery stare. I decided I'd best try my luck with a puncture. I drew my tools, wiping the crook of his arm with alcohol, and aiming the needle in the same place I always did. I was hoping I was just tired. As I dug the needle in, I hoped for the momentary resistance and then gentle pop that accompanied the finding of a vein, but none came. "I'm sorry, I'm going to need to try again," I said softly. It was what I always remark when I can't find the vein, though I rarely need to. I slid out the needle slowly, pressing a square of gauze against the area, before re-puncturing. Again, I felt nothing. As this process continued for 6 failed puncture attempts, I began to notice a few things. The first, which I realized as I pushed in the needle for the 3rd time, my teeth gritted, was that the boy did not seem pained at any moment. It was like putting an IV drip in an unconscious person. The second thing I noticed, while I withdrew the needle for the 5th time, was that the gauze I was pressing against the venipuncture sites was clean. I turned the white pad back to me and didn't see a single drop of red. As I looked at his arm, I could see the holes I'd made, but no spotting of blood. The third thing I noticed, after my 6th attempt was unsuccessful, was how close the man had gotten to me while I was trying to draw his son's blood. He was seated on the other side of a rather wide hospital bed, but he was stretching across it, leaning on his hands and crooning his neck, his face only a foot from mine. I almost dropped the needle when I saw him, and it unnerved me even more than Lewis's seeming lack of veins. "Something is wrong," the man breathed, and I moved my chair back to create some distance. I put down the needle and stood up, moving towards the foot of the bed. The man paralleled my movements, shooting up from his seat and standing in front of me with a few long strides. The man spoke in a hushed voice from beneath his cap and glasses. "Please, tell me what's wrong." He sounded nervous, in a genuine way, but it did nothing to reduce my unease. I whispered back, "I'm sorry, I just haven't seen this before. I'm searching for a vein to draw from, and I just can't find one." The man paused, his hands fidgeting. "What do you mean exactly?" I let out a confused laugh, mostly out of discomfort. I remember wondering if there was a language barrier. I mean, I can't find the vein. As in the blue tubes filled with blood in his arm, I've never been unable to locate them like this. "It's not normal," the man muttered, seeming to cock his head to the window behind me. "It's okay. I'll talk to him. He's just nervous." I shook my head back and forth, confused. I don't think he's nervous. In fact, most kids are a little scared of the pain, but Lewis doesn't even seem to notice it. I'm worried something is wrong with him. Maybe some kind of hypovolemia. His skin feels almost rubbery. The man began to shake his head back and forth, as if he were mimicking my motion. No. Pain and veins. He's all right. I will speak with him for just a second, and then you'll check again. The man was wringing his hands together now. The skin on them, like on his face, looked too wrinkled for his age. The man spun back towards the boy and took 3 long strides until he was at his side, muttering something. I looked over to the door and pictured the long stretch of hallway between myself and the rest of the people in the hospital. I considered who had done intake for the 2 of them, and if the man would even know what I meant if I asked for his insurance. I looked back out the window and wondered again, more intensely than I had the first time, why the glass and the screen were open. The man's voice cut into my thoughts. "Okay, he's ready." The man was standing next to my chair, one hand tightly gripping the boy's shoulder. A thought came to me then, that if I were to yank that hat and sunglasses off his face, the man would fall apart like that girl with the ribbon on her neck. The idea scared me. As I moved towards my chair, the man slinked behind it, holding the back of the seat. Looking at both of them was starting to make me sick. One time I saw a patient brought in who'd clipped his knee against a rock while cliff diving, twisting his lower leg so badly his foot was facing backward. The wrongness of looking at that was what I felt while looking at the father and his son. I sat in the chair and just focused on the boy, hearing the man breathing heavily behind me. I drew a fresh needle for Lewis and reached for him before my eyes widened. There, running up and down his arm, were thick blue veins. I gripped his elbow and could feel them pumping beneath the skin. They were undoubtedly there. I could hear the man's breath quickening, almost with excitement. I didn't know what to say. I wiped the area in the crook of the boy's arm and prepared the needle. Lewis's skin felt moist, even through my gloves. I saw his face and neck, too. Had droplets of perspiration. His skin was almost sticky now. I'm scared. Lewis's voice came out like the croak of a frog. His big, watery eyes met mine. Some of his hair was clinging to his forehead from the sweat. I stopped moving the needle towards his arm and leaned forward. Lewis, are you okay? Is something going on? Is what I responded. I could feel the man leaning over me. The boy nodded yes. I'm scared of the pain from the needle. It won't hurt any more than last time, Lewis. It's okay. I think that's how I reassured him, but I myself was confused. After that, Lewis turned to look back towards the ceiling, his face going back to the stern grimace it had the entire time. I'd never seen such an inhuman reaction before. I didn't know what to do but proceed with drawing the blood. I aimed the needle right towards the bright, obvious veins, and dug it into his arm. I felt the pop of the vein almost instantly. I closed my eyes for a moment as the blood flowed from the needle into the first vial on the small table. I vividly imagined 20 minutes from now, when I was back down the hall, recanting what an odd experience my last draw was, and someone would commiserate with me that the graveyard shifts were always a mental strain. That's where I wanted to be. I opened my eyes and let out a gasp that barely avoided being a scream. What I saw was the blood sliding from the needle up the tubes. Filling the first vial was a deep blue, the same color as the boy's veins. It looked like thick blue paint. I likely would have fallen backwards out of my seat, if it didn't mean I'd fall into the man behind me, and the idea of touching him was much worse than anything. What's wrong now? The man was leaning down behind me, not far from my ear. His voice sounded harsher now than when he last asked this. Nothing, I remember stuttering out. I stopped the draw as it filled the first vial, sliding the needle out and wrapping gauze around the puncture point that began to stain blue. I knew I needed to get out of there. I picked up the vial and could hear the man moving behind me. The boy held his same zombie-like stare at the ceiling. As I stood up, the man was in front of me, between my path to the door. One of his hands was extended out to me. He was grinning, and I looked away from his teeth. I've replayed this interaction a lot of times in my head. Please, I said then. I don't know exactly why. Everything's normal with the boy now? Yes, I sputtered out. I felt like I could hear movement from outside the windows. Excited movement. Please? The man replied, grinning wider. I held out the vial, placing it into his palm from which the skin seemed to sag, and he moved out of my way. I almost ran towards the door, pulling it open as I felt tears begin to well in my eyes and then slamming it behind me. My leaving, as well, was captured on the camera. And that was that. I told the CNO, and whoever was there at the time, nearly hysterical, that there was something horribly wrong in the room at the end of the hall, but it was empty once they'd reached it. I don't know exactly why any of it happened. I know people in here are probably more willing than most circles of the internet to believe this kind of crazy stuff. If anyone has any ideas, I'm open to hearing them. I haven't come up with any medical or logical prognosis. The last thing I should say is that since then, if I'm ever unfortunate enough to get the graveyard shift, I'm very careful. I make sure to lock all the windows before it gets dark, because I sometimes hear the ones in the empty rooms rattling from the outside. When I was 17 years old, I thought myself to be much wiser than people my age. This confidence and pride drove me to drop out of high school halfway through senior year. Some of my classmates worked part-time jobs to pay for books, dates, food, and whatever else people my age were interested in. Not me. While they all studied and spent their time working retail at their family-owned stores, I left home and applied for several jobs in the town I grew up in, Hamsville. Hamsville is west of Washington, D.C., and placed right in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. It started out as an old farming town, with most of its population working on and around the local area, participating in farming, logging, and homesteading. Then the Civil War happened, and most of it was turned to ruin. Pigs were slaughtered to feed the advancing Union Army. The occupants retreated south, and the natives that were here so long before us built themselves some homes in the surrounding mountains. Seeing myself as a mountain man, as naive as I was back then, I had hoped to get a job with a local construction company, or better yet, a job with the local fire department. I quit shaving, and much to my dismay, never grew more than a cheap half stash and a few whiskers on my chin. As the days went on, and the realization that I'd be homeless set in, I found myself a job at a local farm, Alamedian Farm, tired of going from place to place and sleeping at the residence of gracious families. I took the job as quickly as I could. You could call it desperation, but I thought it would be better than working at a small mom-and-pop shop like my peers. I had no idea what was in store for me. I started there in January of 1894. It was cold, and snow covered the mountains surrounding the Shenandoah Valley. The lakes froze over, and people made do with what they had since supplies couldn't make it over the mountain from the larger cities to the east. Mrs. Goodson ran the farm, which at this point had been reduced to a few cows and 26 horses within the barn. I slept in a storage shed configured for living, right behind the barn, which was fine by me. I had access to a well, a fireplace, and I lived within a few hundred feet of where I worked. The first few days were spent learning the tasks, gathering firewood, and talking to the Goodson family, who would invite me to dinner in their house every so often. They were kind, and I was grateful to have such an opportunity. Things seemed just fine until one night, after I'd finished mucking stalls. I was leaned up against my living space, facing the woods that surrounded the area, smoking a cigarette. The silent night was serene. The snowfall was gentle, and the fireplace inside gave me some lighting through a window. I drew a deep breath and exhaled, feeling awfully good about my situation. Then the sound of a rhythmic tapping came from somewhere in the woods. I let my cigarette fall to the ground, and I listened, holding my breath to hear better. It started to sound an awful lot like the drums that I'd hear during football games. It would start with one real loud boom, followed by 3 lesser booms, before restarting the same 4-beat pattern. I drew my revolver from my hip and pulled the hammer back. It's always been said that you shouldn't whistle in the night here in the Appalachian Mountains. I don't care. I had a revolver, I whistled and listened. Silence. I squinted my eyes and bit my tongue in anticipation. The drumming stopped. Being the fool I was, I yelled out, "That's what I thought." I'd have fired my revolver, but I didn't want to stir the horses. The next morning I woke up and followed my routine as usual, and the snow kept falling. As usual, I stepped outside my living space to smoke a cigarette, as every night. Instead of drums this time, I heard sticks cracking. I drew my revolver, because mountain lions aren't something to be fooled with. The atmosphere was mostly dark, with the only light coming from the window right behind me. I heard something getting closer, and feeling the hair raise on the back of my neck, I fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. With the final shot, I did my best to look into the woods, and to my horror, I saw what appeared to be a skull of a deer sitting upon the body of a large, stringy but muscular man. I stared and didn't breathe for at least 10 seconds. I hurried inside and sat in my bed facing the door. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I opened my eyes and it was daytime. Before I could stand up, something slammed into my door. "Get out here, boy." It was Mrs. Goodson. I opened the door. "For what reason did you find it necessary to fire off 3 rounds into the night, scaring my horses? You drinking?" I thought to myself of what had happened, and out of fear of sounding crazy, I lied and told her that I was drunk and fired my revolver for no reason. She scolded me, but as always, she still offered me coffee out of the kindness she always had for me. I did my duties as usual. Over the next few days, when I smoked my nightly cigarette, I'd always feel like I was being watched. After a few weeks of constant alertness at night, I brought a lantern with me one night while I smoked. Not only a lantern, but a rifle is used to kill deer growing up. As usual, I heard the rustling of branches and sticks, and feeling bold, I shouted into the dark night, "Get out of here, you fool!" The rustling stopped, and it was as if the entire forest had silenced itself for a second. There was not a sound, not even of snow falling. My heart began to race. I heard my blood pumping in my head. Then, to my horror, something responded through the silent dark. "Get out of here, you fool!" I froze as I heard my own voice shout at me from the dark. I froze. In my fear, I aimed my rifle into the darkness and pulled the trigger. Click. I swore at the rifle while it was jammed up, and the bolt was stuck so that I couldn't cycle another round. I dropped the rifle and drew my revolver. I fired all 6 shots and began stepping backwards as I chambered more bullets. I knocked my lantern off of the barrel it sat above, and a small flame began to fade on the ground. Out of the darkness came a figure of pure evil, the skull of a deer upon the wicked, contorted, bloodied body that made calculated movements toward me. Tears fell from my eyes as I stepped backwards faster. I aimed my revolver at its evil chest and fired 3 shots, which seemed to make the beast laugh. That's all I could hear. Laughter. Terrible, wicked laughter. It was as if the sound of the laughter came from all directions and resonated right in my brain. Not only laughter, but my own words. "Get out of here, you fool." My own voice. I turned and ran for the barn, kicking open the first stall which houses my pony, and pulled myself onto her back without a saddle. She ran up the aisle of other stalls, each containing a horse that shambled around in fear as the terrible laughing continued. "Come on, girl," I shouted at my pony, and she ran with all of her might, and the laughter was just as loud as it ever was, as if it was right in my ear. She ran down the long dirt road towards the wooden arches which displayed Alamedian Farm, and she kept running. The laughing only silenced when we were miles down the road. We came upon a few horse-drawn carriages and stopped just ahead of them. My face felt burnt from the snow and wind hitting my face, but I was glad to be away. They sat me in the back of a wagon, while the husband took a few steps around to check on my pony. As his wife struggled to console me, I could only choke out a short explanation that they couldn't understand. They gave me a bottle, and I drank, gulping down most of the sour whiskey it contained. I drifted to sleep, and as I looked out the back of the wagon, slowly rocked to sleep by the road, to my horror, I saw that same wicked deer skull. I'm not sure if this is the best place to post this. There will probably be a lot of YTA comments. But let me be a cautionary tale against being a good Samaritan and helping strangers with luggage. And while I know my actions will probably disgust a lot of people, before you criticize, I want you to think. Really think. If you'd do any different than me. So, I was at airport baggage claim when a woman asked me to watch her bag. Promise you'll keep this for me until I get back? She said. I promised her I'd look after it, laughing a little because she seemed so anxious, as if she was worried I'd abandon it and leave it for someone to steal. The woman thanked me profusely and left, presumably to pee, I thought, given how quick she went. She never came back. The bag had no tag and no name, just a ribbon tied on the handle. I kept it with me and waited a whole half hour for her to return. But after 45 minutes, well, this was ridiculous. I left the suitcase with the rest of the unclaimed luggage, figuring it would find its way to her eventually. I was wrong. When I got home, the suitcase was there in the entryway. I stared as I closed the front door behind me. Weird, right? How did it get here? Vague thoughts flitted through my head that the airport somehow delivered it. Maybe they saw me sitting with it and assumed it was mine. The suitcase was a dark gray-green, one of those big clamshell ones with sturdy fabric around the zipper, a lacy ribbon tied on the handle, and no labels at all, not even a flight barcode sticker. Next day I returned it to the airport, but when I got home, it was back in my house, in my bedroom, stationed beside my other luggage that I'd yet to unpack. This was getting disturbing. Who'd brought it back here? How did they know where I lived? If this was a prank, it had gone too far. I grabbed the suitcase and wheeled it out of the dumpster in the alley and tossed it in. But a few hours later, it was back. By then I'd unpacked from my trip, and my own luggage was deep in my closet. The green suitcase was just sitting there, as if waiting to be unpacked also. I drove it out to a dumpster across town. It was back when I got home. I took it to Goodwill and donated it, but it returned again. Each time it got back, it felt heavier. As the days passed, I started having nightmares about the suitcase. I'd close my eyes, and as soon as I was asleep, I'd feel the clamshell around me as if I were all folded into it. My limbs scrunched, my lungs suffocating. I'd try to breathe, but the air was stale and I was smothered. Finally, I'd panic and wake up and see the suitcase in my room. In addition to getting heavier, it was also getting stinkier. At first I thought it was from being thrown into the dumpster, but no. This was a different odor, and it got worse over time. It reeked like someone had hunted a deer and packed it in there and left it, and it leaked, a sort of foul dark liquid that dripped into the carpet and left a stain. I decided to change tactics and video the suitcase in hopes of catching whoever kept returning it to me. My parents had a pet cam for their dogs, so I asked them to take care of the suitcase for me, and I made sure to place it in their living room, in sight of the camera, so that when it disappeared, I'd be able to pinpoint how and when. A day passed. 2. When I checked the footage of my parents' pet cam, the suitcase was still there. When they called me up, would I take my suitcase back? It was taking up space and stinking up their living room. I retrieved the suitcase and, back at home, put it in the garage and installed a camera to monitor it. It stayed in the garage, thank goodness, because the smell was truly god-awful. But my dreams got even more disturbing. In the latest one, I wasn't able to move at all. I could feel my skin beginning to slough off, my eyes melting in my head, maggots crawling through my rotting flesh. When I woke up, it took me a few moments to blink bleary eyes and realize where I was. I was standing in the door to the garage, sleepwalking apparently, on my way toward the suitcase. A sudden dread seized me. I was afraid to go near it, or even touch it, certain that if I unzipped it, I'd wind up inside. I rented a hotel room, but of course it followed me there. At work, my boss swung by my desk to ask if everything was all right. She noticed my declining mental state. I broke down and I confessed everything. She asked me what was in the suitcase. I don't know, I stammered. It's not mine. I never looked. You never even looked? She seemed stunned. Isn't that the first thing you should have done? It seemed logical when she said it, but right now, even the idea of opening it all but suffocated me with dread. She said she'd like to see this mysterious suitcase and asked me to show her after work. We drove together to my hotel room. On the way, she theorized what might be in there. Was I being framed? Was there a body? I should have called the police right away, she said. Or was it something more mundane? Maybe someone bought me a frozen turkey and it had thawed and was becoming nasty. Maybe a family member was pranking me. Could be anything, but I'd know already if I'd opened the thing. My leaving the mystery for so many days seemed ridiculous to her. I had to agree, but nothing in the world would make me touch that zipper. The suitcase was there, waiting right by the door when we walked in, just tucked to one side like it was ready for me to open it. The entire room stank. My boss wrinkled her nose, and even she looked a little hesitant. She told me to open it, but I shook my head and made a noise in my throat, and she sighed and rolled her eyes and said, "All right, shut the door. We don't want anyone walking by to see." She rolled it into the bathroom in case it was messy, and said she'd just open a little, take a peek. "Where did you say it came from again?" she asked as she tugged on the zipper. I backed away, sitting on one side of the beds so there was some distance between me and the bathroom. I couldn't see her anymore, but I just didn't want to be near when she unzipped it. "Someone at the airport asked me to watch it," I said. "Actually, it's funny. The only time it didn't return was when I asked my parents to look after it. It stayed put for a couple of days. I wonder if..." I stopped because why wasn't she saying anything? "Are you looking inside?" I called. Silence. Dread swirled in my belly. All my limbs felt laden. I called out again. "Did you unzip it? Did you peek inside yet?" A faint, muffled sound. The fear was a stone in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then I heard again what seemed like a smothered cry. I rushed to the bathroom and gasped. The tip of a polished loafer sank into the suitcase, which bulged and trembled, and then the shoe was gone and the zipper was like lips smacking shut. The suitcase sat, just a suitcase. After that, I took the suitcase with me to the bus and train terminal downtown. It was now lightweight with a slight musty smell. I surveyed the station. There was a woman with small children, a father with a teenager in tow, and then I spotted a leathery-faced man in a bucket hat sitting alone on one of the metal chairs, looking a bit worse for wear. I approached him and sat next to him, pretending to read for a few moments, and then I turned to him. "Excuse me, sir," I said. "Would you mind watching my bag for me for a bit?" He looked up at me, surprised, but mumbled, "Sure." "You won't leave it sitting here, will you? Promise me you'll hold on to it until I get back?" I insisted. "Yeah, sure, no biggie." "Thanks a million," I told him. Then I left. I haven't been back. I'm under investigation for my boss's disappearance, since she was last seen in my car. But the nightmares have stopped. The smell is gone. You probably think I'm terrible, but ask yourself honestly, What would you have done in my situation? I have to issue this warning so that I can prevent others from suffering the same experience. If someone asks you to watch their bag, don't do it. No matter how much social etiquette compels you to smile and agree, make an excuse and leave. Let people look after their own luggage. I know I'm never watching anyone's bag again. Please feed Mohan his dog food, pedigree, at 2 p.m. The packet is on the cupboard and his dog bowl is kept near the kitchen sink. I stared at the WhatsApp message, reading it again and again. My emotions were caught between bemusement and nervousness at the bizarre request. I know what you're all thinking. Just feed the dog his kibble. But here are the facts. Mohan is not a dog. He is a 10-year-old. To give you all some context upon my situation, I had agreed to babysit Mrs. Sharma's son Mohan because my mother wanted our new crazy neighbor to feel at home. And no, this was not a paid babysitting job. It was just an endeavor to build neighborly relations by my over-enthusiastic mother. But as I said just now, Mrs. Sharma was crazy. I'd only observed her twice, but both the moments left quite an impression upon me. The first one happened when I caught her cutting a bar of soap like a carrot upon my mother's chopping board. She had brought a pack of those as gifts when she first came to visit us. A brand new pack of expensive sandal soaps. At that time, I was reading a book from a position where she could not see me, but I could see her on the sofa chatting with my mother. But when my mother went to the terrace to fetch our drying clothes for 10 minutes, I surreptitiously watched her take one of the bars and start dicing it upon the chopping board my mother had just used for slicing radishes. I looked away after 5 minutes, but Mrs. Sharma had clearly left no trace of her actions because when my mother came back, they continued their nonsensical conversations, while my mother once again picked up her knife and continued chopping the remaining vegetables. Needless to say, I refused to eat dinner that night and ordered from Zomato. The second incident happened when I caught Mrs. Sharma tasting Pedigree, a popular brand of dog food, when my mother and I were visiting her home. Mrs. Sharma went into her kitchen to pour some drinks and snacks for us, while we were waiting in her guest room. At that time, I had a sudden urge to use the washroom. I silently walked past the kitchen, but my eyes happened to glance upon her for a few seconds. And there she was, taking kibbles out of a Pedigree packet and putting them in her mouth. I refused to eat anything she served me and my mom later on. I also mentally grimaced every time my mom picked a bite to eat. The woman clearly had issues, and I wish that my mom would have stayed clear of her, but fate had other plans. The two had become fast friends, and now I was saddled with babysitting Mrs. Sharma's 10-year-old son Mohan. When I had questioned my mother about why we didn't see Mohan during our visit to Mrs. Sharma's house, Mom told me it was because he had gone on a walk with a girl from our colony. My mom also gave me a list of written instructions on how to take care of that kid. I wished she would just WhatsApp me, but she just had to write it on paper in her terrible handwriting. Honestly, the only redeeming quality of Mrs. Sharma so far was that she was not as technophobic as my mother, and had agreed to message me the instructions. The babysitting ordeal was to last from 12 noon till 6 in the evening. I had not even glanced upon the list my mother had given me, as Mrs. Sharma had promised me that she would text me the relevant tasks throughout the day. So, with an irritated look upon my face, I went to pursue the challenge. I first saw Mohan in the living room of their house, watching television. An episode of Doraemon blared from the television, and I winced at how loud it was. But the kid was unaffected. Mrs. Sharma had just deposited the keys to her house with me right outside the house and left in a hurry, without even introducing me to her kid. Her craziness clearly wasn't going away anytime soon. I felt sorry for the kid for having such a weird mother without even having met him. So that is how I had relaxed a little and entered their living room after safely locking the door. I was told by my mother that Mohan was 10 years old, and he looked exactly like a normal 10-year-old would. He was watching the television screen with his black hair combed back, wearing a red t-shirt and a pair of comfortable pants, munching upon Maggi noodles with a glass of mango juice nearby. I introduced myself to him, and he monotonously replied to my basic questions, his attention clearly fixed upon the television. But he looked comfortable enough, so I went into the guest bedroom of the house to watch Dairy Girls on Netflix, after reassuring him to call me if he needs anything. I was captivated by the show until Mrs. Sharma's message notification came on WhatsApp. That is when the weird message that I had talked about earlier came in, at 1:40 p.m., and reading the message made me wish that there was some version of CPS in India, because the entire event just screamed that something abusive was going on with Mohan and his mother. I wondered if Mrs. Sharma was joking with me, so I nervously went to the cupboard to see if I would actually find dog food over there. I was hoping that the last time I saw her eat pedigree kibbles in her kitchen was just some hallucination or glitch in the Matrix moment. But there it was, a yellow packet with a cute little golden retriever picture, a big packet of pedigree. I stared at it for a good 10 minutes, wondering what my next steps would be. Should I make a run for it and inform my mother about the incident? Or should I grab Mohan along with me too? Or should I just ignore my conscience and feed him the dog food and finish my babysitting task? Because if the past events were anything to go by, it certainly would not be the first time he would be eating it. My mind was racing in all directions until suddenly I heard scratching at one of the bedroom doors nearby. To say that my blood had turned to ice by now would be an understatement. I quickly ran to Mohan and asked him what was causing the scratching. Maybe it was just a pet that Mrs. Sharma had confused with Mohan, I thought nervously, but Mohan's reply caught me off guard. "It is the red man," he told me. "What? Just ignore him and open that door." After giving that vague answer, he went back to watching some cartoons. I was beyond scared by this point and just wanted to bolt out of the house, but one question still lingered in my mind. "Does your mother feed you pedigree?" I asked him cautiously. Mohan looked at me for a few seconds and nodded yes. I sucked in a breath and hurriedly told him to come with me to my house. He had clearly been abused and was under some delusion of the red man. I could not in good conscience leave the kid here with that crazy witch. So I just grabbed his arms and started dragging him with me. I frantically reassured him that we would call the police on his mother and he would be safe from her, but he quietly told me that there was no point to that. This made me pause in my tracks. I looked over my shoulder to see that he had suddenly become hunched over and was shaking with tears. "That woman is not my mother. My mother was killed 2 years ago. The red man had killed her, and if you try to complain about it, it will kill you." "What are you talking about?" I screamed at the kid, my mind spinning. "It's true. It used to be just me and my mom, the real Radhika Sharma. She used to be normal, but one weird rule existed in our house. Mom had forbidden me from going to the guest room of my house, claiming that a ghost lives there, and we should be wary of him. I used to be extremely afraid of that threat because I could sometimes hear scratching sounds from behind that locked door. One night, when I went to get water, I saw her standing outside the door to that room with a very frightened look on her face. I saw it. A red hand had suddenly emerged from the door and grabbed her inside. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers the entire night. I was sobbing throughout the night, and I was terrified that my mother had been killed. Terrified that the red man exists and that he would come after me. He never came out. The next day, my mother came to wake me up. I was scared but happy to see her. But that morning for breakfast, she served me the pedigree that used to feed our dog at that time. Her eccentric behavior did not end there. She would always take baths with a mixture of milk and oil. She would sleep on the roof of our car with her eyes open. She would twist her neck at odd angles pretty often. And she would also cut up slices of soap to feed our dog. Our dog? He died soon because of that. I stared at Mohan with a numb feeling. He continued his rambles. I knew then that that thing was not my mother, that my mother was dead, and I also knew that whatever that thing is, it was trying to imitate humans. It has gotten rather good at it over 2 years. We moved a lot during that time. It will always chat up the new neighbors, trying to appear more and more normal. I knew it was some weird creature, but I also knew that it was not the red man, because no matter where we lived, there would always be one of our rooms that would be locked and off limits to me, and I could hear scratching behind it. He finally finished his story while sobbing throughout. I just kept on standing there, feeling like an icy hand had gripped my heart. I was not afraid for the kid. I knew he would somehow survive. I was afraid for myself, knowing that I had basically entered a haunted house. Mohan had escaped my grasp and ran upstairs, probably to cry to himself some more, but I knew that if I didn't get out of the house that second, my legs would give out and I would not escape alive. I was about to make a run for it when I heard a tire screech in the background. Mrs. Sharma, or more pointedly, the thing imitating her, was home. I just stood there frozen like a statue when the lock turned. The thing must have had a spare key, of course, and within minutes, it opened the door and entered the house with a cheery face. "Hello, dear. How was your day? I'm sorry I came home early. The grocery shop I like was closed today and I was free to come home early. I hope you had fun with Mohan today. He is very friendly." The thing grinned at me. I just stared in silence. Not a movement out of me. It moved towards the room from where the scratching sounds were coming from, still chatting me up. I hope Mohan ate his food properly. He generally is a good boy, but I had to discipline him for a very long time for him to reach that stage when it comes to food. I watched in silent horror as it came to stand before the door with the scratching sounds, but a confused expression came upon his face. "Dearie, did you not let Mohan out of the room?" "Huh?" The inquisitive expression just escaped my mouth, the first prickle of curiosity coming over me. Without any warning, its hands turned the handle and opened the door. I screamed and tried to make a run for it, until I heard a bark from behind me. I just froze upon the spot, slowly turning my head. I expected to see a grotesque red figure with a creepy smile coming at me with inhuman speed. Instead, a happy golden retriever ran up to me. I tried to collect my thoughts for a minute. I expected that this was all a show, and both the woman and dog would soon reveal their true paranormal forms. But nothing of that sort happened. The golden happily continued to hug me, and Mrs. Sharma watched with a worried look on her face. "Did you not feed him, dearie? Mohan must be very hungry now," Mrs. Sharma replied, pointing to the dog. "What are you talking about? Mohan is your son, isn't he?" "I refer to him as my son, but he's not my actual son, dearie. He's a dog." "Why are you asking such a weird question?" But were you confused all this time because you thought I had an actual son? I never had a child, and I had never been married. I have only had one companion for 10 years, my beloved Mohan. Let me feed him now. He must be hungry. With that, she walked towards the kitchen. I just excused myself and ran to my home. I ambushed my mother as soon as I saw her. Did you know that Mohan was a dog? I angrily questioned my mother. Of course. Why are you asking such an idiotic question? Was that not clear enough the first time you saw him? Mohan being a dog was literally the first thing I wrote on the list. But you did not read it. My mother chided me. I was at a complete loss of words. If Mohan was a dog, then who the hell was the boy I had talked to? Wanting more answers, I started narrating Mrs. Sharma's past actions to my mother. I told her about Mrs. Sharma's weird soap chopping and pedigree eating behaviors from earlier. I expected her to be shocked at this, but she only laughed. She was chopping the soap because I had asked her to do that, silly. I had wanted to take those pieces of soap to keep them in our potted plants. I had read somewhere that they repel insects and wanted to check for myself. And as far as the pedigree eating is concerned, she did not eat it. She told me that she puts a few pieces in her mouth to encourage Mohan to eat it. She sometimes does it even when he is not there out of absent-mindedness. You may think it is weird, but the tactic has been quite effective so far. With that, my mother started walking towards the dining table, still speaking. You have really disappointed me this time. I expected you would take better care of Mohan. You are lucky Mrs. Sharma is a sweet lady. She would probably forgive you. Mrs. Sharma had even brought you a gift for your taking care of Mohan. My mother kept on ranting. My mother painted towards a painting kept on the dining table, but as soon as I saw it, beads of sweat started collecting on my forehead, and I felt like I would faint, because the painting consisted of a picture of the same boy I had talked to earlier that day, and on the bottom right corner, it was signed as the Red Man. Since then, I have tried to throw out the painting multiple times, but it keeps on showing up in weird places in my house. So, all I am requesting you guys is that if you ever end up babysitting a kid talking about the Red Man, just call an exorcist. I always found solace in the night. It was quiet, still, a time when the world seemed to pause and let me catch my breath. My small apartment, tucked away on the top floor of a creaky old building, became a haven when darkness fell. The street outside was usually deserted by then, leaving only the soft hum of distant traffic and the occasional rustle of leaves to keep me company. That's why I noticed him right away. The man standing in the window of the building across the street. It started about a month ago. I was sitting at my desk, a cup of tea steaming beside me, when I glanced out of the window. The apartment opposite mine had always been vacant, the windows dark and lifeless. But that night, a dim light glowed from within, casting a faint silhouette against the glass. At first, I thought nothing of it. Someone had moved in, I figured. But as the days passed, I realized something was off. The man was always there, always standing in the exact same spot, staring out the window. He never moved, never shifted, just stood there with his face obscured by the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, no features, no expression, just the dark outline of a figure. I told myself it was nothing to worry about. Maybe he was just a night owl like me, someone who found comfort in the quiet hours. But as the days turned into weeks, I started to feel uneasy. There was something unsettling about the way he never moved, never reacted. as if he were a statue rather than a person. One night, I decided to wave. It felt silly, childish even, but I wanted to see if he would respond. I raised my hand and gave a small, tentative wave, half expecting him to wave back. He didn't. Instead, he remained perfectly still, staring straight ahead as if he hadn't noticed me at all. The light from his apartment flickered slightly, casting strange, shifting shadows across his face. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly pulled the curtains shut, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. I didn't even look out the window for a few days after that. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just some guy minding his own business, but the image of him standing there, unmoving, stayed with me, gnawing at the back of my mind. Then one night I heard the tapping. It was a soft, rhythmic sound, like fingernails lightly tapping against glass. I was in bed, just about to drift off to sleep, when the noise pulled me back to consciousness. At first I thought it was coming from outside, maybe a branch scraping against the window, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was coming from inside the apartment, right outside my bedroom window. My heart began to race, and I forced myself to get out of bed. The tapping continued, steady and insistent, as I crept toward the window. My hands were trembling as I reached for the curtain, a knot of dread tightening in my chest. Slowly, I pulled the curtain aside and peered out. There was nothing there. No branches, no birds, nothing that could have caused the noise. The street below was empty, the only light coming from the street lamp a few yards down. But as I scanned the windows of the building across the street, my breath caught in my throat. He was gone. The man in the window was no longer there. The light in his apartment had gone out, leaving nothing but darkness behind. I stared at the empty window for what felt like hours, my mind racing with questions. Where had he gone? Had he finally moved? Or was he still there, hidden in the shadows, watching me? I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, that maybe he had just left the apartment or gone to bed, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. The tapping had stopped, but the sense of unease only grew stronger. The next night, I stayed up late, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hours ticked by, and the apartment across the street remained dark. But as I was about to turn in for the night, I heard the tapping again. This time, it was louder, more urgent. I bolted upright in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound echoed through the room, filling the silence with a relentless rhythm that set my nerves on edge. I didn't want to look. Every instinct told me to stay away from the window, to hide under the covers and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But the tapping persisted, driving me to the brink of panic. I had to know. With trembling hands, I threw the curtains open and screamed. He was there, standing on the fire escape right outside my window, his face pressed against the glass. I stumbled back, my scream catching in my throat as I stared at the figure before me. It was the man from the window, but now I could see him clearly. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes... oh God, his eyes were black, empty voids that seemed to swallow the light around them. His mouth was twisted into a grotesque smile, teeth bared in a silent snarl. He raised one hand and tapped the glass with a long, bony finger, the sound echoing in my ears like a death knell. I backed away, my mind reeling with terror. How had he gotten there? How long had he been watching me? The questions swirled in my head, but I had no answers. All I knew was that I had to get out. I grabbed my phone and ran out of the bedroom. my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. I locked myself in the bathroom, my back pressed against the door as I waited for the operator to pick up. 911, what's your emergency? There's a man outside my window, I gasped, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. He's on the fire escape. He's trying to get in. The operator's voice was calm, too calm. Stay on the line, ma'am. Officers are on their way. Can you describe the man? I hesitated, my mind struggling to form coherent thoughts. How could I describe something so unnatural, so wrong? He's pale, I stammered. His eyes, they're black, completely black. There was a pause on the other end of the line, a pause that felt like an eternity. Ma'am, are you sure he's still there? I listened, my ears straining to catch any sound from the other side of the door. The tapping had stopped and the apartment was eerily silent. I don't know, I whispered. I can't hear anything. Stay where you are, the operator instructed. The officers will be there soon. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me, my body trembling with fear. Minutes passed, each one dragging on longer than the last until finally, I heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Ma'am, this is the police. Can you open the door? I unlocked the bathroom door with shaking hands and peered out. 2 officers stood in the living room, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion. He was right there, I said, pointing toward the bedroom. On the fire escape. The officers exchanged a glance before one of them nodded and headed toward the window. I stayed in the doorway, my heart still racing as the other officer gently questioned me. But when the first officer returned, his face was pale. There's no one out there, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. What? I gasped. That's impossible. He was just there. I saw him. The officer shook his head. There's no sign of anyone. The fire escape doesn't even go down to the street. It's blocked off. No one could have gotten up here. My blood ran cold. But I saw him, I insisted, my voice trembling. He was right outside my window. I heard him tapping. The officers exchanged another look, this one more serious. They stayed with me for a while longer, searching the apartment and checking the building. But they found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been on the fire escape. Eventually they left, advising me to keep my windows locked and call if I see anything suspicious. But even as they walked out the door, I could see the doubt in their eyes. They didn't believe me. They thought I was just another paranoid woman with an overactive imagination. But I know what I saw. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room, every light in the apartment turned on, my eyes glued to the window, but the man never returned. The tapping didn't come back. In the days that followed, I did everything I could to put the experience behind me. I threw myself into work, spent more time with friends, anything to keep my mind off what had happened, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I moved out of the apartment. I couldn't stay there any longer, not with the memory of those black eyes burned into my mind. I found a new place across town, a high-rise building with no fire escapes, no dark windows to stare out of. For a while it worked. The nightmares faded, the paranoia eased, and I started to feel like myself again. But every now and then when I'm lying in bed late at night, I'll hear a soft tapping on the glass, just for a moment, just long enough to remind me that he's still out there, somewhere, watching, and I know that one day, he'll come back.